Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Any discussion? Seeing none, if there's no objection to a 5-0 vote, that'll be the order. Next up, we have consider approval of Board of Trustees meeting minutes for May 5th, 2021 regular meeting. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Salcedo. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Any discussion? Seeing none, if there's no objection to a 5-0 vote, that'll be the order. Item number 3, consider approval of Board of Trustees meeting minutes for May 19, 2021 special meeting. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Padilla. And Mr. Salcedo, you were not at this meeting, correct?
No.
Okay.
So I will abstain.
Denise.
Okay. And if there's no objection to a 401 vote with Mr. Salcedo abstaining, that'll be the order. Moving on to public comments. Let me check one more time to see if there are any comments submitted. Dr. Zuniga, I have no responses submitted today. Do you have anything that may have been submitted directly to your staff?
I don't have any comments besides what we have here, which are none at this point.
Okay, so that concludes the public comment section. Moving on to item number 5, communication from union representatives of EMUHSD and CSCA. Do we have any representatives from EMUHSD with us?
Yes, we do. We want to welcome Mr. Donald Quick, who is filling in for Ms. Bazil. Welcome, Mr. Quick, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. These are words from Ann Bazil, president of EMUHSD, and I'll be her spokesperson. Good evening, board members, cabinet, and community members. With summer upon us, after a tumultuous year of distance learning, we now begin the journey back into the classroom. A year of essentially reinventing the wheel in an effort to deliver quality instruction despite all the obstacles of working from home. A year of teaching and providing services to students and helping them succeed despite all their obstacles associated with them learning at home. A year of a ravaging virus that redefined how we will all live, work, socialize, and even just exist. A year of constant adaptation. Slowly but surely, we all have overcome many of these obstacles, and we can cautiously return to a new normal. This was no small feat, and we commend the district for honoring the students for their hard work and success, particularly the graduating seniors. We also now hope that the district will recognize and honor all the hard work and success of the certificated staff, the countless extra hours of collaboration, planning, and professional development that were necessary for success. A year of going above and beyond anything any of us would have expected in our lifetime and being jettisoned into it at a moment's notice. We hope that the adulations and profuse thanks will be matched equitably at the negotiations table. May we also stress that the aforementioned reinvention of the wheel continues as we head into a new summer school session and a new school year of addressing learning loss while still pushing our students forward so they do not remain behind. This also will be no small feat, and we hope that the aspirations and confidence in future academic success be matched equitably at the negotiations table. Honor the work that has maintained and will maintain the excellence this district possesses in its staff and the excellent service that it provides to this community. Thank you, stay safe, and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Quick. And please give our thanks to Ms. Bazil for her comments tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
If there's no further comments from EMUHSD, is there a representative from CSCA?
President Briones, I don't believe Ms. Chambers is here with us this afternoon or this evening.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Moving on to information, presentation recognitions. Item number 1, recognition of Arroyo High School wrestling students. Dr. Zuniga, take it away.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Again, it's our honor to put this in the agenda for the end of the school year, rightfully so, as we acknowledge and recognize the achievements of our students. We also recognize our parent this evening and our retirees. So what a wonderful evening that we will be having this tonight, as well as over the next couple of days as we celebrate these folks. First and foremost, I do have item number 1, which is the recognition of Royal High School wrestling students. I do have 2 of our staff members here. First of all, I want to welcome Ms. Jamie Witt. She's our assistant principal. She focuses on student affairs at Royal High School. Done an outstanding job there, holding the fort, not only with with athletics, but also with all the things that we have asked to do as far as testing and everything else, and all the coordinating, all the doubling up of athletics and sports. The great thing about this is that we have 2 individuals that not only competed and participated at a Royal High School in the wrestling program, but also are venturing off and making us all proud as they are competing, outside this nation at this point. And I also want to welcome Mr. Can Tran, the wrestling coach at a Royal High School, but most importantly, one of our educators at Royal High School, our science teacher there too. So welcome both of you. I'm going to introduce Ms. Witt, and then we can have also Mr. Can Tran chime in regarding our student recognitions today. Ms. Witt?
Introduction, Dr. Zuniga.
Yes.
Ms. Witt, it's a little
I think she
choppy.
broke up, so
Maybe,
yeah, I'll go ahead and continue.
yeah, maybe
Let's see if
you
we
want
can
to
get
turn
it
off.
up. Yeah,
Maybe you want to turn off your camera. Sorry.
that's okay. Ms. Witt, let's see if you can give one more shot, and then if not, we can log you off and I'll come back on, okay?
Or if you turn off your camera, it might actually make your audio at least better.
Yeah. As she's preparing for that, I'm going to go ahead and also introduce, I see on my screen 2 of our students that we're talking about. I want to welcome the 2 individuals and thank you again for being here with us this evening. I know that you had a busy day today. I'm hearing and I'm following you guys on social media and seeing what you're doing and what you're competing. And I just heard about the recent achievements. So Brianna Gonzalez, Emily Gonzalez, we're so proud of you, number 1. Number 2 is that we continue to look at the achievements that you have accomplished, not only at a Royal High School, but what you're going to accomplish, this summer and beyond, and just anticipating what's to come over the next year, 2 years, 3 years down the road. And I know that this work does not come easy. You have to balance academics. You have to balance your personal lives. You guys are a young lady. You guys are out there. You have your friend. You want to, come back into some sense of normalcy when you return. But at the same time, you almost feel like the weight, you're holding down that, hold the weight on you because of the competition and the determination that you want to get through. But I personally feel, from what I've seen, is that these medals on your necks and the blood, sweat, and tears that you've already endured really have paid off. And I think not only have you made us proud, you made your family proud, your mom, everyone in your family who has spoken highly of you. And we're so proud of you. And I'm not sure if Ms. Witt's back on there, but I'll go ahead and hand it over to Mr. Can Tran, your coach. So Mr. Tran, I also see you too. Would you like to say a few words or introduction of their accomplishments?
Yes, most definitely. It's an honor and a pleasure to work with these girls. Again, they're student athletes at a Royal High School, and to accomplish what they have in just a few years, in our sport, it's a highly skilled sport where most of these kids they're competing against are kids that are competing or starting the wrestling when they're 5, 6 years old. These girls have only started basically in 8th grade, and I got them when they were freshmen. And the amount of work, effort, energy, commitment, pound for pound, they are the hardest working. I've been coaching for 25 years, and they're pound for pound the hardest working student athletes I've ever had. Inside the room, outside the room, in the classroom, they carry like a 3.8, 3.9 GPA. Balancing that with the tremendous amount of time that I work with them, at school, and strength and conditioning outside in gyms and things like that. It's just remarkable how they're able to do all this, balance school, and be the nicest girls and the meanest girls on the mat at the same time. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Emily and Brianna Gonzalez. You know, when I talk about them, you know, my voice kind of goes a little bit because they're like family, you know, and so you know when I introduce you guys to them, it's almost like I'm introducing family to you guys, and you know that's and the thing is they're only juniors and they're gonna be back next year, and you're gonna hear some more great news from them, you know. So you know we shot for the moon and we're reaching the stars right now. So great job, girls.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Tran. And I know that having a great coach also pays dividends. So congratulations to you on your accomplishments, also at Royal High School with the wrestling team. I know we were fighting for another championship this year, but I also know that I do like to show off our alumni. So you're also a graduate of Royal High School and a proud Knight there too. And you came back and provided service to your community. So I commend you for that and the work that you do every day for our students, not just our 2 students that are being recognized today, but also all the students at Royal High School. So thank you for your work as well.
Thank you.
Before I move on and do the recognitions, I'm not sure if Ms. Witt able to come back on and say a few words on behalf of the school administration.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, thank you. The timing of my internet was impeccable. I was able to jump on my phone though. I do want to say on behalf of not only myself but of Principal Flores, how immensely proud we are of the young ladies as well as Coach Tran. Participating in athletic programs during COVID has been quite a challenge. We've asked them to jump through hoop after hoop in order to be able to participate, whether that was to, being outside conditioning or participating in daily antigen testing. And one of the things that I can tell you about our wrestling group is that they are one of the hardest working, most dedicated teams that I have seen on our campus. And as you mentioned, Dr. Zuniga, that's not something that just started, but something that's been a constant with our program, whether that was back in the 90s when Coach Tran was out there winning titles, or throughout the years as he's carried this program forward. I've really seen such a strong work ethic, and both Emily and Brianna are really exemplars of that. They're out there on a daily basis, whether that's lifting weights and conditioning, and on the mats, and over the years as I've known as a teacher and knowing so many people that have known them. They're really outstanding students in the classroom as well, which is such a positive attitude and so very, very dedicated. So I am very, very proud to be here representing them tonight, and so proud of the fact that as members not only of our Knight community, but of our community at large, that they are representing us on such an extremely high level and being so successful. So again, I want to say congratulations to the young ladies. I think they're going to be an example for all in the wrestling program, and in particular to a lot of young ladies that don't know that this is something that they can achieve. And then that really does help our program grow as well. So again, great job, girls, and great job, Coach Tran.
Thanks. Oh, I forgot to mention. They some of you guys already know, but maybe some of you guys don't. But they competed in Iowa, these past few months, and they won one of them. Brianna won the national championship in Iowa. Emily took 4th, and then they competed in the world trials, which if you qualify, you represent the USA team in the cadet world championships and also the Pan Am games. And they qualified for that. And last weekend they competed in Mexico representing the USA team in the Pan Am games, and they both came back with gold medals. So a great accomplishment, that just amazing, these girls.
Outstanding accomplishment. And I'm not sure if you have your medals, but we'd like to see them one day and show them off when you get back on campus, and would love to honor you and be the motivation for our little ones that are coming up also, especially our young ladies that, they can do anything they want, anything the boys can do, definitely our young ladies have demonstrated that they can do the same thing, especially in wrestling. I've seen just quality young ladies in wrestling program within our district. So congratulations to both of you. I do have 2 certificates and which you have received, and I believe that you guys are on the same day, same age, if I'm not mistaken. Are we talking about twins here, right? So I'm going to do it by alphabetical order. So I'm not going to tell you who was born first. So we'll do the alphabetical order. So I'm going to start with Brianna, okay? Brianna, this certificate is presented to you for certificate of recognition on behalf of our Board of Trustees. It was the current information that we had received when we asked for this recognition to come forward, maybe about a month ago now. So I'd like to read it to you. And then I also know that there was updates that Mr. Ken Tran provided. So we could have even written more on here. So I know there's more to come though. So we'll go ahead and do the certificate now. So we want to present this to Brianna Gonzalez for Arroyo High School, or from Arroyo High School, for your #1 ranking by Team USA and USA Wrestling on the National Girls High School ranking list, and for your athletic achievements in wrestling. So congratulations to you. And next I have Emily Gonzalez as well. And this is presented to you on behalf of our Board of Trustees, Emily Gonzalez, Arroyo High School, for your #10 ranking by the Team USA and USA Wrestling on the National Girls High School ranking list, and for your athletic achievements in wrestling. Congratulations to both of you from the El Monte High School District Board of Trustees. And also, we have received some certificates for you that I'll hold on until I get a chance to get to Arroyo and provide them to your school administration and to school principal. This is a certificate for Brianna. Obviously, Emily, you'll receive one too. So I'll hold it up and I'll read it to you. This is from the.
Wait,
Yes, sir.
1 second. Can we get Brianna just to unmute herself just so we can see her on the screen? I'm sure her parents are going to want to see her on the YouTube video. So.
All right.
Can you say something just real quick? That way it you.
All right, you're on the screen now, I believe. So they're on there, Mr. Seelman?
No.
Okay, you guys want to say a few words? Say just hello real quick?
There we go. I just needed to see him for a second. So.
Okay, awesome. So the certificate is California Legislature Assembly Certificate of Recognition, gratefully presented to Brianna Gonzalez, obviously an Emily too, in honor of your athletic achievements in wrestling. And then on behalf of the California State Legislature and residents of the 40th Assembly District, commend you for your outstanding athletic achievement in wrestling. Your talent and commitment to excellence is truly admirable, and we thank you for proudly representing Arroyo High School and the El Monte High School District. Congratulations on this well-deserved recognition. And it's dated June 16, 2021, on behalf of Honorable Blanca E. Rubio, and she's the Assemblywoman for District 48, all right, from the California State Legislature. So congratulations to you. And I also have this one for Emily. All right, so the state certificate, beautiful certificate that you can show to your families and your friends, and hopefully one day display on your wall of fame with your trophies. I'm gonna say Hall of Fame because you guys are headed to the Hall of Fame for girls wrestling soon. Academically, I know you guys are gonna go far, and we're hoping that this pays tribute to just your future. So congratulations to both of you. So I'm gonna hand it back to Mr. Briones to see if the young lady wants to say a few words, and we'll close it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. At this time, I'll ask our student athletes if they want to provide any remarks before we open it up to the board. I think you're still muted. We can't hear you.
We just want
There
to
we
say
go.
thank you for like all this support. Can you hear us now?
Yes.
No, I think
Okay.
the audio is cutting out.
We just want to say thank you for all the support, and we want to thank Tran for coaching us and just like pushing us through every practice and just believing in us. Oh gosh.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's now 5:01 p.m. I'd like
Yeah, sorry, I think we're having a little bit of audio issues. So.
And thank you for all.
Might be a little delay too, so. Mr. Roll, you're on mute.
They're coming in and out. If you can hear us, we heard a bit about what you said, and you thanked Coach Tran as well. And obviously you were thankful for the recognition. So I'll open it up to my colleagues. I'll start with Mrs. Torres de Seigres to provide remarks to you.
Okay, Emily and Brianna, I really admire you. I know what is that because this is my son, 1995. In Arroyo High School, he was one of the students who was in this kind of team. I remember the discipline that he had to have, the way that he has to do everything. I usually used to be with him, seeing all the things that he was doing. I know how hard you work and how good you did. Thank you very much for doing this job, and thank you very much for having that discipline. I really admire you and congratulate you. Congratulations, and keep it up. The good job, not only in this sport, also in your classes. Thank you. That's it, Mr. President. For me, that's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres de Seigres. Mr. Padilla, any remarks?
Yes, first I'd like to thank Coach Cantran. You know, it all starts with leadership, and I've been around the El Monte Union High School District for, you know, when I attended Rosemead, and I know that you're an amazing coach. I know that we know some similar people that know you and respect you and talk very highly about what you do with our kids. So I commend you publicly, Mr. Tran, for the amazing leadership that you have and for showing these young ladies the potential that they have. You know, you need somebody to believe in you and to bring out that what you have inside of you. And you definitely have inspired both Brianna and Emily. Thank you so much for that, Coach Tran. To Brianna and to Emily, you make me so proud. You know, being a Latino board member and to hear Gonzalez, not only in Iowa, you know, and I have to tell you that Iowa, I'm sure you guys saw it when you went there, people don't look like you or me in Iowa. I've been there myself. And so thank you for representing our Latino community and the El Monte Union High School District in not only in Iowa, but in the Pan American Games, but not only to represent us, but to come back and win the gold. Wow, congratulations to you ladies. I am extremely proud of you, your coach, and also please tell your parents, thank you so much for having you attend our wonderful Arroyo High School. Arroyo High School is one of the best high schools in our school district, and they excel, whether it's in academics or whether it's in athletics. And that's why they're a gold ribbon school, because they have children and students like you too. Thank you, and continue your hard work as a scholar athlete. But don't ever forget, you are a student first and an athlete second. And you guys know that, because when I heard your GPA is between 3.8 and 3.9, I have to take my hat off to you and I bow down to you, young ladies. You guys are amazing. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Diaz, any comments?
Yeah, thank you, President Briones. Congratulations to the coach, Mr. Cantran, for your leadership and for coaching these remarkable student athletes. And thank you, Jamie Witt, for your remarks as well. And to Brianna and Emily, I mean, what an accomplishment. Congratulations. You're only juniors. I know we couldn't make out your audio, but I'm really curious if you could share briefly what's next. Still can't hear you with the audio, but we're just wondering what's next. I know you won, in the Pan Am Games gold. You brought home gold medals. I mean, there's a Royal High School wrestling season, but what else are you all getting into now? Maybe you can type it into the chat. All right, maybe the chat will work out better. But either way, just congratulations on all your hard work and dedication. to the sport, for being remarkable student athletes. I really liked what Coach Cantran said. Pound for pound, some of the hardest working students in our high school district. So congratulations on your accomplishments, and I can't wait to hear what's next and how the Monte Union High School District can continue to support y'all. So congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz, and we'll see if we get a response from our students. With that, Mr. Salcedo, if you want to provide some remarks.
Yes. Hey, girls. You know, it's truly been an honor to know these girls for a very long time. Sorry, Mr. Tran, I keep going back to their softball days, right? But even knowing them back then, you know, you said it best, Mr. Tran. These are the nicest girls, but the fiercest girls, because the word give up doesn't exist in their vocabulary. They're the hardest workers. They will not be outworked by anybody. But again, you know, Mr. Tran, you know, their success, I know you're very proud of them, and you helped put Arroyo on the map, you know, when you were there, and you know, you guys took a title just, what, 2 years ago, I believe? And so you guys hold that bar, that level really high. And these girls, along with you, continue to push that bar even higher, right? And especially for girls wrestling, you know, it's so awesome to see our young female wrestlers achieve such a high level, and what a role model, right, for more girls to join this sport. I also had to give a shout out to Gabby and Carlos, their parents. You know, talk about being dedicated parents. I know they're both on there, and I think I saw Carlos is working right now, you know, but they made sure to be on here. It takes a big team. I mean, I know you girls have your other coaches, you know, but, you know, just being part of the Monte Union High School District Arroyo as a board member, it makes me so proud, and I wish you nothing but success, girls. You know, I know you guys, I know how you work. You know, you guys are going to go on to bigger and, you know, more gold medals and hopefully the Olympics. You know, you guys are probably thinking about that, right? Yes? Nod? In the future? I hope so. And so just congratulations and good luck over the summer. And when does the season start again, Mr. Tran?
Starts back up in, well, actually, we go year round, really. But really, it starts off in November. Hopefully, we have a season this year. But there's postseason, preseason, summer. So, yeah, it's a constant thing that makes them successful.
Yeah, just amazing. Keep up the good work, girls. Again, thank you to the parents, Gabby and Carlos. You guys have done a wonderful job raising them. Congratulations to you guys as well. Thank you, Mr. Briones.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. What is there left to be said? I'm just so extremely proud of both of you. I'm excited to see all the great things that you're going to bring back to El Monte in the future, including hopefully Olympic medals. El Monte has some Olympians from the past and some medalists, including Kim Rode, who participated in the '96 Olympics in Atlanta. I'm sure this was before you were born, but she did come back with the medal in skeet shooting, as well as Sandy Nielsen, who was a freestyle swimmer. And this was, of course, before many of us were born in the '70s. So El Monte has produced Olympians in the past and will continue to do so. And I'm looking forward to seeing you both on TV accepting your medals in front of the world. So we're all here extremely proud of you. We're happy to be here today recognizing your accomplishments. And I know today is only the first of many more times that you'll be recognized. So congratulations to you both. And really congratulations to your coach and the staff at Arroyo. And most importantly, and it's been already said, to your parents. because none of this is possible without the support of your parents and your family, and by extension, your coaching staff, as well as your faculty and administration at Arroyo High School. So congratulations to both of you. I hope that you're enjoying your summer right now, maybe getting a little bit of break before you can resume training. But I'm sure you're excited to continue moving forward. So congrats, and thank you for spending some time with us today. And I don't know if you want to try unmuting yourselves right now and see if you can say a few words.
I'm gonna try it with my phone so they could talk. I'm the mom. Hold on.
I think they may need to mute their Chromebook. Turn off the audio on that one. There you go.
Hello, can you hear us? Okay. We just want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Coach Tran, for just pushing us and believing in us. We wouldn't be this good or at this level if it wasn't for you. Thank you, Miss Witt, for staying like after hours to let us practice and test. Thank you to everyone who congratulated us. We really appreciate it. Oh, and we will be competing in North Dakota for Fargo, and that's like one of the biggest freestyle tournaments. There will be like many college recruits there, so hopefully we'll bring back gold and be recognized even more. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you both, and thank you, Mom, for helping set up with the audio. Okay, and with that, we're going to move on to our next recognition of the Mountain View High School boys soccer team. Dr. Zuniga and Mr. Marquez, if you'd like to take it away.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Briones. I would like to take a moment and just congratulate our boys and their coaches. Our boys had a great ride this year, only losing one game in the semifinal. They were a top-ranked team, and not only in their division but in the entire CIF Southern section. It was real exciting to see them play. These boys played with poise, and they won graciously. These boys were not arrogant nor loud. They just took care of business. They represented our community extremely well, on and off the field, and they brought hope and light to our community when it needed it most during our pandemic. And with these boys, luck didn't run with these boys. These boys were legit. Every game was won because they were that good. The game that they lost to a good team. And I think we were better, but I think the other team just got lucky that day. And with that, I just like to take this point. I would like to introduce our coaches, Mr. Felipe Corona and Mr. Jaime Puente. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Corona.
Hi, how are you guys? Well, on behalf of our coaching staff and our players, our student athletes, we are honored, and it's a pleasure for this recognition. Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Thank you, board members. Special thanks to our administrators for always supporting us, and to our coaching staff, Jaime Puente, Ivan Castrejon, Julian Amado, Severo Juarez, Joaquin Coronel, an incredible coaching staff. The first three that I mentioned, though, I can't say enough for all the time and dedication that they put in. And that's, once again, that's Jaime, Ivan, and Julian. But most importantly, our players. I can't say enough of them. The time, the dedication, the effort that they put in. We, the coaching staff, are extremely proud of them. And I've always told them that when we're playing league, we're representing our school, but once we go into playoffs, we're representing our community, our city. And which leads me also to Emily and Brianna, that I'm
just by hearing what you guys said, I'm extremely proud, because they're no longer representing their schools. They're representing the city of Almani. And I just want to thank everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Corona. And it's a pleasure that having you here this evening, not only you, but some of our kids that I see on camera now. I see Diego Hernandez, and I know one of the superstars is with us this evening. I also see some of your coaches, so we're very grateful that you took the time to join us this evening. I know that it's the start of summer and things are happening, but a little bit of Mountain View High School sports and athletics, specifically soccer, over the decades flourished. We've seen some CIF titles. I've seen the ring, so I know that they're out there. And just as we are proud at a Royal High School, we just seen the growth, the development of the soccer program there. And it's just our pride of our league right now as far as some of the things that I've seen out of Mountain View High School. And I know that it's about our kids, but at the same time, it's about the leadership that you've demonstrated not only today, but also for the last couple of seasons too, along with your staff. So raising our young men and young women to be not only good athletes, but also to be citizens and good citizens when they represent us outside. We appreciate that, and that's the message we always want. So thank you for doing that, number one. I have an amazing list of individuals, but again, I just wanted to take my hat off to the coaching staff. You'll be presented with certificates. I believe they were on their way already and possibly delivered. These certificates of recognition are presented to you by the Board of Trustees of the Almani High School District. And I'm just going to read one because this is something that all of you will receive as far as the coaches. And this is also for Mr. Felipe Corona from Mount View High School for leading the Mount View High School boys soccer team in the successful 2021 season and for competing in the CIF semifinals game in soccer. Congratulations from the Almani High School District Board of Trustees. And it has all of our trustees signed with the certificate too. And now for our young men, and I believe they're all young men here, and Natalie as well, because she's our stats young lady, so she's part of our team. I want to make sure that I do recognize all of them. David Alfaro, Osvaldo Cardenas, Joshua Cocolan, Diego Dueñas, Josue Espinosa, Brian Galvan, Cesar Garcia, Hersan Garza, Hernandez, Gonzalez, and I believe the first name is Diego. We have another Diego Hernandez, Esteban Hernandez, Jorge Martinez, Isaac Olade, Ian Pelletier, Cesar Pina, Jason Pineda, Jonathan Pineda, Rafael Puente, Saul Rivera, Axel Santoyo, Manuel Sosa, and have Alan Vasquez Martinez, Alan Velasquez, and last but not least, because definitely you need a great stats person, Ms. Natalie Gomez. So I want to make sure that they're recognized. They'll be receiving certificates individually. I believe they were also already delivered on behalf of the Board of Trustees. These are certificates of recognition presented to our students from Mount View High School. And I won't read the names, but this is for a successful 2020-2021 soccer season and for competing in the CAF semifinals in soccer as well. Congratulations from the Almani High School District Board of Trustees to all of our students. And continue the great work. We're hoping that we can get back on the bleachers and see you guys all together. I know we're very limited with that CIF game that we hosted. It was nice to see that we were able to host that game. But next year, we're going to bring the whole town to cheer you guys on for the final games. Okay? So I'll hand it back to our president, Mr. Briones.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Before I ask the board to provide remarks, I know I see Diego Hernandez is on. I don't know if you'd like to provide some remarks on behalf of your teammates and the boys soccer team.
At the moment, all I gotta say right now, it was a fun season. I had very good memories with these boys. I'm gonna miss them a lot. And I'm very thankful for Jaime, Ivan, and Julian for coming on Saturdays to train us some more for running, for CIF especially. And then for Ivan and Julian for staying longer to train us more. I greatly appreciate them. And I just want to, it's a big thank you.
Thank you, Diego. With that, I'm going to ask my colleagues to provide some remarks, and I'll start with Mrs. Torres de Segrist.
Yes. Oh, this is wonderful. Teamwork. That's the most important thing. Teamwork. If you work as a team, you always going to have success. But that teamwork needs to have a great brain, like in this case, to have the support of the coach, Mr. Felipe Corona, the members to obey, the discipline, and the support of your principal. I congratulate you for doing that. I am a great fanatic of soccer. You know, soccer is very popular in Mexico, in our Hispanic countries. My brothers were, and they were fanatic, and me too, when Pelé in the 70s. Of course, none of you were born at that time. I was born a long time ago, but Pelé had his great success in Mexico City, Football Mexico 70. I remember that very well. Everybody was excited. It was when soccer was started to be very important in Mexico for girls too. And my brothers play. I love to see them play. My son play in Arroyo High School in the soccer team, and now my grandchildren also play. I really admire you, and I love and enjoy a lot seeing those games. I'm very sad that I couldn't see you this year. I would have enjoyed it a lot because I enjoy seeing the playing soccer, the teamwork, the discipline, and the obey of everybody. That's the one that it take us to the success. And if you are very good in that teamwork, you are going to be success in life. Congratulations, and thank you very much for putting us in a good place. Congratulations to all of you. Mr. Marquez, thank you for support our students. Thank you, Mr. President. That's it for me.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Mr. Padilla?
I'm just laughing, Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Maybe instead of Pelé, you should say something like Messi or Ronaldo. I think they're a little more familiar with that. I love it though.
More like Chicharito Hernandez.
Chicharito, that's right. That's right. Chivas Rayadas de Guadalajara, America. Absolutely. No, congratulations. On a serious note, congratulations to Coach Mr. Felipe Corona, Jaime Puente, and to the other coaches that you have mentioned. I know I can see Mr. Puente on the screen, as well as I can see Mr. Corona, and also Ivan, Julian, Severo, and Joaquin. Thank you for your leadership and for being out there, working so hard. Being an athlete myself, I coach basketball, I play basketball. I know the time that is put in, but to compete at the level of the semifinals, that's at another level. And I did hear Diego, such a humble young man. I can hear it in his voice, so respectful and so appreciative of those extra hours that you gave Mr. Jaime and Mr. Ivan. And he publicly acknowledged you and wanted you guys to get that recognition that you guys would stay with them, longer than you should have or that you needed to. But they know exactly how much you wanted. And sometimes we as coaches, I've lost in some very close games and competition. And I know as a coach that we want it sometimes so much more than the kids, but we need to get those kids to believe and want it even more than we do. But when it happens, it's awesome. And when it doesn't, it's a lesson to be learned. And I know that these boys will always remember this. I'm 48 years old, and we lost in the second round of CIF on a last second shot against Torrance High School in basketball at the buzzard. I cried. I was 17 years old. I cried, but I can still remember. And I know that these boys will remember that as well. But to compete at the semifinals in the CIF in soccer, not everybody can say that. So, boys, you hold your head up high. And you just keep working hard in the classroom and outside the classroom, and good things will happen. And I'm sure some of you guys are juniors, and you guys will get another crack at it. And I know that now that you know what that competition is at that level and the stress that it can bring, you're not prepared. And that's how you get that experience. So again, congratulations to Mountain View High School and leadership from Mr. Jose Marquez, all your coaches. And, awesome. Great job, boys and coaches.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Diaz, would you like to provide some remarks?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. We all know that in the MLS, it's all about LAFC and Carlos Vela. So I don't know about Chicharito, unless you're a Galaxy fan over here. But Diego Rossi, there you go. Felipe knows what's up. But anyway, congratulations, Coach, as well as to all the Mountain View High School soccer team for your accomplishments this year. I know the world didn't make it easy on y'all, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic and all that you had to go through, regular testing, worrying about your loved ones. And so I think the determination and perseverance to play at a high level, to accomplish what you all did, like Mr. Padilla said, you should hold your head up high. And really the beautiful thing about sports and what we learn in high school is that all of this, the work ethic, the discipline, the determination are all transferable skill sets that could be applied to life, right? So whether that's at work, your personal life, or in your upcoming studies. So congratulations to you all for your accomplishments, and please keep in touch. Come back and coach, come back and help the next generation of kids at Mountain View High School. Thank you again, and congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. And I do have to, before I move on to Mr. Salcedo, I do have to echo the sentiment about LAFC and Vela maybe being a little bit more of a modern reference, but also somebody that we definitely should be looking towards. And so I'll leave it at that. I don't want to start any Galaxy LAFC fights here. Mr. Salcedo, any remarks?
Okay, I won't go there, Mr. Briones. But you know what, coaches? I mean, what a tough job, man. I mean, not only, do you have to battle all of the protocols during this pandemic time, but, big shoes to fill. I mean, soccer at Mountain View High School is I mean, they're well known for that. I mean, they've won some titles before. I remember a few years back, there was this one little guy that was just, it must have been 10, 11 years ago. I think his nickname was Topo at Mountain View High School. Yeah, and Topo. Man, that kid was just amazing, and I was on the sideline watching him win that title with my brother, actually, it was probably maybe 12 years ago. But yeah, big shoes to fill. But you guys took this young group of kids and, keep doing it, man. They're ripe for another title. It was a little tough to follow you guys online. Not in the sense that, not in that sense, but just, I get anxiety sometimes, watching, even my own boy play. I can't sit, and trying to follow these soccer games on my phone, and it's like, oh my God, like down by one. It's just, it was hard. It was man, but that last game was a little bit of a cardiac game, and I love the heart on that team. It was amazing, and I'm pretty sure you guys will be there again next year. Diego, are you a senior?
No, I'm going to be a sophomore this year.
Oh, there we go then. As a sophomore to be at this level, amazing, right? If you have that dedication now, I mean, we're gonna expect to see you guys, for the next few years at our board meetings, hopefully, right, Diego? All right.
Yes,
hopefully,
sir.
Hopefully next year we'll be talking about a title, right? But again, coaches, thank you so much for mentoring our boys, our youth, and you had it right, Felipe, when you say when you get to that level, it's not about the high school, right? It's about the community, and I appreciate you acknowledging the girls as well. So that's what we expect of our adults, of our mentors, and that's the way it should be. So kudos for that. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Briones.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. You know what? I was at the final game, and it was just such a heartbreaker. But I saw you play, and I saw you guys give it your all and play with all your heart. And I couldn't be prouder of the efforts that you guys put forward. When I was at Mountain View many years ago, a lot of my friends played soccer because that's what we were known for, and they loved it, and I could see it in all of you that it's something that you truly enjoy, and it's not just for the glory, but it's really for the game. And as has been stated already, when you're out there playing, you're not just representing your school, you're representing your community. And I think you did so very well. And I'm happy to hear that you're going to be a sophomore this year, because that means you're just going to continue to grow and grow your team and continue to develop yourselves. And I'm genuinely looking forward to having you visit us again next year and the year after and the year after that. And we'll be recognizing you for all of your accomplishments and your efforts. And I couldn't be prouder. And of course, being a Viking myself, a Mountain View alum, it always makes you so proud to step onto that campus and to see all the great work that you are doing as students, but also the great accomplishments that you're bringing back to El Monte as scholar athletes. So on behalf of myself and the board, my colleagues, congratulations to you. And échenle ganas, and we'll see you again out there next year. So thank you again for being here with us today. With that, we're going to move on to our next recognition, which is a recognition of the retired chair of the Citizens Oversight Committee, Dr. Zuniga.
Okay, thank you again, President Briones. Our third recognition this evening is one of our parents. As a matter of fact, Mr. Jose Macias has been a parent for the last 4 years at El Monte High School. I met him probably about 4 years ago, and we connected. I think it was part of our, actually 2 or 3 years ago, when I got a call and we were connecting. He was instrumental in supporting Measure HS, and one of our parents that advocated for Measure HS. So not only has he been our chair, but also from the get-go, from the initial point that we were interested in having another bond, that he took the lead at his school site to be a representative of the parents. So just to show and demonstrate that as fathers, that we definitely seek support from, and what a gentleman, number one, but number two is just demonstrating that our fathers are also out there supporting our kids and working hard for their families every day. And to show the commitment of 4 years and also serve as a chair for the Citizens Oversight Committee demonstrates the caliber and the type of family members we have supporting our kids, not only in the classroom, but also as initiatives like Measure HS and the Citizens Oversight Committee. Unfortunately, he's not able to be with us this evening. I believe he is out of town, or he has family in town, and he's with them this evening. But I know that Ms. Macias worked closely with him as part of COC. I know Mr. Elatar has several opportunities to meet with him too, and also guide him through the process of the chair. I'm not sure if Ms. Macias or Mr. Elatar wish to say any words on behalf of the recognition for tonight for Mr. Macias.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Zuniga. I did have the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Macias yesterday, and first and foremost, he wanted me to express his gratitude and appreciation to the board for allowing him to serve on the Citizens Oversight Committee. He wanted to express that he found it to be a very educational experience. He really enjoyed it, and he was just really grateful for the opportunity to have served there. He also wanted me to extend his gratitude for the members of the COC, the other parents that are and volunteers that are serving on it. And he just wanted to say thank you so much. Thank you to Mr. Elatar. Thank you, obviously, to Dr. Zuniga, and of course the Board of Trustees. And I'm glad that we are taking this moment to recognize him, because he did serve as the chair for the last 3 years, and he had the opportunity to present to the board for on 2 separate occasions.
Thank you, and kudos to you, Mr. Elatar, the entire business office, for overseeing the COC. We've done a great job with holding our meetings to adhere to all the laws that we have to as part of our bond measure, and the Citizens Oversight Committee is key to the success of the bond measure and the oversight. So thank you for ensuring that we have our members there, we're supporting them, and we're guiding them as well. Mr. Macias received a certificate of recognition on behalf of the Board of Trustees, and we delivered it to his home, and I'm sure he has it hopefully displayed now and showed to his family. I also want to recognize that Assemblywoman Rubio is presenting a certificate to Mr. Macias, and I would like to read that. This is the California Legislative Assembly Certificate of Recognition, gratefully presented to Jose Macias in honor of your retirement as chair of the Citizens Oversight Committee. On behalf of the California State Legislature and residents of the 40th Assembly District, I commend you for the years of service you've dedicated to the Citizens Oversight Committee. Thank you for your leadership and unwavering commitment to the students of the El Monte High School District. Congratulations on this well-deserved recognition. Dated June 16, 2021, Blanca E. Rubio, Assemblywoman District 48 from the California State Legislature. So congratulations, we'll get that certificate to Mr. Macias. And I also want to commend our Assemblywoman Rubio for providing these certificates. It's been very heartwarming for the support that they also demonstrate to our schools and our students and our parents for recognition this evening. So thank you, Assemblywoman Rubio. And I believe that concludes the presentation for
Thank you.
our POC chair.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Thank you, Ms. Macias, for stepping in for Mr. Macias today. With that, I'll open it up to the board if anybody would like to provide short remarks.
I'll provide short remarks if nobody else is going.
Go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
Yes, I would just like to publicly thank Mr. Macias for all of his years of service to our district. I know when I came onto this board 8 years ago, the Citizens Oversight Committee was a committee that was very at risk. At one point, we could not even get a quorum to have a meeting. And so with the years, it improved. Mr. Alatar came and kind of strengthened it along with Mrs. Macias. But the time that Mr. Macias and all of the Citizens Oversight Committee members spend on this committee, we cannot thank them enough. They're serving of their time, or they're serving our community just like we are as board members. But I thank them because they hold us accountable. They ensure that the district is spending where we told the community that we would spend. So it's sort of a watchdog community, but it's a good committee to have. So thank you for your years of service. Thank you for the support to the bonds. Thank you for your oversight to all of the monies that pertain to the bond, and for being there and ensuring that we as a school district put our money where we told our voters and our constituents where we were going to put it. So thank you, Mr. Macias. And also thank you to you, Mrs. Macias and Mr. Elatar, for your leadership, because whether it's in business, it's on the board, in administration, or in sports, like the coaches that we saw today, it all starts with leadership. So thank you for your leadership, Ms. Macias and Mr. Elatar. Thank you for your time, Mr. Macias. We are truly grateful.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Any comments from any other members of the board? Okay, just very briefly for me, I want to say thank you to Mr. Macias for chairing the board for the last 3 years. I did have the opportunity to drop into a couple of COC meetings over the last couple of years, and it was great to see that the committee was engaged. And witnessing Mr. Macias chairing the meetings, having been chair of the Board of Trustees now for a little over a year, it can be a little bit exhausting running a meeting and keeping everyone, corralling everyone and getting everyone moving in the same direction. But he did a great job, and I'm happy to know that he was involved on this committee and that he's part of our community. When our school district placed Measure D on the ballot in 2008, and of course Measure HS in 2018, we made that commitment to the community, not only to invest, but also that we would invest responsibly and spend those dollars responsibly. And by having the oversight committee, it ensures that we're following through, as Mr. Padilla said, with our word, not only the legal requirements, but also the moral and ethical requirements to our community. So I want to say thank you to Mr. Macias, and really thank you to the entire COC membership, because it does take time out of your day, time away from your families and other commitments. And of course, with COVID, it kind of threw a wrench into everything, but we managed to maintain a quorum and to continue moving forward and hosting those meetings to ensure that our projects are meeting their schedules and that we're in compliance with what we promised the community we would do. So thank you to our staff. Thank you to Mr. Macias and the rest of the committee for all the wonderful work that you do. And with that, we'll move on to our next recognition, our retirees for 2021. Dr. Zuniga?
Thank you again, President Briones. Today marks the annual recognition of our 2021 district retirees. And when you look at the list, We have 20 on the list at this point. And I say at this point because we will most likely have a few over the summer, sometimes before the school year starts. But it is noteworthy that there are a lot of our certificated teachers that will be, I wouldn't say graduating, but actually retiring from the El Monte Union High School District. And we're very fortunate to have had these individuals in our classrooms, on campuses, doing the love that they do every day, and doing the work that they love doing every day, specifically working with children of the El Monte Union High School District. And it brings me just a great sadness to see some of these folks go, as we know that they have invested in our community for several years. They have for decades have raised our students in the classroom, raised our students on campus, whether it was our classified employees or certificate employees. It just demonstrates, again, the quality of the community that we have here in El Monte Union. We were going to have a brief presentation. We invited some of the principals to be here that were able to be here this afternoon to say a few words, and also to ensure that they're recognized appropriately. Unfortunately, with the pandemic and with our virtual meetings, most of them are not with us this evening. And it's sad that we're not able to do it in person again, that we always done, to really honor them and recognize them in front of you, also in front of the public too. But as last year, we're going to continue to do the same thing this year and make sure that their names are recognized, and a little bit about themselves too, historically in their career at El Monte Union. So I would like to now introduce our Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources, who has spearheaded this presentation tonight, and also has worked with the school sites to gather the information to make sure that these individuals are recognized. So Mrs. Torres, good evening, and thank you for working on this.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga and Board President. We are honored to recognize 21 retirees as of yesterday afternoon. We snuck another one in there. And these 21 retirees, believe it or not, have combined 544 years total service to our community. So we are going to miss them a lot. They have put in a lot of years to our community, service to our community. We also, not just 544 years to our community, overall they have in education 611 years. So when you look at that, that's a lot of experience that we see leaving. And a lot of high hopes for the future too, as you hear things that they are going to do and aspirations that they have. It's their next journey in life, and many of us are envious of that journey and can't wait to see one day what that journey brings for us. But until then, we can celebrate them. Each retiree was given a plaque from the district, and most of them, if they had turned in their documentation prior to the end of the year, their school sites were able to celebrate them at their end of the year celebrations and recognition. A couple of the sites did an in-person, and some of them did virtual. So it was really nice for them to be able to have that with their colleagues and be able to be celebrated in that way. So without further ado, we will get started in oldest to the youngest for the school sites. And starting with El Monte High School, has two retirees, two certificated retirees. The first one being Mr. Tom Hammond. Tom Hammond has been in the district for 18 years. This is his second career, and 19 years in education overall. He has been an RSP teacher the entire time that he has been at El Monte High School. He does have a master's from Azusa Pacific University and a BA from Whittier College. And he is an avid golfer. He plans on enjoying life and his family and golfing till the sun goes down every day. So congratulations to Mr. Hammond. Mr. Cuevas was not able to be here tonight to discuss his retirees. I can speak of Mr. Hammond being up and down those hallways all day, every day, hunting down his RSP students to make sure that they were in the right place and doing everything that they needed to do. And not just during the school day, but he was at many, many events after school in the evening hours, and would bring his wife. And it was a family thing for him and his wife to participate in everything. So thank you, Mr. Hammond, for everything you have done for El Monte High School. Next, we'll go on to Miss Lowe. Teresa Lowe is a Chinese teacher at El Monte High School in our district for 12 years, in education overall for 30 years. She had been the Chinese teacher at El Monte High School from the time El Monte High School introduced that program. She does hold a bachelor's degree from Catholic Fujian University. Her personal thoughts: she always felt lucky to be a teacher. It is a blessing to be in the Lion family and work with an amazing department. Her plans for retirement are to be fully relaxed without planning ahead. She wants to experience every moment by itself without fear or regret. And she will also join the hospice care volunteer service for, she hopes, the rest of her life. That's very telling of Miss Lowe, and what she does for the community and the students is she's a very giving person, very high energy, always willing to help out anybody in any way that she can. She will truly be missed for that smile and that energy that she brought to Amani High School. So thank you, Miss Lowe, for everything you have done for Amani High School. And now we're moving on to Rosemead High School. Our first retiree from Rosemead High School is Miss Lonnie Turner. And Lonnie Turner has been in our district for 48 years and in education for 49 years. I've been lucky enough to have a few conversations this year with Lonnie about that virtual learning and coming back onto campus. And she's been a trooper throughout. So kudos to her and everything that she has done. She has been a science teacher in the Amani Union High School District at Rosemead for the entire time. The degree she holds is a master's in counseling and in education from Cal State LA, and a bachelor's degree in zoology from UCLA. And her plans for retirement, now that she's vaccinated and ready to go out in public, she's ready to visit all of her relatives, work in her yard, and she's really ready to clean out her garage because she emptied her classroom and put everything into the garage. So she is going to work on that for the next couple months. Dr. Bristol is not able to be here either. He did send words. Miss Turner has a fantastic personality with a wonderful sense of humor. We're really going to miss her arriving at the campus as the maintenance team opened the school. As we like to call her, our number one, first person to the school. She was always willing to help. Thank you, Miss Turner, for all you did for Rosemead High School Panthers. Next, we'll move on to Mr. Tom Van Winkle from Rosemead High School also. Mr. Van Winkle's been in our district for 32 years and in education for 35 years. Other positions he's held, you've seen him coaching many different sports: track, cross country, and tennis. Also coached a science Olympiad, was the coach for that. Also the science department chair and the content specialist for his science department, all while serving at Rosemead High School. Degrees he holds is a Master of Divinity in Diversified Studies from Biola University, Talbot Theological Seminary, a bachelor's degree in General Science, Zoology, Science Education from University of Iowa, and an AA in Science from Long Beach City College. Mr. Van Winkle's personal thoughts. He thanks God for the 32 years that he has had the privilege to serve EMUHSD and with the educational team at Rosemead High School. He would like to recognize his wife, Valerie, and 3 daughters, Grace, April, and Samantha, and other family members, plus the thousands of students and athletes and teachers and staff and leaders that he has worked with over the last 32 years for their love, support, kindness, understanding, guidance, wisdom, and encouragement they have given me. His life is richer and he has become a better person because of them. His plans for retirement. He plans to focus on number 1, time with the family and friends and travel to visit them. Number 2, physical fitness and health. Number 3, service with his church and in his community as an AYSO soccer referee. Number 4, getting many jobs done at home. I'm sure his wife will have a list for him. Number 5, hobbies, guitar, music, reading, writing his autobiography for his family, hiking, national parks, etc. After retirement, he would prefer to die as painlessly as possible and then meet his Savior Jesus Christ and many saints and angels in heaven. And from Rosemead High School and Dr. Bristol, Tom is well respected by all. His leadership and dedication to our students and for our staff is commendable. He was a mentor and a friend to many. Thank you, Mr. Van Winkle, for all you have done for Rosemead High School. Next, we will move on to Arroyo High School. And our first retiree from Arroyo High School is Miss Samantha Carr, who is a French teacher. She has been in the district and education for 25 years and serving as the French teacher at Arroyo High School. Her degree held was a bachelor's degree in French from Cal State LA. And Mr. Flores was not able to be here tonight either. His statement is, throughout her 25 years of teaching at Arroyo High School, Madame Carr was an inspiration to our students interested in French language and culture. Her interactive teaching methods were both interesting and fun and instilled a love of learning for her students. She supported staff throughout her leadership roles as department chair, WASC chair, and EMUEA representative and site director. She was a proud sponsor of our GSA and French Club on campus. Her experience and enthusiasm will be missed. Thank you, Madame Carr, for all you have done for Arroyo High School. And next we will move on to Mr. Lowen, an English teacher at Arroyo High School. Mr. Lowen has been in education and at Arroyo High School both for 34 years and has held the English teaching position that entire time. He has a bachelor's degree in theology from the Pacific Union College. And from Mr. Flores, Mr. Lowen served Arroyo High School in many capacities over his 34-year tenure. As an English teacher, he challenged his students in class to think critically and inspired them to engage in discourse. As an influential leader on our campus, Mr. Lowen served as WASC chair multiple times, helped to develop curriculum, and provided guidance to administration. Mr. Lowen was a strong supporter of his colleagues who served in many EMUEA leadership positions at both the site and district level. He leaves behind a strong legacy that will serve as an inspiration to others. Thank you, Mr. Lowen, for everything you have done for the Arroyo Knights. And next, moving on to Mr. Brad Pollock, a science teacher at Arroyo High School. Mr. Pollock has been in education for 37 years and 36 of those years at Arroyo High School. Other positions he has held is the science department chair, physical science content specialist, the school site council president, the varsity soccer coach, the assistant freshman baseball coach, WASP group, FOL group leader, chess club advisor, and science club advisor. The degrees he's held are as a bachelor's in education and biological sciences from the University of British Columbia, a teaching credential from Cal State Long Beach. His personal thoughts is he loves classical music, outdoor recreation, and coaching soccer. And his plans for retirement are to travel, cycle, and to do some painting. And from Mr. Flores, Mr. Pollock has been a valuable member of our science department and school. Over the course of his 37 years in education, he dedicated his time to our students and staff through his leadership roles in WASC and School Site Council, assisted teachers with the implementation of technology in the classroom, coaching, and most importantly, to ensuring that students appreciated science. Mr. Pollock is a well-respected teacher, both within his department and on campus. His years of experience at Arroyo High School have served to provide guidance to others and have helped to maintain the Arroyo High School tradition of excellence. Thank you, Mr. Pollock, for everything you've done for Arroyo High School. And now we'll move on to Fernando R. Ledesma High School, who has one retiree. Their retiree is a paraeducator for academic support, and she has been in the district for 39 years, and she has been a paraeducator for 39 years, serving at the community day school. And we do have Mr. Arteaga here tonight to say a few words about Miriam Ontiveros.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Torres. I wanted to say a few words about Ms. Ontiveros because she's the type of person that kind of, you go on campuses and she goes unnoticed. She's very quiet, but she has a tremendous impact on all the programs she's been in. And I had the pleasure of overseeing Ms. Ontiveros starting at Rosemead High School. She spent many, many years at Rosemead High School, our independent study program, day and night programs. Excuse me. Having Ms. Ontiveros on the team made a huge impact at Rosemead High School in our independent study programs. Ms. Ontiveros worked tirelessly in the crunch hours during the end of the semester, or when kids needed their work corrected, or the teachers needed support to get that work complete so they can move on and graduate. Ms. Ontiveros, her work ethic speaks for herself. She's very quiet, but she always managed to get things done in crunch time. As a person, Ms. Ontiveros is very kind. Students relied on her for advice or just somebody to lean on, and you can always count on Ms. Ontiveros to be there for them in any capacity to help those students that were facing some difficult times in those programs at Rosemead and lately at CDS and at Fernando Ledesma. My final thought on Ms. Ontiveros is not only is she a hardworking, ethical person, but she is just the type of person that I know the success of our programs like independent study will rely on technology, and technology will play a big part of our success in the future. But there's no technological invention or program that will replace a person like Ms. Ontiveros. The care that she gave our students and the support she gave our staff, there's no technology or type of data that can ever measure the type of work that she gave to our district and to our community and to our kids. So it was a pleasure having Miriam, and her quiet way of being made a tremendous impact on many students, and she completely supported us staff all the time. So thank you, Miriam, and I hope that kind of draws a good picture of the type of person Miriam was in our district for all those years.
Thank you, Mr. Arteaga. Moving on to Mountain View High School. Our first for Mountain View High School is a science teacher, Mr. James Busatel. Mr. Busatel has been in the district for 33 years and in education for 33 years, and a science teacher throughout. His degrees he has held is a master's degree in business administration from the Azusa Pacific University, a bachelor's in business administration from Cal State Long Beach. In speaking with Mr. Busatel just a couple days ago, and we didn't get this on here, he is really excited about traveling back and forth to Texas and California, visiting family and friends that are in Texas. And we do have Mr. Marquez here tonight to say a few words about Mr. Busatel.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. You know, what we do at Mountain View High School, anytime that one of our teachers retires, is we honor them with this little Viking little head. And this Viking is actually pretty cool because this is actually one that we started back when I was at Almani City. And so we have the name and the title. And then on the sides, we add descriptors of the teachers. And then on the back, we anchor it with, I don't know if you see it says Viking for life. So what the colleague, I give this list, I ask the teachers in each of the departments of our retirees to give me descriptors of what these teachers are about. We get those descriptors on this little Viking head and we put them on here and we give it to them. And so for Mr. Busatel, his colleagues indicated that Mr. Busatel was hilarious, fun. He was a storyteller. He was a hunter, a fisherman, outdoorsman. He had a love of biology and a comedian. He was a father of 2 sons. He had an unforgettable laugh. He was resilient, honest, confident, and a car guy. So all those adjectives were put onto a little Viking head for him like that. So that was for Mr. Busatel.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez. And now we'll move on to the next retiree from Mountain View High School, English teacher, Miss Arlita Roberts. Ms. Roberts has been in our district for 30 years and in education overall for the last 40 years. There aren't any other positions besides that English teacher that she has been at Mountain View High School. She holds a master's degree in educational administration, a master's degree in comparative literature, and a bachelor's degree in biology. Her personal thoughts are she stayed at Mountain View High School because of the supportive people there. The students are positive and kind. And her plans for retirement, to travel and to start a business in the food industry. That sounds like we need to find out where Miss Roberts is going to be. And now, Mr. Marquez, if you'd like to say.
Yeah, just, you know, Miss Roberts was also a great person at Mountain View. And all our retirees were just anchors at Mountain View High School, and they all dedicated a lot of years to our students. With Miss Roberts, her colleagues indicated that she was adorable, warm-hearted, sweet, spunky, kind, hardworking. She's well-read, pleasant, stylish. She's compassionate, dedicated, caring, and delightful. So those were her descriptors from her colleagues and our staff. And again, both, Mr. B and Ms. Roberts and even Ms. Wang, what we're going to talk about next, they were just delightful people.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez. Now moving on to the last retiree from Mountain View High School, math teacher, Mr. James Wang. Mr. Wang has been in the district and education for the last 22 years and has been a math teacher throughout that tenure. The degrees he has held is a master's degree in computer science from Texas A&I University, a bachelor's in civil engineering, also from Texas A&I University. And speaking with Mr. Wang a few months ago when he brought his retirement document in, he said he's excited to do whatever his wife tells him to do once he's retired because she is the boss of the house. So
there you go.
That's what he told me. And Mr. Marquez, your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, again, Mr. Wang was there for many years. Our math department has a lot of veteran teachers, and Mr. Wang was part of it. And his colleagues actually said, all these descriptors really describe these individuals really well. They really did an excellent job. And for Mr. Wang, he said he was patient. He was a puzzler. He was salubrious, generous, witty, smooth. Mr. Wang was smooth. He was a storyteller. He was a great free throw shooter, and he was a 60s music man. And that was Mr. Wang. So
thank you, Mr.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And now moving on to South Amani High School. Our first retiree for South Amani High School is our STC teacher, Janie Alcala. Has been in our district for 8 years and served education for 41 years. Has been in one of our CBI teachers throughout those 8 years. The degree she holds is a master's with special education from Cal State LA, a bachelor's in multiple subject credential from the University of Redlands. Her personal thoughts. She made a generous donation to both the district student scholarship fund and to the South Amani High School scholarship fund. Thank you, Ms. Alcala, for that. Our students will definitely use that. And her plans for retirement. She wants to set up a schedule, resume volunteering at food pantries, meals for homeless, throughout the local St. Vincent de Paul conference, set up an exercise routine, go to the local library, and read until she's tired of sitting. She hopes to help out the CBI garden at South Amani High School and to find some classes to take. Congratulations, Ms. Alcala. Dr. Morales is not able to be here this evening. He did send words for her. Ms. Alcala has provided caring and supporting education to our CBI students. Her patience and commitment to help our students to build their independent living skills is to be commended. Time after time, Ms. Alcala helped to celebrate her students' strengths and abilities. South Amani High School appreciates the many years of service. May you enjoy retirement with your family and friends. And thank you for all you've done for our CBI community, Ms. Alcala. Our next retiree from South Amani High School is a custodian, retired mid-year, Theodore Avaro, better known as Ted. Ted was in the district for 29 years. He served many different areas in our maintenance department. He was a custodian substitute, then a night custodian. He's been the gardener, campus utility custodian, and ending as a custodian too. Dr. Morales' words for Mr. Avaro. Ted provided first-class maintenance support for our school. While at South Amani, he helped maintain the facilities in top shape, always upkeeping and repairing the different buildings and grounds. South Amani High School appreciates the many years of service. We know Ted is enjoying his days with family and his frequent fishing trips to the Sierras. Thank you, Ted, for taking care of South Amani High School. And one more retiree from South Amani High School from the Nutrition Services Department is Miss Martha Martinez. Martha Martinez has been in our Nutrition Services Department for 30 years, serving our students and families. And I don't have any documentation for her besides that. I do apologize for that. And we do appreciate all of our nutrition service workers, especially over the last year and a half and all they have given for us. So thank you, Miss Martinez, for all that you have done for the students of El Monte Union High School District. And now moving on to the El Monte Rosemead Adult School. Our first retiree from the El Monte Rosemead Adult School is Mary Helen Estrada, is an adult education teacher and teaching in the ESL department. She has been in the district and in education for the last 19 years as an ESL teacher at El Monte Rosemead Adult School. She has a bachelor's degree from Cal State Dominguez Hills. Her personal thoughts: working all 19 years as an ESL teacher has been a huge blessing. From Ms. Dugan, who hired her, through Sarah Shapiro, Paul Diaz, Josie Mahal, Lupe Lozano, and all the great teachers and aides, she couldn't have asked for a more supportive and loving experience. The students are the best. Her plans for retirement: she's been blessed with a wonderful husband for over 51 years and a great family of 3 children and 4+ grandchildren. They are planning to continue traveling and serving the Lord wherever He calls them. Thank you, MROS. God bless you all. And working with Miss Mary Helen Estrada just for a couple years at El Monte Rosemead Adult School, she always had a smile on her face and was always ready to help and support everybody. So thank you, Ms. Estrada, for all of your support for El Monte Rosemead High School students, El Monte Rosemead Adult School students. Next, from the El Monte Rosemead Adult School, we have also one of our ESL teachers, Mr. Edmund Lai. Mr. Lai has been in education and in the district for the last 17 years as an ESL teacher. He has a bachelor's degree in engineering technology from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Fun facts about Mr. Lai is he has worked in many positions, including an electric engineer, a steam plant control specialist, a math teacher, and an ESL teacher. His plans for retirement are travel, exercise, and to enjoy life. And if you ever had the great opportunity of walking into Mr. Lai's class, he's always had a high energy and always bringing out the best for his students in the ESL program. So thank you, Mr. Lai, for all you've done for the El Monte Rosemead adult school students. Next, we have Miss Mary Villalobos, who is an adult ed assistant at the El Monte Rosemead Adult School. She has been in the district and in that position for the last 20 years. And the degree she holds is a bachelor's degree in biblical studies from the Bible Institute. And her plans for retirement, she really wasn't planning on retiring yet, but due to COVID, she is supporting her family and loving every minute of it now that she's made that decision. She's helping her grandchildren. She's learning distance learning. She's hoping that when COVID is over, that she can begin traveling. So she is taking care of her family, and we all know that family comes first. And same with Miss Villalobos. She was always in and out of the hallways of El Monte Rosemead Adult School and supporting and asking anybody, how can I help you? So thank you, Miss Villalobos, for the time and commitment you've put in to the district. Next, we're going to move on to our district staff. We do have some of them retiring also. Our first district staff member that will be retiring in the end of August is Miss Rosanna Alvidres, who is our coordinator of English learner programs. She's been in the district and in education for the last 37 years, starting out as a science teacher at Mountain View High School. The degree she holds is a master's in educational administration from Cal State LA and a bachelor's degree in biology from UCLA. Her plans, she has a lot of plans for retirement. She's already made that list. And she plans to enjoy plenty of leisurely days, but also has a long to-do list that's been waiting for her. And a few of her activities include gardening, checking off her DIY projects, and Home Depot is going to be her #1 stop. Crafting, she's going to make those stops to Michael's and Hobby Lobby to work on crocheting, knitting, cross-stitch, embroidery, sewing, and various other projects. Writing her family history and putting together a family recipe book. Her extended family has a very eclectic cuisine, including Mexican, Argentinian, Ukrainian, Chinese, Swiss, French, and Italian. She's going to continue with her French language lessons because that's really, really helpful when she's taking her trips to France and Switzerland. And she's going to do a lot of reading and enjoyment that she's neglected for far too long, and traveling by land, air, and sea to near and far away places. Let the adventures begin, Miss Alvidres. Are there any district administration that would like to say any words about Ms. Alvedras while we're here?
Well, I would. The one thing is, and I know probably will say a few things, but we're going to truly miss her. I actually tried to talk her out of it, but that didn't happen. She's actually not retired until the end of August because she wants to be here throughout the summer to help us to develop, our programs for the fall, which is really to say a lot about her character. She has a lot of character. She's a partner with Edith and Ms. Echeverria and different things that she does. She's always here. She's always volunteering at when we have parent, functions, when we have anything going on, she steps right in to help out. We're really going to miss her, and just her character. She's a first-class person all around. And I'm truly blessed to call her a friend. And that's the highest regard I can have forever for a person. But she's first class, and actually I went to school with her brother who passed away, Danny. It's just a great family, and it shows by who she is as a person.
Thank you, Mr. Cecil. And now moving on to the next retiree from the district office is Raul Aguirre, who retired a couple months ago as our custodian, our night custodian too. He's been in education and at the district for 13 years. Other positions he's held as a substitute custodian and the custodian 1 position. And his plans for retirement, he told us all his whole last 3 months, everything he was going to do. Even showed us pictures, told us to get online so he could show us every single travel location he was going to hit in the next year. And he actually had those trips booked already. His wife will keep him very busy with projects at home, and his love of that garden and bringing in extra plants for the district staff is one of his special things that he always did also. And he couldn't forget about going to those casinos. Dr. Zuniga, would you like to say a word about Raul?
Yeah, I'm just very grateful to have been working here with Raul for the last couple of years, and he's also a class act gentleman as we went over the last couple of years, and just showing me really what the district office building is about, and he knows all the nicks and cracks and everything because he's been here and he understands what the importance is at the district office when people come in, the quality of a facility. So he's worked hard. He made recommendations how we can best serve the community when they walk in. Very safety oriented as well, and really just another set of eyes for us as he just took care of the district office for the last couple of years. And I just want to thank him for taking care of us here at the DO for many years, and for doing the runs to the board members and dropping out packets and just doing that. And he happily did it with out of just pride, and always was respectful and just a gentleman. So thank you, Raul, wherever you are. I hope that you enjoy your traveling adventures, and really health projects. It's all we talked about is health projects and guard, just excitement that he has. And you forgot to mention his casinos, because I know he has he has his other hobby, the casinos, where you want to stay away from sometimes because you can get stuck there all night sometimes. So but I wish him well. Hopefully he does enjoy the casinos, and just more power to him as he retires. So we miss him already, and hopefully he just enjoys his life. Thank you, Ms. Harsh.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Next, we have Louise Luna, who's an office clerk 1 in the special education department. Louise Luna worked out of the district office, but she also supported 3 different schools on various days, working at with the special education departments. She was in education and in our district for the last 18 years. Different positions that she'd held in our district were a clerical substitute, an office clerk 1 in the business office, the music department, and in the principal's office. And her plans for retirement, she retired several months ago at the beginning of the school year. She's already moved on to Show Low, Arizona. She plans to travel, enjoy her family, and craft till her heart's content. And anybody that had the privilege of working with Miss Luna, every single holiday she had something handmade given to everybody that she worked with. So you would always get something for every holiday, and it was beautiful and it was perfect. So we all miss that all year long. I'm sure that she is crafting till her heart's content right now in Show Low. And I'm glad it's a little bit cooler than it is here right now. Next, moving on to our last retiree as of today, And that's Debbie Reynoso. Debbie Reynoso is also the same position that Miss Luna held. She's an office clerk 1, and she worked in the special education department also. She's been in education and worked for the last 24 years in education. And speaking to the different school sites, they said that Miss Reynoso is always that quiet one that gets her job done, gets her work done, and they're really, really going to miss that they never had to monitor and supervise anything that she was doing because it was always done to perfection. So thank you, Miss Reynoso, for everything and the contributions you've made to the Monte Union High School District. And that concludes our 21 retirees for the El Monte Union High School District for the school year of 2020 to 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres, for recognizing all of our retirees for the 2020-2021 school year. I'll open it up to my colleagues to provide remarks if they'd like. I'll start with Mrs. Torres de Segrist.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ms. Torres, Robin Torres, you did a wonderful job giving to us the explanation of these wonderful people that they were with us. I was observing that most of them, they had some more than 20 years and more than 10 years, some more than 30 years. What is that the meaning for me? The meaning that I got is that our El Monte Union High School District has something good that it really makes appreciate the people who are with us. And at the same time, I think that with that, they are giving their best time, their best years of their life to our El Monte Union High School District, to our students, to the whole city, the whole environment, the whole places where we are. I really appreciate this wonderful job that you did. And I wish the best for each one of them. Some of them, I knew them very well, especially the ones from Arroyo, because they were my kids too, my kids' teachers. And Rosana Alvidres, that is a wonderful lady that I'm going to miss her a lot too. She's an angel. And thank you to all of them who gave their time and their love to our El Monte Union High School District. And thank you, Mrs. Torres, for giving us this presentation. I really enjoy it a lot. Thank you. Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Mr. Padilla?
Yes, thank you to all of our teachers and all of our classified employees and classroom assistants, and to the clerks at the district and our coordinator. Just thank you so much for making the world a better place and for always supporting our number one client, which is our students, and for thank your families for loaning you to our school district for so many years so that you could provide all of your services and support our students so that they could fulfill theirs. So many years, so many years of experience, so many degrees in so many different subject areas, just incredible. I would like to personally thank a couple of people. To Ms. Turner, thank you for being my high school biology teacher during my years at Rosemead High School. I know that you helped shape to be the person that I am today during those years that I was there. So thank you for having touched my life, and 49 years of teaching service to our community. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you so much, Ms. Turner. Also to Ms. Ontiveros, during my years when I was there at Rosemead, thank you for all the after-school tutoring that I would get back when Miss Angelita, was there at Rosemead High School as well. I don't forget that. So thank you for your 39 years of service. Wow. And thank you to Mr. Arteaga and to Mr. Marquez for being available. I know that not everybody can be available, but thank you to you two gentlemen for coming and acknowledging such wonderful staff and teachers and talking about their public education. We need to acknowledge these great educators. And to Ms. Rosana Alvidres, just a classy coordinator, classy woman, so professional, so polite, so respectful, so patient, the most well-documented DLAC, District English Language Advisory Committee meetings I have ever seen in a school district. She is the best. I have to tell her that. And even when I would go there and talk to her about some things that I would like to see done differently, she took it in stride. She took the feedback and was always trying to make it better. If you never had a chance to attend one of those DLAC meetings, it's number one, second to none in the San Gabriel Valley or in the state of California. I'll go ahead and say that. We will miss you because you are the eyes and the ears and the advocate for our English language learners. And you know that is a subject that is close and dear to my heart. So you will be missed, Ms. Rosana Alvidrez. And lastly, to Raul. Raul, thank you for all the times you brought my Friday packet and the things that sometimes the district would forget. There you were delivering it. And thank you for always providing our dinner for those late night meetings that we would always have. Thank you, my dear friend. And I hope that you enjoy all of your projects and enjoy the casinos. You deserve it. Thank you so much to all of these retirees in the El Monte Union High School District. I wish you nothing but the best in the next chapter in your lives. Thank you. We are indebted to you and to your service to our district, but most importantly, to our children and to our students and our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Diaz?
Sure. Thank you, Board President Briones, and thank you, Mrs. Robin Torres, for your presentation and the principals that were able to say some additional remarks about all the retirees today. I wrote down all their names here. To the retirees, and jotted down the number of years of service, 544 years of service. As Mr. Padilla said, thank you for your service, but also thank your families for allowing us so much time. And so to all the retirees, I just want to say that you all embody what it means to be a public servant, and I wish you nothing but success and endless days with your friends and family. Congratulations, and thank you again for all your service.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Mr. Salcedo?
Thank you, Mr. Briones. It's so unfortunate that we can't be in person, right, to be able to see them face to face and thank them for their countless years of expertise and dedication to our community, right? Like Coach Corona said, it's not just a school; it's the community. The expertise that they share not only with their colleagues but with our students. 500 plus years, David said. That's impressive. But I did enjoy the presentation, so thank you, Robin, and thank you to the principals that were able to share a little bit about them. I'm glad to see that top of the list was, doing things that they enjoy, right? And very well deserved, and I wish them nothing but the best, health and just a long life and with family. And thank you so much for everything you've done for all those years and just the countless years that you've spent with our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. For me, I do want to speak to, one, I want to start by congratulating all of our retirees. As Mr. Salcedo just said, it's unfortunate that we're not able to be there in person because it's always one of the greatest joys of the year to celebrate our retirees and to be there with them. Because not only are they employees, but many of them are members of our community. They live right here in El Monte. Many of them are graduates of our school district, and like me, came back to the school district as classified employees. So I hope that in the future, perhaps they can join us at a board meeting, so that we can celebrate them in person. But for now, I do want to acknowledge their years of dedicated service to our community. But I do want to speak to a couple individuals that I had the privilege of working with when I was a classified employee with the district. Both Martha and Ted at South El Monte High School, being members of the facilities crew there, worked very closely with them. And Ted was an individual that stood out on that campus. He's a big, imposing guy and impossible to miss. But he was also a very funny person and a very caring individual and just a very hard worker. And Martha did such a great job there as well. And it was always great interacting with them and seeing them around campus. And I know they're truly going to be missed because like many of our retirees, they've got decades of service here in El Monte Union High School District. And they are institutions unto themselves. For our certificated staff, I had the opportunity to work with a few of them. And even those that I didn't get to work with, I did get to know them years later, starting with Madame Carr at Arroyo High School. I met her a few years ago when she presented at a board meeting, of all places. And she was just such a kind individual, and I got to know her, and she was the club advisor to the GSA club there at Arroyo. I had the opportunity to drop into some of her classes during back to school night and open house, and just to see her interact with the parents and the amount of energy that she brought to her classroom was just always inspiring. Mr. Busatil at Mountain View, I had the pleasure of being one of his students my freshman year. And so it's nice to see that he's going to be able to enjoy his retirement, and be able to go out into the world and share stories with other individuals, much like he did with us. Arlita Roberts, I had the opportunity of working with her. I was never one of her students, but I did work with her when I was an employee with the district, and I've stayed in contact with her. And she's one of those individuals where the words used to describe her are genuinely fitting because she cares so much about her kids. And that's really what they are. They are her kids. And she just put so much passion into what she did. And yes, she was very fashionable. And I always noticed that about her. And she was just such an interesting character in the manner in which she taught and how she interacted with her students to keep them engaged. And I know nothing made her happier than to hear from her former students when they had gone off into the world. And one in particular was a student who was accepted to Yale, who stayed in contact with her and would send her letters regularly. So she was always excited to share those stories with us. Jane Alcala at South El Monte, when I was there at South as a tech, I got to know a lot of the CBI and the special ed teachers there because they always deserved a lot of extra support considering the student population that they served. And Jane was one of those teachers, and you always saw how much care she put into her work and the support that she gave to the students, because not only because they truly needed it, but because they deserved it. And that's, when you're a special ed teacher, it's a special breed of individual who goes into that profession, into that field. And Jane most definitely was one of those individuals. And lastly, Rosana Alvidrez, what's to be said that hasn't already been said? I know that's something we keep saying today, but I first met her in 2001, January 4th, 2001, which was my first date of employment with the school district when I was hired and began working. And at the time, she was a director, or the director of compensatory education, then Comp Ed at Mountain View High School. And I walked into her office. I had a ticket that had been opened, and I introduced myself. And the first thing she says to me, she says, "Oh, you're Florencio." And I looked at her, and I was about to respond, and she said, "I've heard so much about you." And all I could blurt out was, "Well, I hope it's all good." And she laughed, and she said, "I've heard nothing but great stories about you from my staff." And at the time, her staff were Laura Lopez, who is still with our district, and Adriana Garza, who retired a few years ago, both of whom were clerks in the Comp Ed office there at Mountain View. I knew Adriana because her son Omar and I went to school together. Both graduated from Mountain View. And Laura and I worked together at Mountain View when she taught classes in the evening for parents. And so they had shared stories with her, and when I had interviewed and had been board approved, they talked to her about me apparently. And so Rosana, was quick to welcome me back to Mountain View. She knew I was an alum, and she was just the sweetest, most caring, and just warm individual. And I was always happy to run into her. And after I left the district and continued to be involved in the community, I saw her move up, from her position in Mountain View to the district office. And you saw, again, just like all of our retirees, you saw the amount of care that went into her work. And you saw the dedication of service to our students and to our community and to our parents. And, those 500 years of service that are now, going off into the ether, it brings me a great sense of pride and joy, but also a great sense of sadness, because there's so many folks that have dedicated so much time who now get to enjoy that the rest of their golden years on their own and with their families. But they're no longer going to be with us as employees. And so I really want to say thank you to all of them, all of our retirees. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to their families for allowing us to enjoy in their company for those years, because the time they spent with us is time that they didn't get to spend with their families. But it genuinely made a very heartfelt a heartfelt difference in our district. And their absences are truly going to be noticed. So on behalf of myself, my colleagues on the Board of Trustees here at El Monte Union, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for your years of dedicated service to our students and our families. And really, I want to wish you the best and that you get to enjoy every last minute of your golden years. So thank you and congratulations. It's very well deserved. And with that, we'll move on to our final presentation tonight. Item number 5, presentation on the local control and accountability plan and proposed budget for 2021 and 2022. Dr. Zuniga?
Thank you, President Briones. This is our final presentation in this section here, and it's a very important one, as you all know. There's a combination of discussions here this evening. This includes the LCAP. As you know, that we're returning back to the 3-year format, so we anticipate within the 3 years and look at what El Monte Union High School District would incorporate these plans, but not only for the 21-22 school year, but looking ahead as well. So it's a challenging document that we have been working on this year, as we anticipate that we were going to come back to the 3-year format. Last year was the 1 year, if you recall. And though it was still challenging under the pandemic, I think this continues to be the work that we do every day in not only in the summer, but in the fall into the next school year as well. And on the other side of the house is the business office, who is also providing us with the budget for the 21-22 school year, our adopted budget. That is also a significant point in where we're at. We have heard from the legislators. We have heard from the governor. We're hoping that within the next couple of days that we hear something that is firm, that is conclusive regarding the state's budget, because there's a lot of several implications that we have over the next, not only next year, but the following years as well. I'd like to introduce a couple of folks this evening that are spearheading this, and also their teams as well. The educational services side is Mr. Larry Ciso, our assistant superintendent, and also for the business office, our chief business official, Mr. Alatar. And these gentlemen will also probably introduce some other folks that not only have worked behind the scene, but technically they do this every day in taking care of our budget, adhering to our procedures and policies, and really what we have to do to ensure that we're providing the best services for our students. So Mr. Ciso and Mr. Alatar, you guys can take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga and Mr. Briones, board president. First of all, I want to really let you guys know that how much time, effort that Ms. Sechavarria and Rosanna have really put into this plan. They have nonstop for it seems like the last 2 months, meeting with groups, organizing everything, putting everything together. Ms. Sechavarria, even at her on her own time, I get emails in the evenings, on weekends. Put a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort to really do this correctly, and the input we've got has been tremendous from the different stakeholders. So Ms. Sechavarria is going to start off talking a little about the process in this presentation that we're given tonight. Go ahead, Ms. Sechavarria.
Good evening. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and present to you a summary of what took place to come about with our 3-year plan. So the template itself was board approved or changed last year, but it wasn't implemented because of the pandemic. We're going back to that template, and within the template, we have to continue to address the 8 state priorities that are listed. So that hasn't changed. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Mr. Steelman. So within the 8 state priorities, we need to identify our goals. So how is the district going to address the 8 state priorities when it comes to addressing the needs of our students and our staff? The goals themselves, the content is still addressing the 8 priorities. The way that we have decided to rewrite the goals is more consistent with the language that we want to see. So as a district, we will offer instruction to students by appropriately assigned fully credentialed teachers in clean and well-maintained schools. That's addressing basic services, which is priority 1. Goal number 2, we're going to provide students with skills and courses that will allow them to graduate from high school, college, and career ready. So we're certifying that we're providing them with a broad course of study. We're providing students with high quality instruction that supports their academic achievement, that's pupil achievement. We're providing varied opportunities to support, promote, and maintain a high level of parent and family engagement. So that obviously supports parent and family engagement. And we're going to maintain safe learning environments that actively engage students and promote social and emotional health. And that's key, that's important. So we obviously had to change one of our goals to ensure that that language was included, and that is to address student engagement, pupil engagement. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Mr. Tillman. So what process did we use? Our process is not something that we just start overnight, it's continuous. We have LCAP committee, of which we present at least 5 meetings a year. We present different data. We are continuously looking at funding. How does that impact the plan itself? Is it more reliant on supplemental and concentration funds, or are we getting different funding this year? We have a lot of stakeholder input. This year we were able to actually send out 3 different surveys throughout the year, but we also have input from different committees, including LCAP and GLAC and PAC. And Mr. Cecil will go into details on that information. And we also look at current and prior year expenditures. So what did we say we were going to do in the past? What did we do? And compare it to the data that we're observing. So go ahead, Mr. Cecil, and he's going to go into detail with the different steps in the process.
Okay, when we look at our different committees that we've had throughout the year, these are some of the data that we look at. Have you ever been in one of our Super PAC meetings? We're always presenting data and getting input from them. The DLAC, same thing. We're always presenting data, what's going on in our district when it comes to A through G, AP, student participation rates, grades, and so on, parent involvement. I'd just like to say one thing is, like, I am so excited over the years about just the one thing here that really sticks out. I'm proud of everything we do, but the parent and family engagement over the years has been tremendous, and it grows every year. And you'll see it by the different parent recognitions that we do, parent meetings, parent academies that we've grown throughout the years. I'm really proud of our district that we continue to grow that, not just satisfied where we are with that. So that's kind of an exciting thing. But this is the data that we look at with our different, our stakeholders throughout the year, especially in the LCAP committee. Go to the next slide, please. A couple of things that we've had additional one-time funding to support students throughout the year, throughout this COVID-19. We're looking at north of approximately $54 million in the end when we look at our ESSER funds, GEAR funds, ELO funds, and to be able to really, and I know that Mr. Elatar has done an amazing job and his team on, getting those fundings for us, making sure our safety and support is there along with the purchasing. This has been a really, I look back now of everything that we've accomplished since March 13th. It's been tremendous. And I got to give a lot of kudos to the business department and what they've been able to do and be able to get those air purifiers in the classrooms, the filtration systems, all the safety support that we've been able to provide. It's been a tremendous undertaking for the last year and a half. Go and go to the next slide. Stakeholder input. So like Ms. Echeverria said, we had a tremendous amount of stakeholder input. We've had our LCAP committees, which is, you'll see the stakeholders, teachers, union reps, student parents, administrators, and it's really kind of, we still had the commitment from these stakeholders throughout the COVID-19 pandemic that they still were at our meetings virtually and still giving their input and still taking the time and effort to be part of that process. As Ms. Echeverria also said, is we've had several different surveys throughout the year, the COVID-19 input in January, the Youth Truth March, the LCAP COVID-19. I know that we've also had surveys put out through the People Services, as you'll see that it's actually one of our board items today. But we've also had District English Learners Advisory, the DLAC, Super PAC, as I mentioned before, site principals. Ms. Echeverria and I met with the union presidents, and they're very positive of our LCAP plan that we're putting together. And also, Ms. Hillary Wolf has met with teachers for input for instruction, and also students throughout the year. You know, she started the process of having student forums, teacher forums, when it came to instruction and what they'd like to see more of, and be able to come back and share that with our district's instructional teams. And that came from the students. So that was a really positive thing that we've gotten out of this. And a lot of this you'll see in the board items, you know, that are in our items today. Our staff wants to continue with a lot of the software that we've gotten and the different support they've gotten through distance learning, that they want to continue using that in their classroom. So there's a lot of exciting things going on as we prepare to come back in the fall. Go ahead and go to the next one. Okay, as a result of the data analysis, what we've looked at, input review, a couple areas that we're expanding. We're actually increasing support of mental health, and we've talked about this, be social emotional well-being, consultants and continuation of sessions. One of the things that we've done and we really found out is huge success is our renewal week. And I know Ms. Echeverria, when she came and she said, hey, we wanted this renew week, that was highly successful. One of the things we got out of it, kids wanted to continue it. So that's why we went with a Mindful May, to do some of the high impact offerings that we did in the renewal week with a couple additional added. And we're actually continuing that during the summer as our expanded learning and support opportunities. The sessions we had during that time, we're going to be offering it to our students in the summertime. So you'll see the next one is something that the school's been asking for several years, and we're actually supporting this coming year with athletic trainers for our athletes and our students. It even includes the cheerleaders, that we want to make sure that they get the proper support when it comes to physical training, and, you know, people in there to support them and their needs. And we're also going to add, you know, access with the increase of access to credit recovery, course online. And actually, you'll see another item in there today in the agenda. We're building our online opportunities for our students. So when we come back through independent study, students can get their high school diploma if that's the way they want to go, and they choose to go that way. Just give you a short update. We're monitoring our survey that went out to families. Right now, we have 92% of our families that have responded to the survey as of this afternoon, that want their students to come back. 8% of the families want more information about our alternative programs that we have for our students. And we really think that number is going to change as time goes by, but it's a real good indication that, you know, our families want our kids back in the schools where they get the support. But we still understand we're sensitive to the ones that want more information on how we can support their students with their needs. Go ahead and go to the next one. Okay, El Monte High School District. So we're includes goals and action. The plan for the 21-24 includes goals and actions that support the 8 state priorities, as Ms. Echeverria stated earlier. Is a comprehensive plan which includes some actions and services that support all students. You'll notice in our LCAP plan, when you see it, it's not just supplemental concentrations, all our budgets that we include. It includes action services funded through supplemental concentration funds, which are principally directed towards effective meeting the goals for our English learners, foster youth, low-income students. Go ahead and go to the next one. What's next is the option plan on June 23rd. That's next week, and submit the plan to LACO by June 24, 2021. Go to the next slide. Again, I can't say enough about Ms. Echeverria and her team and how she's led that leadership and putting this whole plan together. The input she's gotten, the feedback we've gotten has been very positive, the LCAP plan, especially when we met with the union presidents. They're very positive and very supportive of the plans we put together over the years. Mr. Olatar, would you like to add anything to the presentation, to the discussion? No? All right. So any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Cecil. Thank you, Ms. Feedback. Thank you, Mr. Cecil. Thank you, Ms. Echeverria, for your work on the LCAP. Any questions from the board? Mrs. Torres de Segrist?
Well, I'm really very happy the way that you have been working with the LCAP. Even in the terrible moments that we had last year, you still keep it up with the good work and especially pay attention to our students. I hope that this new plan that you are having now is the plan that you have to 21 to 24 has a great success. And I keep on coming to my DLAC meetings and try to learn each time more and more. This is great, really doing a very good job since the moment that we start with the LCAP. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I congratulate Mr. Ciso and of course Edith Echeverria, that she's doing all the time very good job. She several times explaining to me how she was working, and she keeps it up with the good work. Keep it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Mr. Padilla, any questions or comments?
You're on mute.
Mr. Padilla, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I apologize. Just thank you for your work and your leadership, Mr. Larry Cecil. Thank you to Ms. Echeverria. I know that you guys had to work on this LCAP and then the other LCAP. Thank you for being so detailed as to all the supports that we're going to have in place for our students. Thank you for supporting attendance, because as a child welfare person, that's where I spent close to 30 years. We can have the best programs, the best technology, the best of the best. But if the kids don't come to school, it all doesn't matter. So thank you for always addressing attendance and making sure that our students are coming. And I have a feeling that when we're back in person, the parents are going to say, get out of here. You're going to school. We're going to have to raise our attendance initiative to like 99% or higher, rather than the 98 that we've had as our goal. And thank you for getting the feedback of our students. It's loud and clear and in your face. I've never seen such a high response from our number one client, which is our students, 6,393. I wish the parent response would be a little bit higher than what we have. We do have about 8,000 students, so I would have liked that to have been a bit higher. But I know that it's not for a lack of trying. I know you guys try different mediums and different ways to get responses from the parents, and it is what it is. And I know that if Ms. Alvidrez was involved with this, I know that our English language learners will be taken care of in this new LCAP that we will have for the next 3 years. So thank you all for your wonderful work. And just think, Ms. Alvidrez, you don't have to worry about the LCAP. You'll be out in some beach enjoying all that. LCAP, put that out of your mind. So thank you to all you three. Most appreciative.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Diaz, any questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you, President Briones. Thank you, Mr. Larry Cecil, Mrs. Echeverria, for your presentation and all the work that was done. I think maybe this is a question for Mr. Altar, maybe a combination of folks. Can you tell me a little bit more about how the governor's May revision will impact, if at all, the LCAP. And in particular, I think that the unfunded mandates such as special education, can you speak a little bit more to that?
Sure. Actually, I do have some of my slides in my presentation covering that, but I'll summarize here is that indicating that the governor proposed an increase in the concentration dollars from 50% to 65%. So for a school district like us, where we have a very high unduplicated count, we will be receiving an additional dollars. I believe it's something close to $1.5 million. Correct me if I'm wrong, Edith, for next year because of that change. Could be I could be off with the numbers, but we're receiving more dollars in LCAP due to the fact that the governor is proposing to increase the concentration dollars from 50% to 65%. With special education, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Edith, if you have any feedback.
I was just going to address it in more of a broad vision. So as a district, we had to look at the big picture to ensure that if they were targeted funds, that we would include them in the LCAP and fund them through supplemental and concentration. But also keep in mind, we have the ELO plan that we just wrote and got adopted last month. So funds that were targeted for those activities would be funded out of that. So really looking at the big picture and ensuring we're using the restricted dollars for that purpose first, and supplemental and concentration dollars next, and then the general fund at the end. Because if we're going to increase services, let's use the appropriate funding for that. So it really gave us more flexibility in looking at the big picture.
Thank you, Edith. With your question, Mr. Diaz, about special education, this gets a little bit tricky. There is not much of additional fund for special education in the governor proposal. Right. There's increase in the COLA and some additional programs, but he really did not address the deficit in the spending that the school district faced with the special education. I'll go through that in my presentation.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the explanation. I think Ms. Chavidi answered my question, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Mr. Salcedo?
Thank you. Just in general, I wanted to thank Mr. Cecil and Edith and Rosanna for doing such a wonderful job. Really taking the time to take all the input, over 7,000, surveys, 6,400 kids and over 1,000 parents, really taking all that into account to formulate this plan. So thank you for your time. Thank you for all of the effort behind all this. We know it's a monumental task. And so just I appreciate all the hard work and really taking everybody's voice into account. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. And I actually don't have any questions, but thank you to staff for providing this presentation tonight. Look forward to going through the public hearing and then next week adopting the budget. So thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to move forward and cover the budget. So we have a few folks here again. Welcome back, Mr. Alatar, and also I'll allow him to introduce his staff.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. If we can put the presentation slides.
Give me just 10 seconds.
Before we go ahead, I wanted to actually acknowledge the effort that Mr. David Norton put in this presentation and putting the budget together. It's a monumental task, especially this year with the very uncertain situation that we've been facing. It's been like a roller coaster when it comes to budgeting and figuring out what the future will be. So I want to thank Mr. Norton for the effort that he put. And he and I will be presenting the presentation. Can you go to the next slide, please? So just quick background here. In 1990s, early 1990s, AB 1200 was enacted in response to some of the challenges that some school districts had. And now we are required to adopt a budget and estimated actuals in June. We have to provide to the board updated budgets 3 times at least. The first interim in December, the second interim in March, as well as an unaudited actual in September. Next slide, please. This is basically the cycle of the budget. It's ongoing activities. That's why Mr. Norton is really involved, and there is no break from one phase to another. Next slide, please. I'm pleased to share with you that we are reporting a positive certification that shows that we remain financially solvent in the current and the subsequent 2 fiscal years. Next slide. So you did hear from Mr. Cecil about and Edith about the funding that we are anticipating to get. So there is plenty of federal funding related to COVID-19. It's one-time funding with various levels of restrictions, reporting, and audit requirements. And you can see those numbers in there, as well as how much we expect allocation for the school district. Some of these funds have been spent already, like the learning loss mitigation, and some that we have not received at this point in time, like SR3. And you can see also the different deadlines that we have to spend those dollars. So really, it's an effort that we will have to come up with to figure out how much we'll be spending every year, and in order to sustain some of the programs that we started. Next slide, please. So going into the budget and kind of like figuring out why it's still a concern that the state budget is very volatile from one year to another. If you can see the personal income tax, it used to be at only 28% of the total revenues for the state. And in 2021, 22, now it went all the way up. I'm sorry, it's missing the numbers there, but it went all the way up to over 68%. So these numbers are substantial reflection also of how volatile the revenues for the state that can be changing from one year to another, because it does rely on the wealthy personal income tax. Next slide. So last year was a doom year when it comes to the budget, but despite of the pandemic, the tax collection actually were way up. You can see the big 3. That's basically the personal income tax and the other sales tax, as well as corporate tax. They have gone extensively higher from one year to another, 20% in 2019-20 and 27% 2019. And then obviously the higher income earners are doing very well due to the technology sector being very successful during the pandemic. We're still facing the challenges of some sectors are still challenged. Some individuals and families are still hurting, and therefore the multi-year revenue forecast is highly uncertain. Next slide. So if you go to the governor budget, the key components of that included in his May revise, and by the way, as Dr. Zuniga indicated, that even though the legislators passed a budget on June 15, but this is just a filler. It just gives them enough time to negotiate with the governor and finalize the budget. So we definitely rely on the governor may revise on our budget. So you can see $3.2 billion allocated for the Super Cola, and we'll talk about that. $1.1 billion concentration grant, the increase from 50% to 65%, as we indicated before, and another $1 billion for K-6 students in need, increasing expanded the learning time program. One-time funds, the governor proposed paying down the deferrals, $8.4 billion, more allocation to the community schools from $265 million in January to $3 billion, and $2.8 billion for education workforce proposals, $2 billion health and safety for school reopening. Next slide, please. So the COLA breakdown, the difference from January to May revised is that now it's called Super COLA. It does include 2.31% COLA from previous year, from this year, 2021. As you recall, this COLA did not materialize this year, adding 1.7% COLA for next year, plus 1% COLA that the governor proposed to add for a compounded COLA of 5.07 for next year. For multi-year budget projections, the Department of Finance estimated that the COLA for the following 2 years will be 2.48% and 3.11% the following 2 years. However, the proposal from the governor did not reflect COLA, Super COLA for every program we have. For example, the special education is anticipated to get 4.05% COLA under the governor proposal. Also, other categorical funds are proposed to receive only 1.7%, which is the next year COLA. Next slide, please. So what's not included, and this is obviously the disappointing situation, but we do hear that the legislators are negotiating these items with the governor. The governor did not propose complete payoff of the deferrals. There will still be $2.6 billion of deferrals from June 2022 to July 2022. I know it's only 1 month, but it's really basically push these allocations from one fiscal year to another. So just keep that in mind. Unlike previous years, he did not propose any relief in CalSTRS and CalPERS employer contribution. I do know that the legislators are budget that June 15, they did allocate some dollars, so hopefully there will be some relief in that. Also, and this came unexpected, the unemployment insurance rate was increased from 0.05% to 1.23% of the gross salary. And as you recall, our salaries very high. It's about close to 60% of our expenditures. So therefore, when you increase it from 0.05% to 1.23%, it has a major increase, almost 1% increase, or taken away from our revenue. Supplemental payment to Proposition 98 May revision proposed eliminating these statutory obligations. So hopefully there will be some changes in that regard. Next slide, please. So it's a kind of a roller coaster ride when it comes to budget. So this is kind of a unique year. We have an election year, governor recall, as well as unbelievable amount available resources for the governor to have once in a lifetime opportunity to propose major programs that he would like to have. So it's really many positive for schools, but still the fundamentals are not addressed in his budget. There is no retiring deferrals. There is no relief to the base funding. There are cost pressures, including the unemployment rate increase. So basically, also the legislators are looking into having other priorities as well. So those are the sticking points that the governor and the legislators are negotiating right now. Next slide. So it's really a comeback for the governor from last year, anticipated to be $100 billion in recovery programs and services, unheard for in numbers. Some of these programs are obviously outside of the education world. So it's obviously a welcome change for school districts as from comparing to last year, which anticipated $54 billion in the shortfall. Still, there is concern by many economists about the inflation rates and the federal role in addressing inflation. And there is also concern about the fundamentals of the state revenues sources, as more than 50% of California personal income tax, basically the personal income tax generate 50% or more of the total revenue for the school district, and that's very volatile. Next slide. That's basically, you can see the chart on the right-hand side. The red color is the personal income portion of the total revenue. So we're really happy with the allocation of dollars for education. However, it's a very aggressive budget with billions of dollars for ongoing obligations, and we are really approaching a challenging situation, as I mentioned before. Next slide. So this actually shows the difference in the revenue for the state. The purple color in the bottom there, that is last year or this year budget 2020. And you can see how it was forecasted, the revenue, comparing to the blue and the green, which reflect the mayor revision. The green reflect also the legislative office. And the challenge at this point in time between the legislators and the governor is that the mayor revision is still considered to be conservative comparing to the legislative analyst report. And as you can see, there is a variance between what's anticipated to be the revenue from the mayor revision versus legislators who are interested in adding their own special programs. Next slide. This is just a summary of the state budget. We really don't need to go into details for it. The one thing that I would like to point out is that the governor is proposing to reestablish the rainy day fund and reaching the rainy day fund to $16 billion, or about 9.06% of the revenues. Next slide. So this shows how the school districts with different unduplicated count, how the dollars would look like. I'm not really sure why the numbers are not showing in the slide. It probably is because of this is the PDF format versus the PowerPoint. But basically, the school district with almost 90% unduplicated count will be the dollars that we will be receiving will be reflected in the tallest column in there, comparing to the statewide numbers. Next slide. These are the LCFF funding factors. And as you can see, there are increases in 21, 22. The adjusted base grant is actually going up to over $10,000. Next slide. So this is what I believe Larry and Edith were talking about. So basically, one of the things that is important to look into about the LCAP is that proportionality is really about services, not just expenditures. So the focus on services rather than spending. What does it mean is that we really need to think about the services instead of the dollars. It also means that whether a service is new or pre-existing doesn't really matter. Whether a service provides an increased or improved level of support for unduplicated pupil beyond what is provided to all students does matter. So that's really what's most important about spending the dollars in the LCAP. Next slide. This is actually showing the extensive increase in Proposition 98 dedicated to instruction, to education. If you look into 2011-12, we at that year the total allocation was $47 billion, and now we're reaching $93.7 billion, basically almost double. Next slide. As you can see, the difference between the governor budget in January and the May revision, there have been increases in the amount of in the 98 minimum guarantee to $93.7 billion from $85.8 billion in 21-22. There's also adjustment to the COLA, and then obviously adding the 1% to make it mega COLA. Next slide. So with special education, the governor is proposing only the compounded COLA 4.05%, $117 million. Also proposing these new proposals there. So it's really a mild increase, and it doesn't reflect the extensive cost of providing special education funding, which many school districts were looking for the governor to address. Next slide. So the challenges ahead, and after that, Mr. Norton will be covering the rest of the presentation. The declining enrollment continues, but there is an added situation here that we will have to kind of monitor. It's unpredictable under COVID-19 what is the enrollment going to be. Hopefully there will be no additional decline in enrollment. The state is anticipating that they will decline next year by about 200,000 students. We do hope that we do not be having that challenge. Special education, there is a pressure with the general fund increase and all this one-time dollars. There will be a pressure to maintain the MOE, and therefore it's important to really watch and make sure that we are spending the money correctly in that regard and allocating the money correctly. Overstaffing, mainly due to declining enrollment, how the district will be addressing that through normal attrition or other means. This is something that we will have to look for. CalSTRS and CalPERS employer contribution. There is no relief from the governor at this time. We anticipate about 5% increase in health and welfare benefits. Cost of liability insurance, I can tell you that this is skyrocketing due to additional claims in employee student misconduct situation. This is due to the fact that these claims are coming to school districts from previous years. So insurance, in order for it to cover it, the premiums are going up extensively. There are some deferrals continuing next year, and hopefully that will be addressed. Also, the CAA, which is something that we've been monitor every year. We're concerned that it could exceed, it may not reach 50% spending on teachers and very-educators, as we have all this one-time dollars coming into the district, and then most situations we spend it on contracts or and hopefully we're actually adding more services in-house. With that, I'll turn it to Mr. Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Alatar, Dr. Zuniga, President Briones, and members of the board. And thanks for those kind words, Mr. Alatar. And I have to say that, there are a lot of other hands here in the fiscal team that provide a lot of data for prior periods that we build these budgets upon, and kudos to them also. Next slide, please. So here we're looking at the enrollment, and as Mr. Alatar stated, it's declining over the years. One piece to pay attention to is that in the current year, that is the 2021, that second set of columns, the second from the end, is that we're really functioning on and basing our revenue on the prior year's revenue derived from that ADA. That's one thing under the pandemic that the governor had allowed, and so our coming into this year, we'll be readjusting that as we do our first period of attendance reports. Next slide, please. So a little bit more detail about the CalPERS and STRS employer contribution rates that Mr. Altar mentioned. This year, that number jumped around quite a bit. If you look at the CalSTRS section of this slide, coming into the 2020 Budget Act, it was at 19.1. And for this year, that number was projected to be about the same. Then it was dropped, then raised again. So right now in the Budget Act, in the proposed budget, it's down by 2.18%, down to 16.92. Then CalPERS, you see something similar going on in that year, and then the projections for the coming years too. And these are adjustments the governor made, anticipating at the time, the effect of the pandemic on the economy. Next slide, please. And this is a little bit more about the CEA thresholds. Now, the CEA, if you recall, that stands for the classroom expense. And this comes in two forms when we do our reporting: the actual, which is that A at the end of CEA, and then the budget. And so that is something that's been around for a while, and it's legislation that requires school districts, based upon the type of district, in elementary, high school, or unified, to spend so much in the classroom. And so this is also incorporated into our budget. We make sure we hit that high school threshold. And there are some figures on that smaller column to the in the lower right. Next slide, please. So the multi-year projections that we've built up, are really combined of quite a few factors. We look at some of our past expenditures. We're looking at all the information we've gotten over the last few years about what funds might be coming. We look to see what's actually arrived, see how fast the CDE can build up systems to deliver that money, and then start incorporating this into our, looking at our ADA growth also. And then we look to see how fast or how we can incorporate that into the budget. One of the things that had come up during the year under the President Biden's ARPA, or the American Relief Act, was that we would see some more ESSER funding. Well, the ESSER funding has to be signed into the budget. And although we got an estimate of what that apportionment would be, the fact is that we really don't know what that, or when it's going to show up. Consequently, it's not just in the budget just yet. We also know that our special ed contributions might change, and that's why you see those empty boxes with question marks. And once we get closer to those points in time, we'll be able to fill that in. And that's one of the challenges in any budget, and especially when we're looking forward, because none of us has a crystal ball. We're working with the best information we have at any one time, based on our actual figures, known increase rates, and then pushing that information forward over the next few years. Next slide, please. So statewide average reserve levels, they're different. The average rate throughout the state has changed a little bit. Here you see the comparison between unified elementary and high school districts. And essentially what's happened is everybody's been able to, every school district has been able to increase that a little bit from prior year, mainly because of the COVID-19 relief funding that has come to the state and to school districts. Next slide, please. So coming into the 21-22 budget, we had to work with some basic assumptions. And so what we use in our calculations are a LCFF formula calculator, that a revenue calculator that the County Office of Ed uses. We don't speculate on revenue or nothing that's contingent. For example, I mentioned the ESSER. We know how much the state would be getting, but we don't know exactly yet. And in fact, getting back to the ESSER, there's a portion of the ESSER that is now changing. 20% has to be set aside for learning loss, which means the state is going to have to set up another structure to accommodate that. And in addition, some of it wasn't even authorized yet. So again, that's why it has to be signed into the budget by the governor. We didn't budget for salary increases, that is for bargaining unit increases. We know we have declining enrollment, and so we based our projection on Davis demographics. We have a cash flow to ensure that every month we have enough to meet our obligations. And, we also went to the schools, the county pools, to get a short-term loan, not knowing exactly where we were going to be in the budget. And as we got closer to the May revise, and as Mr. Altar pointed out in an earlier slide, is the governor didn't really talk about deferral. So we weren't sure if that was going to be bought down or not. So that cash flow is still just important to us now as it was a year ago. We also look at our multi-year planning for the uncertainty in the state revenue, as that previous slide shows. For anything that we're unsure of, we don't build it in until we know for sure. And that projection does include the things we do know, like the CalSTRS and the CalPERS rates, which were presented in a slide previous to that. In addition to that, we know there are escalating factors for utilities, 5% rate for some of the insurance costs. We also know that benefits, risk management factors come into play. And we know that based on some other relationships we have within our funds, our bond, the credit payment, for example, will be shifting some money out to those funds to be able to make payments and to continue some of the deferred maintenance projects that we've had in place. Next slide, please. So for the proposed budget, we're also looking at the supplemental and concentration that is now projected to be higher than initially than we had in our first draft. Now it rests at a little over 29 million. And funding that addresses the needs, of course, under the supplemental and concentration for English learners, free and reduced price, eligible students, and foster youth. We did include the step and column increases, knowing that with longevity and some other factors, employees will be moving up on the pay scales. That was taken into account. The change in the employer contribution rates, those were adjusted also. And then contributions to the statutory required contributions to the restricted maintenance, if we have to set aside money for the reserve, for example, and then also calculating the revised figures for what we get, what the district would, district revenue generated by under the mandated block grant funding at $63.17 per ADA. Next slide, please. So a little bit closer look and across multiple years at those planning factors. So we know some years ago we hit our gap funding at 100%. We still keep that up there just as a comparative piece of information. One-time funding really doesn't come into play over the next few years. It's targeted to kind of other areas right now. As we know more, of course, that would be populated. Statutory COLA, the super COLA, Mr. Altar mentioned at 5.07 in the out year projections. Our projected enrollment based on that chart we started off with, how that's going to pan out for the year and what our estimated ADA is. Of course, a ratio, our unduplicated pupil count is as a unduplicated pupil percentage is maintaining right at about 90.1% throughout the years. And our funded ADA, as I mentioned, this year it's going to be at that 8,000, a little over 8,000. And next year it's just a little below 8,000, but in 2 years, that is the 23-24 period, we're going to see a dropout based upon two things. One is that the state allows us to use the better number of the current or prior year's funding for revenue projections based on ADA, or the Davis demographics projection we had on students that would be enrolled in the district. This is another number we'll be keeping close track of as we move through the year. Unrestricted lottery money, so that's projected out evenly through next year, and ditto for the restricted lottery funds that we get. We currently are projecting out with no changes in non-management FTEs, so our teacher and certificated staff is staying the same. And of course, there's just the employer rates for STRS and PERS contributions over the next few years. Next slide, please. So looked in a chart, and that didn't I think as Mr. Altar pointed out, that probably didn't come out so great in the PDF, but the LCFF funding is the largest source of revenue for the district, and that's going to be at $110,682,355. I don't see, I see that there in that large blue portion of the pie chart. The next largest one would be our other state revenue, which right now is projected to a little over 10 million, about 10.1 million. Our other local revenue that comes in at the 7.3, and these are mainly, this is property taxes, which is typically our second largest source of revenue, but that's changing this year because we're seeing the COVID revenue relief. Some of it has already been incorporated into our budget. And then our federal revenue at the 5.6, but once that ESSER money comes through, that number will definitely change. So by the time we get to the first interim, this pie chart, you're going to see shifts in it. Next slide, please. And so now it's a similar graphic, but for expenses. And the certificated salaries make up the largest portion of it at a little over 51 million, 51 and a quarter. Then the classified salaries and then employee benefits, that the three of those combined will make 86%, make up 86% of the district expenses out of the general fund. Then you'll see the other services operating expenses, which right now, because some of the money that was made available to us came so late in the year that we really didn't have a chance to budget that where we think it's going to, where it may end up getting used. So it's resting for the most part in those service and operating expenses, but that will shift also as we go through the year. And then you'll see other things, capital outlay, some of the transfers, books and supplies also. Next slide, please. And I should point out that those are following a typical pattern right now in terms of percent. So look in table form, this is the information that we have, and it's divvied up between the unrestricted and the restricted portion of the general fund. Again, there's that 110,682,000, and I'm reading down the right-hand column, just the totals for you, of our LTFF. Then the federal revenues, the 10 million for other state, our local revenue at 7.3.5, and then the sum total at 133,765,401 for the year. Next slide, please. So this is the expense portion of that same table. We couldn't fit it all on one slide for you, and how the expenses break down. So it should, in table form, again, it's the reading from the right-hand column. You're looking at certificated salaries at a 51.25 million, another 21.5 for classified, a little over 37 in benefits for all employees, and then the breakdown of by major categories, that's books and supplies, services, operating expenses, capital outlay, and so on. Then we get the key factor here is that we look at the bottom section, that is that portion underneath the yellow bar in the right-hand side. We're essentially showing that we'll be overspending by about 5 million this year. And part of that reason is that, again, money came to us late in the year. And so what happened is that is removed from this year's revenue and expense budget, but it falls down into our beginning balance for the year. Consequently, that overage or that extra expense will be taken out of that our beginning balance. And so it'll have the effect of lowering our ending balance by June 30th of next fiscal year. That is by June 30th of 2022, at an estimated 36.9 million. Next slide, please. And so here's some more of the same information. Now, this is just the unrestricted portion of the general fund with this year's estimated actuals in the second column, and then projected out for the next 3 years. So despite the effects of the declining enrollment, like I said, we'll be using the same ADA figures for the next, pretty much for this year, and then seeing a drop by the third year. So that's where you're starting to see that decrease occur. Now, based on the LACO's, the County Office of Ed's revenue calculator, that number is, pardon me, looking like it's relatively the same, but that number I'm sure is going to change as we progress through the year. And again, will be updated in the first interim. We see some changes in the state and the other revenues. Those are pretty much going to be, we project out pretty much the same. I'm sorry, I started to say federal resources, you'll see nothing because those aren't in the unrestricted fund. Those followed our restricted fund. And then it's relatively stable across the other revenue sources through the out years. Next down, that is the second section there underneath that second yellow bar. That's what it would look like for the years out and how we've projected based on some of those factors we mentioned earlier, changes in pension rates, changes in other utility rates, or things that we know are going to happen, adjustments in the step and column on salaries and so on. When we get down to that the bottom section underneath the third yellow bar, that's where we see the net effect on the ending balance. And you can see that our ending balance is currently projected to be at about, that is for the current fiscal year 2021 will be at 35.6 million. That rolls into the next beginning balance in the next column, which is over one column and up one step. But with that $5 million difference I mentioned that would be spending this year, that's going to take some of that toll on the unrestricted and drop it down to 30.8, and then so on and so on through the next few years. Next column, please. Or next slide, thank you, it's not column. So here's how it looks for the other funds within the district for the coming fiscal year. And what we did is we present this every year in a basic format with the beginning balances, how much revenue that each of those funds would be deriving, and how much each would be expending, consequently the ending balance and the variance. So you're seeing that a lot of them are spending a little bit more, and that's because we're burning down some of the money, that restricted money that they might have been received or that were projects already in progress. Most notable, of course, is the building fund, because we have a lot of projects coming up, and so we'll budget those for the period, and then whatever's not complete will just be reconciled by the end of next fiscal year and carried forward into the subsequent years. Next slide, please. And that'll bring us to the closing statements. I'll pass it back to Mr. Elatar to let him provide any more detail or just a summary there, and then I think we'll be taking questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Norton. One thing I would like to add to this is that with there is projection that school district will have to adhere to a maximum reserve by fiscal year 22-23, which is established as 10%. So this is something that for the district here to monitor and adjust to it to ensure that, so it'll be a minimum and a maximum for ending balance. Obviously, many school districts are trying to eliminate that legislation or revise it. But at this point in time, it looks like effective 22-23, the school district will have to adhere to no more than 10% maximum ending balance. With that, we're open for any questions.
Hey, Mr. Elatar, what's the name of that bill or that legislation? Who introduced it?
I don't know the name of it. It was enacted many years ago, and it was based on how the Proposition 98 test would be. And I believe in the next couple of years, it would be a test one, and that would trigger that legislation to take place. David, do you have any more information at this point in time, or
regarding the cap, the reserve cap?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's built into Prop 98 because there are a couple factors that come into play every year for funding education funding in California, and one of the ones is that districts are not going to be really storing too much, and also denying other areas within the state. So for example, if there were other departments that were getting funding. So this is part of what was behind that legislation way back when. In any case, with the funding that's coming our way this year, or that's, we'll find out once the Budget Act is signed, it could trigger that action at the end of the fiscal year, which would mean it goes into effect in 22-23. So that's what we know at this point. We're still not sure if it's going to happen, but if it does, that means also then that we'd be forced to look at what our ending balance is and look at methods to meet the requirements of the law.
Yeah, it has something to do with it's also the debt the state has for school districts, And once that debt is paid, that's actually trigger that maximum, and they are projecting that would take place in fiscal year 22-23. So I can provide more information about it. It's something that we had it in our back in our mind, but it's we were surprised to see it in May revised that it could be basically triggered.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alatar, Mr. Norton, and your staff for today's presentation. Thank you, Mr. Diaz, for your question. Any other questions? I'll start with Mrs. Torres de Segrist.
Okay, I really don't have a question. What I have is a great admiration to Mr. Eleatar and Mr. Norton, the way that you are working, doing all these numbers and giving to us the knowledge of how the money is going to be spent until 2024. The only thing that it worries me is that part that you say that that's the part that the government is the one who decides sometimes in our numbers that we have. I kind of got lost in that part. I don't know, Mr. Elieta. When we have the amount of money, we have all our statistics, the money that we're going to use, and now we have to depend on the government.
If I understand your question, I'm assuming that you are referencing the reserve and the amount of at this point in time there is a minimum reserve that we need to have 3%. There is no maximum, and the board, as you recall, committed to have a minimum of a 17% reserve back in 2017, and we have been adhering to that, making sure that we maintain these levels. But with the changes in the state legislation, it would require school districts to have a maximum as well as minimum of no more than 10%. So that's basically where we looking into. But overall, the district obviously rely on the federal and the state government to get most of its revenue.
Okay, and are we prepared for the decision of the government has? According to the decision of the government has, is it going to change all the study that you did with the money?
Yes, we'll have to. Obviously, this is a budget based on certain assumption, and it's a projection of
yes.
Assumption. But we wanted to make sure that we all are aware that as we move forward from this point, we really have to make some adjustment to our expenditures to reflect our the revenues that we'll be collecting. So in essence, we wanted to maintain, not to have a deficit spending from one year to another, and still be within the 10% maximum reserve in unrestricted fund.
And are we prepared to have enough money in the reserves for whatever the government tries to do? And we don't know what's going to happen. Do we have reserves that they can support our district?
Yeah, the good news is that we have extensive reserve for our school district. We also have additional reserve that we can use in Fund 17 and Fund 20 that we set aside in case if we need to use it for specific purposes, as the board indicated. Fund 17 is to cover the increases in STIRS and BERS employer contribution, and Fund 20 is to cover the post retirement benefits. And we may actually start recommending to the board to adjust these numbers up and increase our reserve in those regards, especially Fund 20.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Your presentation was really good. I was very, uh, um, well, I would like to understand everything better, but your presentation was really great. And we keep it up with observing all the things that you are doing. Mr. Eliater, you're doing a great job. And Mr. Norton, thank you so much for this presentation. Mr. President, that was enough for me.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres de Seigres. Mr. Padilla, any questions or comments?
Yes, thank you. Great question, Mrs. Torres de Seigres. You're kind of you got me there. So excellent question. So this is a question that I have. What is El Monte Union High School District's current reserve? What is our percentage? I did see that in the presentation, the average in the state for an elementary school district is for districts that have 22.7%. That's for elementary school district. That would be like the neighboring districts like Mount View and like El Monte City. And then there's the unified school district, which we are not a unified school district because we have kinder through 8th grade. They're expected to keep, or the average is 16.98%. But for a high school district that's not unified and not elementary, the average reserve rate or percentage in California is 17.34. Mr. Norton or Mr. Eliater, tell me what El Monte Union High School District reserve percentage is as we speak.
It's around 26%. Without
26%. Excellent. Good. Awesome answer. But you also stated, Mr. Eliater, now that I know, not only do we have 26%, which is quite a bit above 17.34%, you also said that we keep extra money in Fund 17, and we also keep additional dollars in Fund 20 just to be safe. What is the total number of dollars that we have in Fund 17, and what is the total number of dollars that we hold in Fund 20?
If we can go back to 2 slides before the end of this.
I just want to know the amount. That way I can get to my other questions. Just give me the amount in 17 and then in 20.
So I believe the ending balance for Fund 17 is 4.284 million.
4.284 million?
Yes.
Okay, and then Fund 20.
Fund 20 is 3 million.
3 million. Okay.
And I'm going to clarify, if you don't mind, that's projected at the end of the next fiscal year. So
I'm sorry. Okay.
The balance is what we'll be entering this year. That's what the balance is.
Yeah. So it's 4.27 million and 3 million.
4.2. Okay, got it. So this is in addition to the reserves that we have of the 26%, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I did see that, I'm excited that in the projections that we see for El Monte Union High School District, that we will remain fiscally solvent for the current year and the subsequent 2 fiscal years, meaning that we have the money to make payroll for this year, and we will be able to fiscally pay payroll for the next 2 years. And so there's 3 different types of certifications. There's a positive certification, which is what all districts want to get to. Then there's the qualified certification and the negative certification, which are the ones where you have to provide additional reports to the county and to the state. Kudos to El Monte Union High School District and to Mr. Eliater and to Mr. David Norton that we in El Monte Union High School District will have a positive certification. The question that I do have, though, is in the assumptions that we saw, I did see that there was the assumption that was made that no money was budgeted for salary increases for 2021 and 2022 and 2022 and 2023. Can you speak a little bit about that, Mr. Eliater?
Yes, since we are still in negotiations with bargaining units, we cannot really put an assumption. So we always if we have not reached into agreement with the union, we make the assumption that there will be no increases till the actual increases take place. So if let's say we reach into agreement with the union and there is an increase in the salaries, we will come to the board and change those numbers to reflect what the budget would look like based on that.
Okay, thank you. And then on the CEA, I got it that we have to reach, in our type of district, we have to reach 50% of this money being spent in the classroom. Why do you say that we might not reach that that percentage that is required in the classroom expenses? What's the A for in CEA? Classroom expenses, what's the A? What does the A stand for?
Actual.
Actual. Okay, so can you talk a little bit about why you fear that we will not reach the 50% mark in our high school district?
Yes, because this was enacted back, I believe, in the 1920s, if I'm not mistaken.
Way back.
CAA. I mean, it goes way back, and at that point in time, they did identify classroom expenditures to be limited to only teachers and para-educators. So with all the one-time monies that we are receiving, you know, and if you do not allocate more of those one-time dollars, more than 50% of those dollars to teachers and para-educators' salaries, okay, you could be risking not achieving the 50% minimum requirement. So, and as you know, one-time money, it's kind of very difficult to have some adjustment to the salaries. So the only way that you can increase, you can achieve this is by increasing the number of hours or increasing the services and so forth. But also with this time and age, there are lots of contracted services. So you can have contracted services to provide service similar to better education, for example. But since it's contracted and it's not employed by the district, it will not account for as part of the 50%. It will actually be accounted against it. So it's a difficult formula to maintain.
Yeah.
We have been able to maintain it every year before. It's just obviously the challenge was getting is all this one-time money, you know, $50+ million or so, and they are coming as unrestricted. So therefore, they will be. I'm sorry, David. Go ahead.
It's restricted. Most of the money that we've been getting is restricted.
Okay. So would that be included in the calculation?
So, you know, some of that is going to go in there because we've got a combination of it. So it'll affect the CEA, yes, and the budget, yeah.
So what happens if we don't meet that percentage? Do we then have to pay the money back, or what are the pitfalls of not meeting it? I mean, it's obviously there for a reason, and I know that this was enacted back a while back, but we still have to, complete that. What happens if we don't meet it? Do we get fined by the state, or what are the repercussions?
We get withheld. So
yes, the difference will be withheld unless the district can prove or show that they are competitive in their salaries for the teachers.
Got it.
That is a process that we'll have to go through. Hopefully, we do not get into that situation. That's our goal.
Got it. Thank you guys for your answers, your responses. Mr. David Norton, thank you so much. Mr. Alatar, no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Diaz, you have additional questions?
Yeah, thank you, President Briones. Thank you, Mr. Alatar and David Norton, for your presentation. So this email was sent to me approximately 7 hours ago from CSBA, so I know it's in advance of your presentation. Maybe you didn't have a chance to review it, but I just want to share with you, I did forward the email to you all, but to my colleagues here from CSBA, it looks like there's a placeholder budget that's been passed. And some of the good news, as shared by CSBA, is fully paying off all $11 billion in apportionment deferrals, providing $3 billion in pension cost relief, and reducing the looming increase in the unemployment insurance rate for the School Employees Fund from 1.23 to 0.5%. So that's new information, Mr. Alatar, Mr. Norton. I shared that with you. I think, one of the things that's usually you include in your presentation is a set of recommendations for the board. I think after hearing you speak today and also some of the legislative action that's going on now, Governor Gavin Newsom and the legislature have not yet reached a final budget deal. So what I'd like to offer to my colleagues is maybe summarizing some of your recommendations, Mr. Norton and Mr. Alatar, in respect to some of the areas that I heard you uplift. So special ed and making sure that there's significant funding for that. In particular, here CSBA calls for super cola and compounded cola to also include eligible programs such as special education and for home to school transportation. The other one, the unemployment insurance relief, the apportionment deferrals, and the pension buy down for out years. So maybe if we can summarize, or if my colleagues would agree, if we can summarize kind of those recommendations and then submit them as like a board to our local legislators in the area as like one letter from Almonte Union School District, just so that they know we're keeping an eye on this and that we're supportive of increasing money for special education, increasing the base grant, the CalSTRS and PERS contribution or the funding, and then as well as allowing home to school transportation to be included in the super cola or compounded cola. And then one other thing too is that they emphasize here is it's a lot of one-time money, often it's from a 3 to 5 year period. So maybe making that period a little bit longer so we're able to spend that down adequately. So I think that's what I would offer to my colleagues is if we kind of summarize your recommendations, Mr. Norton and Mr. Alatar, maybe share it with the board, and then we can all, review it and send it over, or maybe just summarize. If I misrepresented something you said, if you could clarify, and that way we can send it off to our local legislators, because it looks like there's going to be ongoing negotiations until the budget is signed on June 30th.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Any further questions or comments?
Just the request if the board thinks that's a good idea and if we can move in that direction is, have a consensus on that and direct staff to send the letter out to our local legislators.
Okay. I think what I'd like to do is when we adopt the budget next week, I think at that point we can, or let's do this. Let's bring it up during roundtable and then we can talk about it for next week.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Well, can we wait till next week? Because isn't the budget due on the 23rd? It's already the 15th or the 16th today. So I like Mr. Diaz's proposition that he's making, and we also need to give time for Mr. Alatar to put this all together and make it look nice. I mean, he already has it, but I like the idea. It's almost like when we have legislative day and we take those talking points that Mr. Alatar has given us of where the pitfalls are going to be in public education with the base grant and all of that. And then we use that to meet with, our legislators. So we do it for legislative day. I don't see why we couldn't do it here and then send it to our representatives. So I like the idea, Mr. Diaz. I don't think we need to wait till next week, but that's just me.
Thank you. Yeah. Let's do this and let's have the discussion during roundtable just to give direction to staff there. Okay, thank you. Mr. Salcedo, any questions or comments?
Sure thing. I do appreciate all the comments. I know what Mr. Diaz was saying. I know we're gonna have a discussion later, Mr. Briones, but it was a great idea. I mean, no sense in waiting till legislative day to do something like this. It's good that they know that we're being proactive, that we're being vigilant. And so great idea. But as far as questions for this item, my questions were answered by Mr. Zuniga. Just kudos to Mr. Alatar and Mr. Norton for all the hard work. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salcedo. I do have one question on, where is it? Page 28 or slide 28. You mentioned the benefits and risk management escalation factor, and specifically the cyber liability insurance. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that, on what sort of coverage do we have now for cyber liability, if it's existing or if it's new, who it's through, and what it would cover, and hopefully we don't have to ever use it.
So the cyber liability we purchased from ISKIP, which is a GBA that we belong to, but it's actually separate from the liability insurance that we get. So these ISKIP actually go to in the market and purchase cyber liability insurance for its members if they are interested in being covered. What we have been noticing is that the cost of the insurance of cyber liability is going up, and also there have been some changes in the coverage, making it this more strict in actually getting coverage for or covering some of the cyber attacks and so forth. So it's some kind of it's a tricky situation that we're in due to the fact that there are lots of cyber attacks, discussion and activities taking place that actually impacted some school districts and public agencies. So I can actually we can actually take a look at the MOC with ASKIB and provide more specifics about what the coverage include or not include.
Okay, thank you. And that actually leads me to my next question. Is this a separate policy, or is this just an addendum to the MOC we have with ASKIP now?
No, it's a separate policy. We purchased this policy. It's not mandated for school districts to purchase it, but we do purchase cyber liability for protection for the district.
Thank you, Mr. Alatar. That's all the questions I have. So thank you to your staff for your presentation tonight. This is always a very, very lengthy process, and this is always a very long portion of our meetings, but I think it's important that we have a full understanding of not only the budget process, but also where we are. And I'm really happy to see that in spite of the very dire projections that we received last year, there's been a significant influx of cash into the state and into the fund, and that the governor has continued to make education a priority. So I'm happy to see that those numbers continue to increase, that we continue to see the guaranteed minimums in Prop 98 go up. So thank you so much for your presentation. Before we move on to the next item, at this time, we'll take a short recess. It's 8:18. 12-minute recess. Let's come back at 8:30 to give opportunity to folks to take a quick break. So we'll recess at this point. We'll see you all at 8:30.
to.
All right, we are back from recess. It is now 8:31. Moving on to oral and written communication. First up, we've got a public hearing. Notice of public hearing on local control and accountability plan, or LCAP, and district budget for year 2021-2022, and the reserves in excess of minimum reserve requirement. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
I'll move to open the public hearing for LCAP.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. Dr. Zuniga, the public hearing is now open. Dr. Zuniga, did we receive any public comments on this public hearing?
No, we did not receive any public comments for this evening's opening.
And we've already had our presentation. So is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll move to close the public session on LCAP.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Torres de Segrist. If there's no objection, public hearing is now closed. Moving on to item number 2, superintendent announcement communications. Dr. Zuniga.
Yeah, thank you, and good evening, everyone, again. I do have just some brief information pieces I'd like to share with you. I know we have a long evening, but I think it's important that we anticipate what you come to summer. We all have and continue to have safety in mind, so we're going to talk a little bit about safety. Also, just some of our programming for the summer, and also how we're preparing for the fall too. So most of the information will be provided just to inform you about the end of the year, as well as the summer programs that we will have. So welcome everyone again. And if we go on to the next slide, I want to start off by congratulating the class of 2021. I know that all of you that were part of the graduation ceremonies, once again, just a superb job by our auditorium staff, our school administration, our school staff, our maintenance and custodial, everyone that took part to make this happen. Back to in-person graduation just was a outstanding effort on everyone's behalf, and we're very blessed to have those folks that truly care about this program, because it's not only a graduation, it's a quality commencement ceremony for all of our kids, from Ledesma all the way down to our largest school, Arroyo High School. Unfortunately, we had to break it up this weekend, or last couple weekends ago, with a Thursday, Friday program, but we didn't skip a beat. I think the programs were all quality, so kudos to the team and your support, because I don't think there was no limitations to what we could do for these class of 2021 kids. You can see that there's a featured slide for each of all of our graduates, all of the schools. Unfortunately, I didn't have the EMUHSD one, but also want to congratulate the class of 2021 adult school graduates too, because it's important to mention them as well. This is just a note of what we have, and hopefully our banners will come up too. We are still working and concluding the product of our banners that our 3 city partners will be putting up soon, and that will continue our class of 2021 tradition. So next slide. Not only are celebrating our students, but at the end of the school year, we also celebrated our parent volunteers. We had over 100 of our parents recognized for not only their good job in raising their kids at home, but just connecting to the school and being those leaders that we need desperately at the high school level. We talked about how important it is and how much we've improved as a district to engage and reach out to our families and parents and make them feel welcoming here on campuses. So we couldn't do it in person. We felt that, let's do a drive-through celebration and let's just get them out over here to the district office. We invited all of our high schools. They provided little gifts for them, and they selected their own families based on the support that they provided from any type of organized group. We didn't give limitations to anyone. So we were excited to see almost all of them show up. They were provided with a certificate of recognition. Also, a big thank you, a nice dinner from one of our local restaurants from El Sombrero. Each of the schools provided a little gift bag, also for their contributions, and a big thank you for everyone. So I think our parents enjoyed it. They were very humbled, as most of our parents are, and they were just excited to just get out of the house, see all of us at the program, and also just thank them in person for a few seconds that they drove through too. So congratulations again to the Family and Engagement Assessment and Accountability Department. That's Mrs. Edith Echeverria with the help of Rosanna. Beatrice and her entire team. Her entire team is dynamic, and they just went to work on this one too. And our community liaisons, as you see some of them there, that were there to just support and also be part of this. Really the first time we've done this in our drive-through, and also our principals or the designee that was there to greet our parents as they drove through. Yeah. Next. What's going to happen tomorrow evening too, we have our final DLAC evening, and we are recognizing 2 individuals for their leadership, again, parent recognition, starting with Ms. Elvira Sanford. She is a parent at a Royal High School. She was our vice president for DLAC now, and has done an amazing job over there. And also, congratulations to Jose Velasquez, who was also our DLAC president, parent of El Monte High School. If you haven't met Jose Velasquez while you're open house, he's a gentleman that always wears the parent that always wears the suit or the vest, the coat. Very formal, kind gentleman, but is always there for not only his kids, of all the students at Monte High School too. So I'm very excited to share that he will be our district parent of the year, and we're going to recognize him next year too. I'm sorry, not next year, but next Wednesday at our board meeting. So we'll get a chance to see him and also greet him too. So thank you both for our DLAC leadership there too. It's very important that our EL support is not only based here at the district office or schools, but also at the home with these amazing leaders. Next. We've concluded our final vaccination partnership for the school year. As you know, that last Saturday, we did our first time in-person walk-up vaccination. And, many people shy away from the drive-thrus, and we love the drive-thrus. But Harold Christian had some bad experiences with the drive-thrus because they didn't work with an agency as good as us and our outstanding dynamic teams at the school sites. But we went ahead and tried it. We did the walk-up at Rosemead High School, and we selected that community again because the resources, the abundance of currently that are holding here at the city of El Monte, we felt that Rosemead, looking at the actual offerings there, that it was best to do it there at that point. We were excited to see that the majority of people that showed up for vaccinations were students of El Monte Union, and along with their parents coming by. And I'm going to say at least 75% were actually students overall from the 354 vaccinations that took place. We will resume our second dose on July 10th at Rosemead High School. Again, a walk-up, a walk-in. But we also were informed that anybody who missed their second vaccination, their second dose, they can come. They can show up. They'll do it. Harold Christian is going to be putting a health clinic center in the city of El Monte, but really right off between Rosemead and El Monte, right off Flair Drive. So they're excited to, they're going to be doing this daily now in our community. So we could do referrals. We can drive our kids there, our families there if necessary. So we're excited to continue that partnership over the summer and into the fall, because it's a part of that as many kids that can get vaccinated before the summer ends, that will be prepared for the fall to come on board here when we start school. And kudos again to all of our team members at the school site and also our district office. And shout out to Mr. Soros, our assistant superintendent of HR, for coordinating these events with our partners and also our sites too. As you see that we're going to continue communicating with our community through the El Monte partnership for our task force for vaccinations. That includes a core group of community partners, City of El Monte, our Savior Center, East Valley Community Health Center, which is housed at the Savior Center, our supervisor Solis, who have been proactive and support of not only in this community, but several communities within the county of District 1, the El Monte City School District, Jeff Family Seymour Center, and also the Mount View School District. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get something that we did at Duarte Unified Partnership, where they had multiple agencies come together and really have one event so that we can share our resources, make it a big effort and have folks come on into one facility. And then that'll, allow our employees to take some breaks in between the summer, get some rest, and also share the resources too. So hopefully we have that opportunity over the summer. We'll continue to offer those vaccinations as we can. And next slide. Here's a glimpse of what you saw Saturday in the Rosemead High School gymnasium. The top one is really a panorama picture of what you saw from the left side is where they entered. You had tables of individuals that were registering in person because our community is in need of in-person registration. As you know, that the difficulty and challenges that even we have sometimes is trying to get some information to the website. So the majority of folks were coming in. They were doing the actual pre-reg right outdoors in writing, signing all the paperwork, and then coming in, everything was inputted. As soon as they were doing that, they got to the back side of the actual bleacher area right behind that big picture where the nurses were waiting. They were vaccinated, and then as you can see where the holding location was, we had about over 100 chairs set up. And believe me, at 8 o'clock in the morning, you had that rush where they were all coming in. And I thought we were overwhelmed at the beginning because it was just that morning rush where everyone got in. And then throughout the day, it just paced itself slowly, and we got folks coming in. But for 350 plus for a late vaccination, I think we did a pretty good job overall in getting those folks there. And we're hopefully that the kids who didn't get vaccinated will continue to seek resources and get vaccinated as well. Next. As we look at our state reopening, there's implication for K-12 schools. Everyone has heard and been hearing on the news that our reopening plan for the state really has drastically changed the way we're going to look at coming into a room, coming into an environment where we're in a restaurant, the market. But yet there's still a lot of confusion about what's happening. So I carry a mask in my pocket wherever I go. I was in Albertson this morning and getting coffee, and everyone had a mask still. So I'm sure that you're kind of walking into a situation like, should I wear the mask or not? What's also unique that LA County is going to align to what the state is doing as far as their protocols. So a lot of those protocols that we've seen the list of is going to go away, with the exception of 4 primary protocols. And guess what those protocols focus on? They focus on children. And this includes our reopening protocols for K-12 schools. So that's the one we're paying close attention to. And I didn't put everything together as far as to inform you, because I think you really know what's happening at the school sites and some of the things that they still want us to do. But I thought that these bullet points were important for us to recognize and notice. Some of them will remain and some of them will change or have changed now. We still have to offer 100% distance learning program for our families, which we're doing this summer, and we intend to do this fall as well. And also the distance between the classrooms, we will honor the 3-foot distance. Actually, we've been setting up ourselves for 6-foot distancing, but we're having to look at our classrooms and going through the 3-foot now for our summer school periods. But yet we're going to do our best, because it's slowly but surely we're going to ease into this situation now, building some sense of comfortness, both our teachers and students as well. And adults would have that 6 foot apart from not only students but also other personnel on campus too. The wearing of masks has been a subject of conversation since the get-go, and anticipating what's happening after June 15th. Again, the protocols do restrict us when we're indoors, all of us, we're wearing masks, including the classrooms, including the offices, unless you're in an isolated area, right? Just like your office or in a certain situation where you're by yourself. Outdoors, the good news about outdoors, just like everyone else, is when you're outdoors, the wearing of masks is really situational. So just stay distance. The kids are going to have lunch during our time. They also recommend just stay apart and not congregate in so many areas, even outdoors. But eating and drinking, no mask, as well as just keeping outdoors too. The students are required to wear the mask at all times indoors again, and while eating and drinking, just like in some are being recommended to just have lunch indoors. That's when you'll take it off, of course. And also anything that would preclude you from not wearing your mask while you're indoors for any type of activities. And then the screening obviously is very critical to us now. This is going to be a first run for us for the fall, the screening, because though we've done some screening at the work sites and at schools, it hasn't been this high volume that we're going to anticipate on Monday. And though we're doing 2 cohorts and we're cutting actually a population in half for summer school, it's still going to have a lot of kids in the rush hour, and we're going to have to get them through the door in a certain amount of time as well. So I'll talk a little bit about that more, but that includes our staff and visitors too. And then finally, the measures are in place to promote optimal ventilation in the schools. That's been the #1 question from our staff and our employees, our unions, about are we prepared as far as our ventilation systems to have students and employees on campus, specifically the classrooms? And the answer is yes. I know that Ms. Macias is still with us, and Michelle Attar. We've had several discussions through our task force with our associations about the MERV 13 ventilation replacement filtering systems that have been going on the last couple of weeks. So kudos to M&O and our FMLT department for getting out there as well. The board jumped on back in December with the ultraviolet air purifiers that are connected now to all of these classrooms. We identified all the classrooms, all the schools. I think we're completing our adult school for our final phase of all the actual installations. And we have, I think, over 450, if I'm not mistaken, units. And the big question also is, what about the most common areas? The most common areas are not suited now for that, but it doesn't mean that we can't do it moving down as we assess and evaluate what we can do to just continue to keep everyone safe on campus. So we think those two efforts will be pivotal for us as we get closer to the start of the summer school program and into the fall. Okay, so we're going to get a little bit now to what's happening next week when we get to summer. So next slide. For our summer school COVID-19 screening protocols, when we met on Monday with our administrators, we covered these screening protocols, and we started a few weeks ago about, okay, what's it going to look like, what we need to do, and what we need to have prepared. Information services, people personnel services department, along with cabinet, had several discussions. Mr. Leon and Mr. Steelman spearheaded the process about screening our students, and Ms. Torres also spearheaded the process for allowing our staff to have some type of mechanism for screening. This would include a check-in. Obviously, this is a standard from our protocols, starting every morning about when they arrive. They check in. This includes students and staff at all of our school sites and also all of our other sites as well. And the check-in will focus on concerning symptoms about COVID-19, right? The common questions that have been asked for the last couple of months, even into the last year, but also with some modifications that they want to ask specific questions that have been updated. And then there would be three options. The options are to do it in person, remotely, or also have a fast pass where you don't have to do the actual wait in line and do the questions. One of the things that's highly recommended is a temperature check, so it's not required. The temperature check is part of the screening for all of our school sites. And then the breakdown of these three screening options that we described to our students, our staff, as well as our administration and training them on Monday, is that the first option is probably the option we want folks to pay attention to is the fast pass. So when you get to the door, you have a fast pass, you scan it or you verify it and from personnel, and then you're done. Because all the homework has been done. That means you've been vaccinated. So that's the thing that we want to promote. We want to have an incentive for our students and staff to get that ID for a fast pass upon verification of vaccination. We know that our 12 to 15-year-olds are still getting that second dose or just completed. We still have to wait till they're fully vaccinated after 2 weeks if you take the Pfizer or if you do the, and the Moderna, or if you do the J&J, which is only the one-time dose. And then the second one is the daily digital fast pass. Our kids have the opportunity and their families to get it done the morning before they get onto campus to answer their questions. We screen it. If it's a question that's answered, whether there's triggered some type of COVID-19 concern, then we will know. Once the kids complete that, they will get an email with a kind of like a virtual fast pass again for that day. So it's like a daily pass. They'll get in, they'll show, and then they're on their way too. And then finally, the traditional screening process, that's something that we want to avoid, but we know that it's going to happen. So the questions will be asked in person, and also the temperature checking will take place too. We were concerned about the amount of time it takes for the temperature checking. We do have some components or some systems that are in place, but we know that through our experience, it just takes a little time, even for the ones that are set up with the computer and actually the camera that takes your temperature. So what we looked at is another process that can expedite that, and we are in the process of finalizing that right now. So we're going to the next slide. We'll talk a little bit more about that. For the information that was provided for students the last couple of days, The one on the left is for the website that we have on our district, and those are all linked to our schools too, where the kids show the 3 options. We reach out to the kids about, hey, you got 3 options, and our families about this is what you want to do. Get it done, because when school starts, we're going to expect a fast-paced environment in the morning and avoid the rush. So we want to promote that as best as possible. On the right side, you have the information that went out to our faculty about the staff pass ID. We respect the staff's choice, but at the same time, we want to encourage to do the fast pass to avoid the line in the front as well, because they're going to be required to go through the screening process too. Same thing, almost mirrors the same thing as the kids as well. Okay, next. And in the screening resources here that were additional for promotion and also visibility, on the left side, you have these big signs that are going to be put up as folks walk into the schools. Basically, we're going to have identified at least 1 or 2 entrants sometimes from the back side and the front side, or 2 areas that these poster signs will be put up in 4 languages. That includes the 4 languages that we traditionally have had. And on the right side is a temperature screening kiosk that we recently are purchasing. We are including additional 2 for each school for all the comprehensive high schools, and then 1 for the other schools too. This takes seconds to scan your temperature, and you're on your way. It'll alert you when there's a temperature that's higher than the average temperature for a human being, as well as any signs that we need to hold them up and then continue the screening process too. Okay. Next. The other important component is looking at our updated cohort numbers as well. So what you see here is our list of schools that are offering, our high schools that are offering programs. And also the cohort they're in 3. You have cohort A, B, and C. The A and B is the actual in-person hybrid model. So we split the students up that were interested and the families that were interested in coming onto campus. At least 2 days of in-person instruction a week. So cohort A, you'll see the numbers there, and in cohort B, you'll see the numbers there too. And we try to split them up evenly as possible, but sometimes the master schedule does not allow for that as well. So we had to be strategic in how to try to balance those numbers overall at our schools. What you see in cohort C is the parents and families or students that opted to remain in distance learning for the summer. And those kids would be in synchronous live instruction along with their peers in the classroom while the teacher is instructing. So again, the challenge would be for our educators to be prepared to teach in person, but also keep in mind that the students will be tuning in from a distance at home as well. There are some numbers that you could look at as far as, okay, who has the most in person? That's something that I did quickly, a quick look just by looking at this, and also who has the most in person numbers as well. So we're going to continue to monitor that. We have had some families just reconsider, okay, I really want my kid to be in distance learning this summer, or I think we're okay now. We would want our kids to be in the cohort. We're going to be flexible. We're going to do our best to communicate at this point. It's just the 11th hour, but we ask that families also be patient, because the decisions they do make, we're going to have to adjust one by one now as they come in and also look at our numbers. What we want to avoid is the actual overage per cohort. So we really felt a 50-50% would be the best solution right now in those classrooms. And then we'll have to continue monitoring those numbers as we go through the changes that are being requested at this point. And then just kudos to Ed Services again, the schools for the communication, the Information Services Department, who had to put this in now a new system that we recently launched this week for the student information system. So that has been challenging for all of us, but yet I think our timeline just kind of fell all in one as we start the summer school. And then what else has been, what else is new compared to this ever-changing school year? So the student information system has gone live, the Synergy system that we invested in for hopefully for many decades to come. So a big thank you to Mr. Steelman and all of his staff for making that happen. And just a amount of work that took place between the schools, coordination, as well as the district staff here as well. And then a couple more slides here. The additional 2021 programs, we know that summer school will continue, so we're going to have brunch. We're going to have meals served for all students attending school. I think the time will be at 11:15. As you know, that we're starting summer school later for the first time. I mean, we're starting summer school at 9 a.m. So that allows some time to get kids, to be at home, to get some rest, to have a meal, and then come onto campus to get what we call, the midday meal. And then as they come home, they're also going to be able to at least snack. We're working on snacks in the afternoon for programming. And we're also doing working on some maybe pickups, breakfast snacks in case some kids are hungry in the morning too. So kudos again to Susie Sayre, Nutrition Services, who's never stopped, and they're actually gearing up for summer school. So they're doing double duty. They're doing the serving in the schools on campuses, and because of the reduction in staff of summer programs, we're going to look at spreading out Aurora High School and then Monte High School in our grab and go meals for our community for ages of 0 to 18. That happens Tuesday and Fridays from 11 to 1 p.m. But keep in mind, that's only for that one day. We're going to package that up. We've been doing over the last couple of months. COVID-19 testing for student athletes. We are transitioning from the day-to-day testing for our student athletes to now a weekly PCR testing, which was cumbersome for our folks that were doing it, our administrators, our coaches had to do this every day. And though we're grateful for USC for partner, and we saved ourselves funds for not having to pay for those tests, it was a lot of work. And moving into the PCR testing and receiving funding for COVID-19 testing this month and into next year is really going to help us out with that as well. And then after school student co-curricular programs at all school sites, we're going to open up doors, just kind of like a reopening of our programs here on campuses too. And then finally, our professional development opportunities that will begin this summer for not only our teachers, our certificated, but also our paraeducators and tutors who work directly for in-person classroom instruction that will be offered as well. And what you see, just a couple of pictures, is the actual offerings that we're sending out. So we're not telling people what they have to do. We're telling people, what do you want to do? What interests do you have? But it's all frameworked around our expectations as a district too. So we're giving them choice at the same time. We're guiding them to get ready for the school year. And then just obviously that's the flyer that we're promoting for our grab and go meals for our families and their community too. Okay, so that wraps up a little bit about what we want to discuss today. And I'm not sure if anybody has questions as we progress into this.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Any questions from the board?
Just a comment. Something that triggered in my brain was when you were saying that the starting time was going to be 9. I know there was that bill that got passed. I think it was the Portantino bill that, and it will affect us high schools, that we will have to start at 9:30. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when will that take place? Not next year, but the following?
That's correct. The official law becomes in effect July 1st, 2022. If you had a contract that had a different time, whatever comes first, whether it expires first. So I think we're good. We're set to go. We are having discussions with our associations about the potential of just, we know this is going to happen now. We know for high school students, this is the way to do it. So potentially we may be seeing an 8:30 start this school year as well, come fall.
Has there been any discussion with our partner districts of how it's going to affect them, or what the plan is going to be in place for the little ones?
The little ones, they will have the law the same time, but 8 o'clock. So that's so it is staggered. And I think the law was modified because it was concerned about parent drop-off and timing. So the little ones will start first at 8 a.m., closer to what we have been in standard, right, for the last couple of years, or for many years. And then for us, high schools, there will be implications about, the 8:30 time.
I guess I just say that because, when you take your kids to school, you're going to usually want to take all of them. So what if I'm a parent and I have an 8 o'clock drop off at, Cherry Lee, and then I want to drop off my Royal kid? Where are we going to put those kids?
That's a great question. We are prepared to have service programs in the morning. So we have, though we're starting school, late, we are prepared to have in-person tutorials. It's specifically for this year and probably beyond, because the funding is there. We want to provide these opportunities for our kids as part of our learning loss program, that there'll be tutorials before and tutorials after in-person support.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Padilla. Ms. Torres de Segrist?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Zuniga, congratulations. I think that for me, this is a great way of preparing our students and starting next year, the school year. This summer is going to be really good. Thank you very much to you and all your team, all the things that you are doing for our students. There is no reason why the students don't study. My goodness, we prepare the food, we prepare a very good teachers, we prepare all the classes are in different things. This is the only part in the world where we have this kind of education, this kind of giving this to our students. And of course, the good program that you have in our school district. I am very proud and very happy to know all the things that you are doing for our students. It's going to be very easy for me to talk with all the parents when they start talking about our school district. Thank you very much, and I really enjoy the way that you are preparing everything for our students. Thank you, Mr. President. That's it for me.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Mr. Diaz or Mr. Salcedo?
No questions for me.
No questions either. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zuniga, for your update today. Much appreciated. At this time, we'll be moving on to our consent agenda. Consent agenda includes items that are routine in nature. At this time, are there any items that a trustee would like to hold for discussion? Mrs. Torres de Segrist?
Yes, please. Item number 7. Only that.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla?
I have some items, Mr. Briones, but I could just wait and talk about it when we get to that item, if that's okay.
Well, these all get approved with one motion.
Okay. So 25 and 32.
25, 32. Mr. Diaz?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Mr. Padilla, go ahead.
Yeah, I forgot I circled one over here. 22, 25, and 32. 22, 25, and 32.
Got it. Thank you. Mr. Diaz?
None for me.
Mr. Salcedo?
None for me either. Thank you.
Okay. So at this time, I'll accept a motion to adopt the consent agenda, excluding items number 7, 22, 25, and 32. Is there a motion to approve?
I move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, Mrs. Torres de Segrist?
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Count 5-0.
Thank you. The consent agenda is adopted, excluding items 7, 22, 25, and 32. So we'll start up with Mrs. Torres de Segrist on item number 7. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, that one, the consider approval of request for district to join in membership for a school year. And it was really interesting to see all the associations that we are requested to join the membership. But I didn't see one that I think is important. And this is the Asian Pacific Islander School Board. We are not members of this association, and I think that it could be a very good idea to be there, since we have several students that are Asians, and I don't know how many we have that are Islanders, but it's very interesting to be part of this association. The membership costs $100 a year. One time I heard a lot about that one, and I was thinking that it could be a good idea if we can have the membership for our school district. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres de Segrist. I think what we can do is perhaps if you want to connect with Dr. Zuniga and share the information, then bring it back to at a future meeting.
Okay, I will talk with Mr. Zuniga about this membership. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to, or any other questions on item number 7? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve consent agenda item number 7?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. No further discussion. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres-Seegers?
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
And Count 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 7 on our consent agenda is adopted unanimously. Moving on to item number 22. Mr. Padilla, you had a question or discussion on this item?
Yeah, just a comment. I would like a physical copy of each of the SPCA plans for each one of our schools, both in a binder and electronically if possible. Mr. Larry Cecil or Dr. Zuniga, not Mr. Dr. Zuniga, excuse me. That's it.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve consent agenda item number 22?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Mrs. Torres de Segrist. If there's no further discussion, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, Mrs. Torres-Seegers?
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Count is 5-0.
Thank you. Consent agenda item number 22 is adopted unanimously. Item 25, Mr. Padilla.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment regarding Hazel Health Services. I remember when we first brought this over to the district and stuff, I had introduced it as a program that I wanted to look at and pilot at Mountain View High School to specifically address the declining attendance at that period. And this program happened to be a lifesaver, or really helped us when COVID hit in terms of the medical services that it provided virtually. So kudos to Hazel Health and kudos to our school district for bringing that forward and for expanding that, not just at Mountain View High School, but throughout the El Monte Union High School District, because it has so many benefits to it. Not only does it help with health services, and it keeps students from missing school, and the prescription can be printed out there at school, and they see a doctor, and the parents are notified. And I think that the more and more advertisement that we do for Hazel Health, it will help us with both the virtual medical appointments, as well as increasing our average daily attendance that will be so important, especially with all of our declining enrollment. We must ensure that the students that we do have continue to come, so that we continue to get the average daily attendance to be able to provide those awesome programs that we have in our school district. So I just wanted to give kudos to Hazel Health and to our school district for making that investment and putting our money where our mouth is in terms of providing quality healthcare and finding innovative ways, creative ways to increase our attendance. That is all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Any further comments or questions on this item?
I move to approve item 25 for the consider of approval agreement between El Monte and El Monte Union High School District and Hazel Health Services.
Thank you. So the item's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Torres de Segrist. If there's no further discussion.
One quick discussion. I wrote it on my notes. Dr. Zuniga, I know that because we were on the alternative LCAP and we've been dealing with COVID, if in the fall we return to the in-person learning and so forth, I would like to see our attendance reports resume.
Okay.
When it comes to the ADA dollar loss and the percentages of the schools, and just like we used to have it, so that we can keep our eyes on these reports to ensure that our attendance rates are going in the right direction. And if they're not, talking about the attendance initiatives that we're going to be having at the schools and what the schools are going to do and how we're going to support it as a school district. Because again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but we can have the best everything, but if the kids are not there, that's a problem. So we must keep our eyes on attendance for our school district to be able to serve our students the best way possible. That is all.
Thank you. So the item has been moved and seconded. If there's no further discussion, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, Mr. Torres Segrist,
Aye.
Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Yes.
and Mr. Salcedo,
Yes.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
Count as 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 25 on consent is adopted unanimously. Item number 32, Mr. Padilla, this one's also yours.
Yeah, 32. I just want to make sure that we involve Citlalic and all of our students that are in the I'm drawing a blank right now. Or
SAC, Student Advisory Council.
Student Advisory Council, yes, that they continue to come and give us a report based on the findings of what we find in the U Truth survey. I know that this was another program in addition to Hazel Health. Also, U Truth is very powerful in that it surveys, our most important customer, which is our students, and we must continue to hear from our students. And I know that the data that U Truth gives us is extensive. And so I would like to ensure that we continue to get those reports from all of our schools to see what is in the minds of our young people and what it is that they like, what it is that they don't like, and where we can improve to be able to provide a better quality education that is meeting their needs, not just on what we as adults think that they need, but that they too tell us what it is that they need so that we can guide our programs to better meet their needs. I know that we're all, I'm 48 years old and the majority of the sport is right there, maybe a little bit younger than me and some more seasoned. But sometimes when we think what young people need is not right on. We're way off. And so we must continue to hear from these young people because they have definitely shown us and surprised us and amazed us, not surprised us, of their greatness, the ideas that they have, things that I would never have thought about. They will think about it and put it into practice, and we need to listen to what they say. That is it.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Any further discussion on item 32? See none.
I'll move to approve item 32, Mr. Briones.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Torres de Segrist. If there's no further discussion, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres de Segrist?
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Count is 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 32 on consent is approved unanimously. Moving on to our regular agenda, item number 1, consider approval of notice of completion for the South El Monte High School asphalt resurface and repairs project, bid number 2020-21, B10. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Padilla. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
All right, we'll start off with Mrs. Torres de Segrist again.
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Okay, we have count 5-0 for item number 1.
Thank you. Item number 1 is approved unanimously. Item number 2, consider approval to enter into an agreement with American Engineering Laboratories Incorporated to provide inspector of records service to support the T-Mobile cellular antenna upgrades project at El Monte High School. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Padilla. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres de Segrist?
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Count is 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 2 is adopted unanimously. Item number 3, consider approval to enter into agreement with Durham School Services to provide student charter bus, shuttle, and home-to-school transportation services from June 17, 2021 to July 31st, 2021. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Mrs. Torres de Segrist,
Aye.
Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo,
Yes.
and Mr. Briones.
Aye.
And count is 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 3 is adopted unanimously. Item number 4, consider approval to ratify contract agreement with Pyro Spectaculars to provide firework display for graduating seniors at South Amani High School.
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres de Segrist,
Aye.
Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo,
Yes.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
Count is 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 4 is adopted unanimously. Item number 5, consider approval of agreement between the Amani Union High School District and Classwork Company, DBA Class Kick. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second?
A second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres de Segrist,
Aye.
Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo,
Yes.
and Mr. Briones.
Aye.
Count 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 5 is adopted unanimously. Item number 6, consider approval of Z-Space Virtual Reality courseware for science. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres de Segrist,
Aye.
Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo,
Yes.
and Mr. Briones.
Aye.
Count is 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 6 is adopted unanimously. Item number 7, consider approval of the physical education exemptions request for the 2020 through 2021 school year. Is there a motion to adopt this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay. Mrs. Torres de Segrist,
Aye.
Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo,
Aye.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
And count is 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 7 is adopted unanimously. Item number 8, consider approval of agreement between the Almani Union High School District and Instructure for the 2021 through 2023 school years. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mrs. Torres de Segrist, seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay. Mrs. Torres de Segrist,
Aye.
Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo,
Yes.
and Mr. Briones.
Aye.
And count is 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 8 is adopted unanimously. Item number 9, consider approval of affiliation agreement between the Almani Union High School District and Biola University Incorporated to provide extern opportunities for psychology students. Is there a
Move to
motion
approve.
to? Sorry, who was that?
Diaz.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres de Segrist,
Aye.
Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo,
Yes.
and Mr. Briones.
No.
The count is 4 yeas and 1 no, with Mr. Briones a no.
Thank you. The item is approved by a vote of 4-1, with myself voting no. Item number 10, presentation and discussion on school resource officer progressive model for Almani Union High School District. Dr. Zuniga, I believe you have a presentation on this item.
Yes, we do. Again, good evening, board. We have a presentation and a discussion item for you. As we prepare for the presentation, we did provide you a draft. We had to finalize it today, so we edited a few things, but not too much things. And I first want to thank you guys for allowing us to provide you with the information that we have had. We had last month. We had a discussion earlier in the fall. and for taking your time on this item. We know how important it is for all of us to understand what's happening in our society today and how we are addressing school policing on campuses. And we had the opportunity to listen to you from the presentation from last month. And what I did is I tried to synthesize some of the things that each board member provided last month, because I think the majority of time spent last month was some of the primary concerns that you guys had, some of the things that the district office needed from you, and to allow us to provide maybe a plan moving forward on how we can better adjust school policing in the future if that's the direction of the board. We feel that the plan could benefit our students, our community, but also allow us some accountability for our district that we would continue to support, communicate, provide updates. So a lot of that has been missing over the last couple of years since the SRO came in place here at Monte Union High School District. So I think that a lot of these points that were gathered were some of the frameworks that are being provided through organizations like ACLU, who is addressing school policing through their research. So what we did is took our time to say what frameworks are out there that is beneficial to this conversation. And we think that this community would benefit from some of these ideas that are out there through research as well. So I'd like to start off with just a couple of things that we updated with the board from last week, and then your input from your board discussions or responses and recommendations. We started with Mrs. Torres when we had the discussion, and she provided some points specifically to how parents have received the SRO program and how receptive they have had, because she believes that it has helped our parents understand the safety parameters that are placed on campuses, specifically after hearing a lot of issues concerning, the restrooms and the drug use in the restrooms that high schools tend to, have issues with and gravitate towards as far as students in that area. And it's important to know that she believes that the SROs are supportive of our schools and our students. As far as relationship-wise, she had the pleasure of touching base with one of our SROs on campus. I believe it was Mr. Joe Garcia, that she had discussed with. So that's what she summarized in her statement and feedback after the presentation. Mr. Padilla followed with really opening about just from the top 110% in support of the SRO programs. He reminded and shared with us that the actual survey results from the fall showed that many of our parents and students did support SROs according to the survey. And also, he was open to having a forum with students and parents on the ways to improve the program, but not get rid of the program in its entirety too. We'll go next to, I believe it was Mr. Diaz here. He actually analyzed some of the comments that our student board member made right before he went on, and he agreed that some of the things that were stated by our student board member, Hilani Palacios, about just the effect of the decriminalization of our students just within the feelings of the SRO program on campus, and that's what she didn't want, and she felt the importance of some of these resources that will better benefit our students, including the issues that they personally come with on campus. And a lot of that information that we don't know when they do arrive on campus, all the issues that they have and the support that they desperately need. Mr. Diaz commented about the community survey. He believed that there was a lot of support, and we can't ignore that. We need to take that into serious account, and that there's a lot of support for the SRO program according to what he understood in the survey. And he did state that there's an abundance of roles and responsibilities on the SRO that may not have the training or the bandwidth to even take on that. In fact, there was a lot of comments about being overwhelmed with the list of responsibilities that were actually in the formal description of the SRO. Suggested more counseling, licensed marriage and family therapists to support this work. And also the SROs could play a role in many of our support programs, but they don't need to be the lead person, the expert in those areas. Continue to build on El Monte PD's diversion program, this more restorative justice program that versus criminalization or penalizing our students as well. And then last but not least, let's not rush to remove the SROs, but evaluate the gaps in the system to where the SRO could be more effective too. So this is something that was synthesized because I know there was a lot more information that was shared by Mr. Diaz after having the opportunity to discuss this. Mr. Sosero will go on to the next slide. He did echo some of the information that was provided in feedback from Mr. Diaz. He is in favor of the SRO program, but believes that we really need to take a look at what other support systems are in place and the impact of our budget, if that's the case, and where it lies and where that balance at within our priorities about additional support to really remove some of the responsibility of the SRO and embed them into our support system that we plan to have in place. Some of the things that we are asking our SROs to do are, again, unrealistic, and that's kind of been some of the things that we heard from many board members. Does not believe SROs are trained to handle specific services, but also having additional counselors on site would be supportive. But again, reminding us about the understanding about where our budget is at the same time. He's in favor of having a broad SRO program and hopes that we just don't have a one representing the entire city of El Monte through the El Monte PD. And then finally, we had our closing comments by our president, Mr. Briones. And if we can go to the next slide, please. Mr. Briones is 100% in support in putting our students' safety first. And that was foremost for the statement that came forward. He discussed and provided us some background on Measure J, which is from LA County's Measure J. It also was passed by our voters, just reminding everyone to provide funding to address racial injustice. And this led into a conversation about the resources that will be disseminated under Measure J to better support these communities that have been impacted during the pandemic and even before that. So during the pandemic, our community provided resources, as we know, to our families, including access to food, especially around the topic of food insecurity. The way we addressed the needs of our students was by providing resources to fill in the gaps, not by bringing in law enforcement during this time. He also agrees that SRO duties are not attainable, and we are asking more of our SROs with less resources and insufficient training. We need to address student needs through additional counseling services. Again, many students who are Black and brown come into contact with law enforcement. That's statistical data that we know that's relevant to this conversation. We should not frame this discussion on individual police officers, but also think about how law enforcement fits into our communities and how they respond to calls for services, not only in school, but also within our community. We need to think about how we are going to invest our money in services that we need for our families. And finally, he recommends minimizing the amount of funds that we dedicate to the SRO program or not renew our contract right now. Instead, why don't we direct staff to reinvest the money that we estimated we have actually spent in the past, $415,000 for the SRO service program. And he would support this by having a task force set to figure out how we can better spend and invest that $415,000 that we have done in the past. So those were, again, information that we gathered through the testimonials, the recommendations, the feedback provided by the board. So again, I do want to thank the board for kindly listening to our recommendations, our suggestions, but at the same time, ultimately, our board will direct us and also give us next steps. And we have a couple other things that lead to this conversation. I want to invite Mr. Alejandro Leon. I work closely with him on this project as he is working with the Student Services Department at the school site, specifically to support the program on campus, and also understand what's at stake for next year with the additional services that we will be providing, but also what we will continue to do on campus. Mr. Leon, good evening, and thank you again for joining us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zuniga. Good evening, Cabinet and board members. Now, as we navigate through the presentation, we find it pertinent at this time to share the actual resources that are existing on our campuses throughout district and are dedicated to addressing the mental health and wellness of students. Currently, we staffed at a 400-to-1 ratio with our counselors, and that is within the norms and even slightly lower of the state average. You can see that the breakdown of the counselors throughout our district. where we boast at this point 25 academic counselors throughout the school. I do say academic counselors because they do spend a lot of time making sure that our students have every opportunity to graduate. But in addition to that academics, a big portion of their effort is to be that frontline respondent to identify need as quickly as possible. It's through their effort that we're able to provide the many referrals and the many interventions to ensure that we're addressing student need. Of those 25 counselors, we have 2 counselors at Fernando R. Ledesma with an approximate caseload of roughly about 200 per counselor, and an additional counselor at CDS with a caseload of roughly about 50 students or so. That varies year to year. We also have a child welfare and attendance coordinator at every single school site. Now, this is, I'd say, a service that I feel very privileged to have. It's been my experience that throughout most districts, you have maybe 1 or 2 throughout district, not 1 at every site, and we're very thankful for that board support. We also have a college and career coordinator who is also a counselor, has a PPS credential from throughout the district. Again, these are services that are not typical, but part of the Monte Union High School District fabric. In addition to that resource, we've got 9 psychologists that service the needs of our students. Now, one might initially think that psychologists are primarily a resource for special education and students to qualify for the service, but they go way beyond that. They are frequently present in our DARB meetings, in our SARB meetings, in our effort meetings, in our SSTs, and they support our staff in crisis response and the evaluation of student need. So they are there to service every single student on campus. And yes, they do specialize in providing services for students who qualify for IEPs. An additional resource that we have that, again, is uncommon in most schools and part of our fabric is that of the Comprehensive Support Services Coordinator. These are staff members that are available throughout every comprehensive high school and Fernando R. Ledesma, and they will be an integral part of the development of wellness centers, which I will address in a second. But their effort is solely dedicated to student mentoring, student intervention, student support, and it's through their hard work that we, again, are able to provide that support service for students with a tier 2, tier 3 need. And as we address the need of whole child, those referrals to local community partners do come. Now, this item, or the following 2 items, are resources that we began earlier this year, and I thank the support of the board for allowing us to extend this resource. We are very happy and excited about the introduction of the LMFT and social workers. These 3 individuals will be divided up and support every single site throughout our district, including Ledesma and CDS. And it's through their coordinated effort with that of the CSSEs that we will be able to staff the wellness centers at schools. Now, one may ask, why bring in this service when we have so many community partners that provide similar services? But as I'll show in the next slide, having them on staff, having them on campus allows us to provide a much more immediate response, much better tracking and support of services than that of making referrals out to the community agencies. Now, we honor, respect, and really appreciate every single one of the relationships that we have had with the Foothill families, the Inkies, the Pacific Clinics, the Alma Family Services, and we continue vested in those and looking to build those into even stronger relationships. But we will coordinate the resources that we have on our campus to better address and more quickly address student need as it arises. Before I move on to the next slide, I noticed that Mr. Diaz had a question. Would you like me to answer that now?
Go ahead and finish your slides.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next slide, please. Now, as in response to the direction provided by the board and the leadership provided by the board, we've to review the duties that our SROs have provided. And in doing so, we are looking to prioritize their role and the activities that they perform on campus to make better use of this resource and to ensure that the expert in every area provides the support for which they are most prepared to do so. I agree with the board. Our SROs are great, they're wonderful, but they have been spread very thin. And in doing so, these are the prioritized services that our district will focus on moving forward if allowed to. Our SROs provide, I would say, and this is probably the most critical of the supports, they have provided for many years an expedited response for medical and psychiatric emergencies. And as you understand, these are very critical moments and require the fastest of responses when a student is in a moment of either emotional need or health need. Now, with them on campuses, they have access to a much faster response time to medical and emergency services, faster than 911, and much, much faster than a psychiatric emergency evaluation team. This is, again, I would say, the most critical support that they provide. And, you know, our number one goal is to make sure that every single student returns home safely every single time. And we appreciate the support that we receive in that. Now, additionally, we have certain social ills that result in child abuse. And yes, there is a social service network and support service that is out there that supports us. But through the support that we receive from our SROs, we're able to provide a friendly face in a very, very delicate and critical moment. And it is these friendly faces that provide that warm handoff that guide our students in obtaining the support that they need and addressing those legal matters that need to be addressed. And again, I can't emphasize how important it is to have a familiar face there to guide students through those moments. Additionally, the visibility and presence of our SROs serve as a prime deterrent to crime and violence on our campus, whether it's internal or external. And this is whether it's the squad car that's outside our building or the presence of the SRO during all passing periods, during lunchtime, before, after school. That familiar face at the graduation, at sporting events. This is a critical resource that we are fortunate to have. Now, this next item is probably one that doesn't get much attention, and we are very thankful for the both law enforcement agencies that support us in this, because we have had, as all districts have, tragedies occur, whether it's on campus or off campus. And when those tragedies occur at the night hours, during the weekend hours, it is through those efforts and consideration of law enforcement that reaches out to myself, to Dr. Zuniga, to Mr. Cecil, to principals, that allow us to get a jump on preparing for the next day and reach out to families and provide support as quickly as we possibly can so that we can hit the ground running the very next morning. This resource, this notification has been very invaluable to our preparational efforts. No one here, and I'd say that I'm proud to serve with teams that do not care about what the time of night is when they receive my call, they receive that call from law enforcement. We jump quickly into action, and I'm only able to do so with the support of our law enforcement partners. Now, another item that our SROs have been able to provide, and I was a big part of this during my time at the site, was to serve as a legal advisor when it comes to matters involving restraining orders and custody orders. Unfortunately, these things do happen. Schools are meant to be the safe spaces that we work very hard to make them be. And it is through the support of our law enforcement that at times we have to address both parents in making sure that that is not interrupted by any matters existing at the home or existing in the community. In many occasions, our SROs have served to inform parents of their rights, inform parents of the services and opportunities that are out there for them, inform them of how to obtain a restraining order when it's necessary. You know, I remember this very clearly from Mr. Cecil and the time that we shared at Mountain View. Didn't matter when a parent came in. It didn't matter what legal need they had. Yes, we are an educational institution, but because of the partnership that we enjoyed with with law enforcement, we were able to just make a quick call, whether it was 5, 6, 7 p.m., and get, again, a very understanding law enforcement officer to help a family member or help a parent understand what their rights were in those critical moments of need. Our SROs help us with our home visit efforts and our wellness. We received and listened to and were very proactive in improving the numbers or increasing the numbers of home visits, again, to drive up attendance, number one, and number two, to ensure that students are safe. Many of our staff are very quick and willing to go, and it was very beneficial to us to have the support of local law enforcement who knew the community well and ensured that not just the student, but our staff members were safe in doing so. Now, our law enforcement partners, just like LACO, just like other community agencies, have certain expertise, and we really want to better make use of that expertise and having them serve as guest speakers and support us in our presentations to parents and students. This goes in line with the mentorship that they provide. Now, most of the mentorship that our SROs provide on campus is informal. It's not part of a structured program, and it's the bulk of it is through passing periods. It's through lunch and a student hanging out with the SRO because we feel very comfortable with them, because they're interested in becoming an explorer, because they have interest in armed forces. And SROs are always there, and they're that supportive, again, law enforcement member who is there not just at the campus, but even following students at games and cheering them on. So we would like to, again, support them in that effort by tying them into the wellness centers and having them support activities that we create, we organize, whether it's a restorative practice circle, whether it's a conflict mediation. They have served a role in those activities, not because it was their lead responsibility, but simply because they had a relationship with the student. And we welcome any adult who is able to connect with our students and able to help us reach students in any way that is positive for them. Now, we also really value that our SROs are made of the right fabric for our community, that they understand that we have community members that have certain perceptions of law enforcement, or community members are informed by what we all watch in the news and in society. We believe that the presence of a law enforcement officer on campus, when they are the right fit, serve to reshape that perception and help to educate the community and help them to understand that not all law enforcement officers are the same, that we do have very professional, very kind, very compassionate individuals who will work with the community to ensure that their needs are, and that they are safe. The next item, we have also benefited from having SROs on our campus because their presence allows us to enroll students into intervention programs that are very popular, both the TORCH program from EMPD and the VIDA program from the Sheriff's Department. These programs are offered throughout the year, and with the presence of NSRO on campus, their enrollment, when needed, is pretty immediate, and they are handheld to the process. And our SROs go as far as, for those that do work with those programs, they join the students through those sessions on the weekends, in the evenings, in the afternoons, whenever it may be, and they develop that relationship, and they help to support the student throughout the school year after their successful completion of either a VITA or a TORCH program. Now, an additional component, and this was presented to the board some time ago, was the Youth Diversion and Development Program. This is in partnership with both ALMA Family Services and EMPD. This program was developed to minimize the use of ACE-Haitian to divert a student who is leaning towards legal system involvement and push them down that pipeline instead of allowing them to move forward with it. This is a pretty robust intervention that provides case management, wraparound services. I'm aware of them buying mattresses for families, providing meals, supporting them with outings, and a lot of wonderful things happen over at the McLaren Center as part of the YDD program. Now, as it currently exists, we can only access that support service for our families through law enforcement. We were in conversation with Alma Family Services about linking also the Sheriff's Department with the YDD program so that we service our students throughout. But again, El Monte PD has been very supportive in helping us refer students to the Youth Diversion Development Program, even when they are not assigned to a school that they serve. So we're very appreciative for that. And last but not least, you know, in working with Dr. Zuniga in this project, we were sharing that despite my best efforts, I was unable to bring on more males into to support our wellness center program, and I say that because I do see our population in need of more positive male role models, especially for at promise students, especially for those students who already have that negative perception of law enforcement. So their presence, whether it's in uniform or civies, or the softened uniform, serves to build that trust with a local resource that our community at times is in need of and is reluctant to use. So we appreciate that support. And again, I provide these services as those that we would prioritize if we are allowed to continue with the SRO program. This would all receive the focus and systemization of services that we would look to introduce. Okay, may I answer any questions for anyone?
Mr. Diaz, you had your hand up earlier.
Yeah, I think, are we going to move on to the next speaker, or I see the recommendations are coming up. Are you going to address those, Mr. Leon, or should I ask my questions now? Because I think
I will hand off the microphone to Dr. Zuniga, and I will be happy to answer your questions at the end of the presentation.
Okay, if we can go back to the counselor slide, the ratios there. I know again with the budget and where that's at, I see that El Monte and Mountain View only have 4 counselors. South El Monte also only has 4 counselors. It does obviously 3 counselors. Has there been any consideration, and I really appreciate the LMFTs that we're going to be hiring at the wellness centers, is there going to be any consideration to hire any more counselors, academic counselors, for El Monte and Mountain View, and possibly South El Monte as well?
No, improving services is always, and supplementing services is always at the forefront. But we do have to consider where the direction that enrollment is headed in. With that said, I will also share that the overall numbers and ratios that you see there are actually favorable in comparison to some local schools, other local districts, and we are doing better than them. Could we do better? That's always the question, and that's always our charge. But at this point in time, we have total enrollment to consider when it comes to staffing.
Mr. Leon, I heard you earlier say that our ratios are actually below average, but I just heard you right now say that it's better than local school districts. So is it below average nationally, regionally, or what was that reference? Or did I not hear that correctly?
I'm sorry. Throughout California, and if you look at schools like LA Unified, you'll see that the ratio is closer to 500 to 1. Locally, Baldwin Park, they've got some pretty high numbers as well. I know that from personal experience, and because my wife is an employee there, and I hear some of her thoughts. I share that from experience through working at other districts and the ratios that I've seen through ABC Unified, Paramount Unified, and LA Unified.
Yeah, so our ratios are better then, is what you're saying overall.
Yes, I misspoke. I apologize.
Okay, if we can go to the next slide.
Mr. Diaz, just to add on there, I believe in California, the ratio is about 620 to 1, and then the national one averages about 465, or between 465 and 475, if I recall.
Yeah, I'll probably bring it up again in roundtable for discussion, but I think, with respect to some of the folks in college and COVID, all that, I think it's worthy of a discussion, especially as we move forward with looking how we're going to use our dollars. So, and then I can wait on my questions here because I do have questions about these slides, but I want to hear the recommendations before I ask questions.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Leon, for providing that information for our board. And we will finish with a couple of things that we gathered for our recommendations. If you go on to the next slide. And again, as my introduction is looking at the research and the study regarding the most progressive models that are out there in practice or have been in place over the last couple of years. And when I say last couple of years, recently, after looking at all the studies and also the school systems that are in place that are still in providing these school resource officers on campuses, including in California. The first, and I believe, in my opinion, the most important is governance, what we're doing now as the board, as the superintendent, as the district administration, and also in partnership with our city officials, because they do play a key role within this community. They are supporting this effort in almost 50% at some time in historically in providing the cost and alleviating the cost to the district. So it's important that that dialogue is key when we look at the agreements. And luckily for us, these are annual agreements where we can review them, we can modify them. Unfortunately, I do have to share that in the past, it's kind of been just more of a routine where we just signed, agreed, and gone. This has triggered a closer look through the lens of the agreement about how it can assist us moving forward. And I think our city partners are looking for us as the lead to say, what do you need on your campuses with regard to this agreement? I probably would say that it may be a little bit more challenging through the county sheriffs, but at the same time, the two cities who work with them and contract the sheriff have a strong voice as well in the decision and the agreement when it comes to the contract with the actual county sheriff's department. With the governance, we would recommend to define the SROs within the context of the district's educational mission, vision, and its goals. We're talking about our own goals that we have in mind, and specific to, we just discussed the LCAP, we just discussed SEL components, how that could be embedded into this SRO agreement moving forward. Establish the agreement with our city partners that demonstrates shared understanding of the goals themselves of SRO program, including support and training, and define clear roles and responsibilities of SRO, meaning what happens on campus, what does not happen on campus. And then the third bullet is initiate revisions to job description of SROs, clearing definition, defining what is expected of the SROs as well. So this is all new to not only the cities, but it would also be new to potentially the law enforcement agencies that we're working with. I don't think they're blind. I think they understand that what's at stake and that a lot of LEAs are looking to redefine and reform school policing if it's to continue moving forward. Number two, distinguish disciplinary misconduct and criminal offenses. I think this is a result of the feedback that was provided last month. Students should not be subject to formal law enforcement intervention for ordinary school discipline issues. Citations, court referrals, and arrests should not be used against students for most behavioral infractions. That means that normal adolescent behavior and nonviolent infractions should not even be part of this conversation. The citing, the referring, and also the arrest when there is no alternative, and only when there is a serious threat to school safety. And before I go on to the next one, I do want to share that I had a dialogue with the principals, and I asked them, well, what is your input on the SRO? If you were to provide me with information recommendations to the board, what would be the voice of the principal as well? And I think it's important to point out that they did share the same voice about, we don't want our SROs to be on campus, to be the disciplinarian, to look out just for the bad kid and to have that. That is the old mindset that maybe some of the previous school principals have got in the past, or have really had just kind of had practice. And with, in my opinion, and just my observation and speaking with our principals, they understand what's at stake. And I want to highlight a couple of things that were mentioned to me regarding the recommendations. This is kind of a collective statement, and I'll kind of read it to you verbatim. As you know, we value the service of our school sites, SROs or SRDs. Much success in our school culture is attributed to their work at our sites to help promote campus safety. So we are confident that as site principals, we communicate our vision with our SROs, SRDs to promote social justice, equity and access, and community empowerment for our students. And some of them did share that they're not a fan of the SRO, SRD using their positions to unfairly search, refrain, issue a citation, ticket, or arrest, or have an implicit bias to punish our students for doing teenage things, quote unquote, and that they're confident that today that the SRO, SRDs are partners within the school and within our schools as well. With regard to the MOU, they would like to include some components such as take proactive approach to promote social emotional support for students and families in need. Only when necessary, assist the school personnel with the evaluation and transportation of students to a mental health facility when students and parents are in need. We find ourselves sometimes waiting a long period of time to get that support when the call is made and when there's no SRO, SRD on campus. There's been various situations that have occurred that I've been informed about from the school principals. They asked that the SRO, SRD use alternative means of correction by guiding students and stakeholders to positive resolutions without the citations, and that they use strategies to support our special education students by advocating for the application of their accommodations and modifications within their SMART goals. Use appropriate child brain development and health recommendations to help discourage our teenagers to be involved in crime, discourage them to be involved to their involvement in crime activity, and then to make themselves available to assist with school-related emergencies after hours as well as on the weekends, which I believe many are doing at this point. So our principals understand the situation. They know that this is a unique opportunity to look at this as a growth opportunity and look at a different way of law enforcement agencies within our campuses. So I did want to share that collectively from the principals as we discuss this evening. As we move on to the next slide, please. There's two other components as far as the recommendations to ensure transparency and accountability. This is something that I believe has been shortchanged in our approach to addressing just discussions around SROs within our SRO history. We believe that providing mechanisms for transparency and accountability, including annual mandatory public reporting on SRO activity, data, and meaningful complaint resolution system should take place. I appreciate some of our board members that ask for the data, that ask, we want to know what the citation data shows, how many contact has been happening when these contracts come in. But that's not standard practice for us. I think it's kind of when the conversation comes, we address it. This would be more fluent and also just standard. And then the second one is establish a district-wide SRO community task force comprised of students, staff, community stakeholders, and police agencies representatives. This is something that we discussed last month as one of our recommendations. And also the third one, to annually survey the community, data collection and analysis report to parents in our community as well. Kind of like 2 and 3 kind of go hand in hand, right? And then hold community forums to discuss SRO programs. And also, if possible, the SRO resource officers wear body cameras as well. That has been something that was recommended as far as best strategies by some of the research that we had. I did meet with the chief of police yesterday. Monte PD already has cameras that they have and that they're using. And for Monte PD, it'll be a common practice for them at this point. And I'm not so certain about the sheriffs at this point, and they have to do more research on that. The county from Temple City Station does have a new captain, which I have not met, and I've requested a meeting. Hopefully I get a chance to do that soon. But as far as the SROs for the El Monte PD, that's something that they could certainly provide. And then number 4, promote restorative approach to campus safety. This is something between the district administration that we looked at as one of the El Monte Union High School district really grassrooted area that we wish to see. Integrate research-based practices to improve school climate and student behavior. Expand on the restorative practices and youth diversion programs, as Mr. Alejandro Leon mentioned, and then resume the SRO program with modifications to a uniform job description by working with our city and law enforcement partners. And then finally, requested the adaptation to SR uniform to improve student and community relationships too. So this is something that we look at as accountability. I think it fits in both areas as a conversation that we would need to have with our law enforcement agencies too. Okay, so those are the 4 components that we felt that were a priority based on your feedback, the information that we received from the school principals, and also just a dialogue that we have had here through our research. Okay. So I believe that would be our last slide, and if there's any questions that Mr. Leon, I know Mr. Cecil played a significant role in this presentation last month as well, or myself can engage in and respond to.
Mr. Diaz, you have your hand up?
Yeah, so to confirm, our public safety folks haven't seen this presentation yet or reviewed any of this.
No, the public safety folks have not reviewed it. The meetings that I've had with our city managers have had the chance to have the discussion or really hear our side out about what we would be discussing with the board. We've worked through the cities to meet with the actual agencies. It's been more flexible with allowing me to meet with the captain, with the chief of police from Hawaii directly. So I think he's been informed regarding our law enforcement from the Temple Station, something that I wish to have the opportunity soon.
Yeah, one of the things that comes up for me is I wonder if this will increase or decrease the amount of the contracts. And then the other thing here, including annual mandatory public reporting, annually feels like way too long. I would much rather see it monthly, if not possible, quarterly. That way we have real-time data and can make appropriate adjustments or recommendations as needed. And plus, if we're having a district-wide SRO community task force, I'm assuming they're going to want to see data anyway. So yeah, I would just recommend we move away from annual and maybe monthly or quarterly reporting on SRO activities. And if we go back one slide.
You go to the one and
yeah,
two.
just there. Yeah, those are my primary comments for now.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Mrs. Torres de Segres, any comments or questions?
Gosh, yes. Yes, I'm sorry it didn't work right now, but it's working. Okay. I like those recommendations that you are giving to us. Exactly. When we accepted, see, I don't remember in what moment we accepted to have the SRO with us, this program in our high schools. But at the beginning, did we know how they were going to be the rules, how they were going to work with us? Because one of the important things that we always have to have when we accept somebody to come to work with us is that they need to know what are our rules, our ideas, because at the end, the Mr. Zuniga, Dr. Zuniga, who is the superintendent, he's responsible of the students. Then I like the recommendations that we are trying to do with this group and trying to adapt it to the way that our school district is. I didn't know how it was done at the beginning. When did we start having this program in our district, Mr. Zuniga?
I'm going to say it's been almost 2 decades, if I'm not mistaken. It's been quite some time. Those of you who have been around for a while, feel free to chime in.
I believe the SRO program started in 1999.
Okay, 1999, we started to have it a long time ago. But did we have some kind of meetings with them? And you as the superintendent, and of course I like the idea when you were talking with all the principals, because at the end the principals are responsible of the high schools, and they know the high schools very well. They know what is happening with the students, and we need help. We need help of those of this program, but this program has to be adapted to according our way that we are in our school district. And these recommendations, I've been studying very carefully these recommendations, and I like these 4 points that you have already recommended, and let's see how it's working. Are they have you already talked with them and let them know that we are going to follow these recommendations?
As far as the secrets, what has been done at this point is I've met with all the city managers.
Yes.
They requested an update about when we anticipated a decision, whether we were going to move forward and look at the contract and discuss the contracts. They also informed me that they are interested in knowing when, because of their budgets, that they are
Yes, I understand.
their budgets, they need to plan ahead of time. And in fairness to them, they have to have an understanding of where we're at. And after providing them some background about what we've been discussing, I did state that this month we would be coming back to the board for further discussion and looking for direction from the board, so we can look at the contract and hopefully come to agreement in any of the revisions that we need. That way they can take it to their council, and then we would also bring it back to you for approval.
Okay, well, are they willing to, are they open to accept our protocols of our high schools?
After speaking to the chief of police yesterday, he's fully on board with the support that we had discussed. The only big question is we would have to further discuss that about not only the sheriff, but also with El Monte PD. I tend to see them to be more flexible, but to have that in writing and to make it part of the agreement, we would have to have further discussion on that. With the sheriff's department, as you know, that it's a little bit challenging when you have two cities that you have to kind of go back and forth at the same time, with some of the changes that the sheriffs are also going through too, with a new captain, and also LA County is LA County. So it's really the bigger picture, right, for LA
My
County.
goodness, it's a lot of things, then a lot of
What is the LA County vision, and how does it trickle down to the LA County sheriffs, and how they work together to look at these agreements and say what can be provided and what are they doing for their restorative programs with school resource officers. Lots of talk in LA County too, because the supervisors are holding discussions, and I learned last week that they did have a dialogue about the discussion that they wanted to bring up with the SROs, and I believe there was a resolution to further discuss some of the data that's been requested as far as collecting and at doing a closer look about the programs on campuses, on schools regarding the SRO program. I had a dialogue with our president, Mr. Briones, because it came to my awareness that this is happening at this point too, through the county supervisors, that they are discussing SRO programs. So I'm interested in further being involved in that conversation, but at the same time, that's another jurisdiction too, right, with the county supervisors. And with
Do they have, Dr. Zuniga, do they have a program with other high schools, with other districts?
many programs that
Many.
they have. Yes, some districts have their own agency. Some schools have broken up their agencies and now looking to see what are they going to do. For example, the Baldwin Park School District, they used to have their own police unit. That was their employees. That actually no longer exists. But I did get a call from the superintendent, and they wanted to see what our contracts look like with the city police, because I believe they're looking for other options too at this point. So we're all in this together. We're all addressing it. In my opinion, I think across Southern California and in California, this has been one of the biggest topics of discussion for high schools and schools in general. Our school districts, our partner school districts, K-8 school districts, El Monte City and Maumee School District, they do have plans to continue with a school resource officer program through El Monte PD. I know that they don't have the SRO on campus every day or at every school site, but I do understand that they are moving forward with the SRO programs to support their schools too, or their agencies.
Well, my idea, I like these recommendations that you have already put, and let's see what's happening. And I didn't know that it was such a big problem. It's really a big one, and everything is for the good. We are looking for the best of our students and the best of the community. Then I think that everybody has to be reasonable and also to follow the protocols of the from our high school and also from the policeman, and see how we can combine them. That's my idea.
And if we're not talking about it, then we're really ignoring the problem. So I'm really pleased that we didn't rush to any type of decision, that this is something that's been ongoing for the whole entire year, as a matter of fact. And unfortunately, we're changing fiscal year, so that also has implications about budgeting too.
Yeah, I understand. Well, that's my idea. That's the conversation that I had. I don't know how much can help, but let's see what the other members they say. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mrs. Torres de Segrist. Mr. Padilla, thoughts?
Yes, I have a lot of thoughts. Another thing or services that the SROs provide is they are awesome mentors to so many of our at-promise students. And in addition to that, we also have the diversion program called Torch. They do home visits. They also place kids on 5150s when they're mentally unstable. And they always have their phones. That's another thing that they do. They always have their phones. And if a principal needs to call at whatever time that is, and that was mentioned, I think that's a big plus in order for us to, take next step decisions when it comes to specific situations that are always changing so rapidly, and they get posted on Facebook, and we're trying to respond to a situation. So not only that, and then I know that there was a meeting, and I think it was the last meeting that we had this discussion about the SROs. Board member Briones made a statement that I couldn't reply because he was the last person that spoke, but I'm going to address it now. And he made a comment that, I'm sorry, but I think it was the stupidest comment that I've ever heard in a board meeting, where he stated that high schools do not have a gun problem or do not have a shooting problem. Like, I don't know if you guys have watched the news. I'm sure you have, but there's daily shootings all over the place. And let me remind this board that the reason that the SRO program got started was because of the Columbine shooting back in 2000. Okay, whether it was 99 or 2000, that is the major threat to high schools and 9th to 12th grade education. Let's not lose sight of that. We haven't really talked about it. We kept everything very nice, but I don't know if we can put a price on the life of one of our students or one of our staff members. Okay. There is a gun problem in America. Every day that I wake up and I watch Channel 7, there's some type of shooting somewhere. And, we've tried to legislate it and try to do it at a very high level, even at the federal level. And I don't know what could be any worse than shooting little first graders from that, the atrocities that happen. And I don't remember the name of the school right now, but that was one of the worst days in America. And we were not able to change legislation when our worst nightmare came to life and became reality of a gunman on our campus shooting, young elementary school age kids. That is just ridiculous. We keep going back and forth and stuff. And I do like the recommendations that were brought forth by the experts, by the practitioners. The principals are the experts. The child welfare person, Mr. Alejandro Leon, and I do the same job in another school district. Okay. I'm approaching 30 years. So give me a little credit, give me one stripe, because I definitely give that stripe to Mr. Alejandro Leon when he's talking about this, because these are real life things that we have to deal with on a daily basis. Tomorrow, when Mr. Leon goes back to work, it can happen. When we start summer school, it can happen. So, when I ran for this board, one of my platforms was safety. And I have to keep saying this. Safety. And that is the number one rule when you work as an educator, as a school board member, as a principal, as a director, as a parent. Our number one priority, even before curriculum and instruction, even before Mr. Larry Cecil, is to ensure the lives of all of our students and their safety and our staff. Okay. Parents could care less about your curriculum and instruction if they do not feel that their children are safe at school. And we owe it to them. And that needs to come from the highest level in a school district. And that would be us as school board members. Now, we have awesome programs when it comes to college and career readiness. I promised my parents that we would have awesome college and career programs. We do. We have over 38 career tech education programs. We've got dual partnership with Rio Hondo College. We've got dual partnership with LA Trade Tech. We're bringing construction because we've realized that not everybody wants to go to college. It's okay. It's okay if they want to follow a trade. I also talked about accountability when I ran, and I'm putting truth to power, because we are the power in the El Monte Union High School District. When I ran and I told the people about accountability and fiscal responsibility, I have nailed that. This board has nailed that. Fiscal responsibility. We have, a reserve of 26%. And I made Mr. Alatar open his mouth and say that to the public and to everybody watching it, because we heard all the report and we heard the budget report, but never did we hear what our reserve is. And in the interest of transparency, the public, our unions, everybody has the right to know that we have 26% in reserves. And I talked about how the average in the state is 17.34%. Okay. And I only asked for the percentage. He did not give me a dollar amount. So I'm curious to know what that 26% reserve is in our budget in terms of accountability. He did tell me that in addition to that 26%, we also have these other two special funds where we've put money. He did give me the dollar amounts for that. He told me that in Fund 17, we have $4.2 million. He also told me that in Fund 20, we have another $3 million. Okay. And I'll repeat it again. That is accountability with fiscal responsibility. This has been a very good board of taking care of the money, but we take care of the money to take care of our students. Again, they are our number one priority. And I find it sickening that we have this discussion back and forth and we're fiddle farting around. Either you support the police department or you don't. You can't say you support it and then, come up with all these, additional things to balk. I'm ready to call for the vote for this program. You know, if the principals say it's good and the survey said it's good when we surveyed our parents, I know that Mr. Briones did not like the results of that survey. And I say that, Mr. Briones, because your quote to Mr. Zuniga, or to Dr. Zuniga, excuse me, you're not Mr., you're Dr. Zuniga, was, well, I felt that the questions were kind of leading the parents to say positive stuff about the parents. You know what? That's a bunch of cockamamie, Mr. Briones. When we have surveys, okay, you need to trust the data. The data is not good. The data is not bad. The data is the data. And just because you didn't like it, okay, doesn't mean that, we're just going to throw out the entire program. I'm not okay with that. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. There are times where you have to put your money where your mouth is, Mr. Briones, because prior to Mrs. Maria Morgan leaving here, it was you and her that were against the SRO program. And you know what? As a minority, I've lived in this community, okay? I get it that there's Black people that are over incarcerated and Latino people that are over incarcerated. I get it. And I get it that there are some bad cops out there in multiple police departments, just like we have some sorry teachers in some school districts. And we as staff members and as colleagues, we know who they are, but we shouldn't just get rid of the SRO program. They're good people. Another thing that Mr. Briones says is like, oh, we need to detach ourselves from talking about a specific SRO or naming them by person. That is it, Mr. Briones. You are missing the whole enchilada. We must talk about that individual person because it is that individual person who builds those specific relationships with students, and it is those things that keep a lot of problems away from our schools because of those relationships that they have developed over the years. And again, you know, you need to look at the expertise of the people that are telling you all this, the practitioners, the principals. I do it in my daily basis. So, you know, I'm a child welfare and attendance consultant in a school district. I've done it for close to 30 years, okay? We all have different professions. When Mr. Diaz talks about nonprofits, I listen because that's what he does for a living. He knows a lot about it and has some wonderful ideas. You know, when I listen to Mr. Carlos Salcido, another practitioner, he's a principal. He knows what time it is and he knows what the SROs do in our school district. I'm preaching to him, preaching to the choir. Ms. Estela Torres de Segres, she's an expert professor of what happens in the college system and language acquisition and world languages. You know, when I look at your profession, anything with technology, computers, that type of stuff, you're an awesome expert in it. But we must listen to the experts and what they say. And what I'm hearing from the experts in our school district and our practitioners and the data that's out there about the violence in our schools, if something happens in our school district, I want to be able to look at the parents in their eyes and tell them I did everything to advocate to ensure that there is a police officer on each one of our campuses. Okay, so maybe you need to look at the data, Mr. Briones. And again, I'm ready to call for a vote for this. If before I was 110% of the SRO program, I think I'm 120 now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Diaz, did you have any additional comments or questions?
No, I did not.
Thank you. Mr. Salcedo?
Thank you, Mr. Briones. Couple questions, Dr. Zuniga. What's the timeline that we're looking for a task force?
When we develop the task force, sir?
Yes.
So I would encourage that we would develop the task force at the start of the school year. So this would be fall 2021 to establish a task force. What we have to do is the cities would look at the agreements through their council, then we would come back to you if we would to have a negotiated agreement. We plan to probably do it in August. So the first month of August to have our board meeting. And then once school resumes, we recruit, we advertise, we inform, whether through its forums or conversations. We would have a selection committee about, how many do we want, and also engage our partners too, because they would be part of that task force.
So these proposed changes would be something to implement fully for the following school year.
Correct, for the following school year.
Okay. What who would you be looking for to fill these slots? You know, how many people? Who would the members be of this task force?
Number one is obviously our partner law enforcement partners, correct? So we're looking at potentially having the SROs or SRDs or a designee. What we've had done as past practices that they have met together along with district staff to hold the discussion, but it hasn't been anyone else. It's been just the group. So engaging a parent representative, engaging student representative, this would be more part of the, it's kind of like a student advisory council, but it would be more inclusive of all of our partners. And also a school principal and a district administrator, such as Mr. Leon, Mr. Ciso. So that's what we're thinking about. We also think that community agency would be a key component to, as one of our providers, to be part of that component.
So we're looking to include both law enforcement agencies.
Correct.
Are we looking to redo that the SRO schedule?
So with regards to their like day-to-day
work hours?
We've had the opportunity to do it by school by school. So they've allowed us to look at the times. I think it's become a practice where some of them have been 4 by 10. I know some schools have requested 5 days, but it lessens the time there. So they have to compromise about what works best for the school and the community.
I know in the past we've talked about job descriptions, right, for SROs. Is that something that the chief is flexible with? Is that something that he's open for discussion now? Because I know before it was, it wasn't something that people were gung-ho about.
The chief of police from El Monte is very supportive of, I think, using the template and the framework that we have for the city of Rosemead. That's the best one that we have right now. It could be more refined, but at the same time, I think that that's probably the closest one that we can get to at this point. But there still needs some work to be done with regards to the 4 areas that we're focusing on today.
Yeah, and the only reason I bring that up is just because, in some of the previous presentations, some of the things that we want an SRO to do is just, really not attainable and really overwhelming, and we wouldn't really, SROs really wouldn't be fulfilling their goals and what we really want them to do, right? And create community and be mentors and that kind of thing. So it's good to hear that. Now, as far as something that Mr. Diaz said about the reporting, I'm also on the same page as him as far as, not waiting a whole year. I think that it would be a little very important actually to get something, create something that we could see kind of real time. Monthly would be okay. So that's something that I picked up on as well. As far as you said August maybe for that task force?
I think the board would have to vote on the agreement. So once the vote is there, we can begin the process. And I'm looking at late August, early September. With regards to your statement about the reporting, I would recommend that we do the fall reporting, the winter reporting, and the spring reporting, because with some of the months that are shorter than others, it provides us some more data that's more relevant when you collect it within those timeframes. The summer, there is some data to report, but it's much at a slower amount. So we can look at the summer as a maybe potential one to start the school year. But I believe the fall, winter, and spring reporting would be something that would work for us.
Is there a proposal now for the fall?
Proposal for
SRO?
Yes. I learned that the current the last year's SRO at Rosemead has transferred to South El Monte, the area. So they're patrolled by the same, obviously, department, right, Temple Station. We're fortunate to know that, they retained the SRO service with the same individual, but just going to another school. So the plan is to move Deputy Ayon to South El Monte. Right now, it's to be determined in Rosemead. I asked the question to the city manager. She is not aware of who they have in mind. I think I have to do some work there with regards to selecting that individual. And I do want to acknowledge that we've always had the opportunity to at least have a say-so and who is going to be that person there. And if it doesn't work out, we reach out to our city partners to say, this person is not the fit for this school. For El Monte, El Monte PD, after talking with the chief of police, it was determined that the two would be able to be provided, 2 SROs, not one. The one SRO would be Joe Garcia, who would be assigned to the El Monte High School program, as well as the Mount View High School program. The other one, which would be Aurora High School in Fernando Ledesma, obviously, when you look at the percentage, most of the time would be spent at Arroyo, but it would be a split assignment. I mean, you still have a full person, right? But you have one at 20 hours for a former resource officer who is on contract. That would be Jack Jenkins, who was the former officer at Mount View, I believe, for many, many years.
Dr. Zuniga?
Great people.
That's role is.
Okay.
And Kobian would be the other one, Mr. Roger Kobian. I believe he's a
Dr. Zuniga?
Didn't sign it. Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt. So it's 10:32 right now. We're trying not to go beyond 10:30. So just want to pull the board if we want to go to 11 o'clock. And then if we can't finish everything by 11, table till next week.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm okay with 11.
Mr. Padilla?
Yeah, I'm okay with tabling if we could.
Are you okay to going to 11?
Not really.
I'm actually okay just finishing this topic and then table it for next week.
Okay. What I can do, Dr. Zuniga, is there anything in closed session that needs to be addressed tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's do this.
I just had one more question on this, Mr. Briones.
Okay, because I do have some points to make on this, and this was your request to. So how do you want to handle this? Do you want to finish this discussion and then get to the closed session items that we need to address tonight? Okay, let's finish this discussion, then we'll move to closed session, tabling the rest. Go ahead, Mr. Salcedo.
Mr. Briones, if I may, we have some items in the regular session that I believe action from the board is necessary related to the bond.
Is that item 13, 12 and 13?
Item, let me see here. Item,
three items are 12, let's say
12, 13, and 14.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And then what are the closed session items that have to be addressed tonight?
We do have some personnel. I believe we can hold off. We do have a stipulated expulsion that we can hold, and I believe there was one item that we needed direction from you as well. Mr. Alatar, your items, I think those were the pending ones. Can we postpone those for next week? Mr. Briones, are you referring to that we can push them to next Wednesday?
Yeah, to the 23rd.
Mr. Alatar, the business item that you have?
There is one item.
Sorry, go ahead.
There is one item that I will need to check with the legal counsel and get back to you.
We just have one.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Salcedo, while Mr. Alatar is checking, if you want to continue.
Actually, I'm okay now.
Okay. So to give Mr. Alatar some time, I'll jump in and chime in on this discussion. So I do want to really the overarching theme for me today is on this discussion is the times are changing. I'm glad that we're having this discussion because it needed to be had and it should have been had, a long time ago. The SRO program was initiated in 1999 after Columbine. And since Columbine, there have been 304 school shootings, which really shows to me that the SROs have not been effective in preventing any sort of school violence. If there have been 304 school shootings, including the Sandy Hook massacre that Mr. Padilla made reference to in 2012, where 26 elementary school children were slaughtered and 2 of their teachers were murdered. And yet officers were on campus within minutes and those individuals were already killed. The efficacy of the program should have been called into question then. Mr. Padilla is right. We have not addressed this at a high level through legislation, and it speaks very poorly about who we are as Americans addressing school violence and gun violence in particular in this nation. And sticking police officers on campus where we've done nothing but put black and brown boys, as you referred to them in the past, into the school to prison pipeline, and incarcerate them at a high rate, hasn't done anything to reduce school violence in this country. And the times, they are changing. It's not just us having this discussion. In fact, last year, the state legislature, when it adopted its budget in the trailer bill in SB 98, specifically made reference to school resource officers. Section 3800 of the bill as chaptered reads in subsection E, it is the intent of the legislature to evaluate the presence of peace officers and other law enforcement on school campuses and to identify and consider alternative options to ensure pupil safety based on the needs of the local school communities. It is the intent of the legislature to consider encouraging local educational agencies to use school resources currently allocated to such personnel, including school police departments, in contracts with local police or sheriff's departments for pupil support services, such as mental health services and professional development for school employees on cultural competency and restorative justice as needed, if found to be a more appropriate use of resources based upon the needs of the pupils and campuses that serve them. This is not coming from just us. This is not coming just from school officials. This is coming from the California State Legislature in a budget bill that was adopted and signed by the governor in 2020, the height of COVID, because they understood that the times are changing, that sticking a police officer on a campus does not address the needs of the community in any effective manner. Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors last week approved a motion introduced by Supervisor Mitchell of the 2nd District and co-authored by Supervisor Kuehl of the 3rd District that will begin changing the way schools enter into contracts to have school resource deputies on their campus. Currently, the Sheriff's Department is given delegated authority to enter into those contracts with school districts because there's no fiscal impact to them, because schools subsidize the cost of those deputies. The board has now decided that they want to reevaluate that process and take that delegated authority back to the board so that when school districts come to the County of Los Angeles and say, we would like to pay for a school resource officer, the intent is going to be, well, why do you need a school resource officer? There are 30 other county departments that can offer similar services that are better tailored to addressing the needs of your students, including the Department of Mental Health, including the Department of Health Services, including the Workforce Development, Aging and Community Services, and many others. The idea here is to tailor them to the needs of the schools and not just stick a cop on a campus who's going to solve everyone's problems. At least that was the intent back in 1999. And again, since then, there have been 304 school shootings. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting in Florida had a school resource officer on campus. And I shared this story the last time we had this discussion. That SRO was on that campus when the shooting began. That SRO ran out of the building, not into the fray, but out of the building in the opposite direction. Police officers are under no legal obligation to protect you. The Supreme Court has already decided that. It is not their responsibility to defend or protect you. Their responsibility, their legal authority rests in law enforcement, not in bodily protection. We talk about fulfilling the needs and providing resources to our students, and I think we're doing a pretty decent job at that. But I think we can be doing better. Being above average as it relates to having school counselors or school administrators is not where we want to be. We don't want to be just above average. We don't want to be average. We want to be better than. And being above average is not good enough. I've stated this before, the fact that at 2 of our campuses, we have 3 administrators instead of 4 because of declining enrollment. But we still have SROs on those campuses, or at least we would have during COVID. We're spending money on law enforcement when we could be spending it on instructional programs and instructional support. We're talking about changing our school bell schedules to meet the requirements of the late start bill. And we're going to offer programming in the morning for students. We could pay for additional resources to help address those needs. But instead, we're talking about keeping cops on our campuses. Mr. Padilla made reference to the fact that I don't want to frame this discussion about individual officers. That is true, because we're not talking about individual officers and their capabilities or their capacities. We're talking about an institution that exists simply to oppress people and has done that for hundreds of years in this country. The fact that we have police officers on our campus and there's a police car parked outside of our schools does not make me feel safe. In fact, every time I drive by one of our schools and I see a police car out there, my first thought is something is wrong. The second thought is, oh, that's right. We're spending money to have that cop car parked outside. Police officers have their job, they have their responsibility, and it's law enforcement, not social services, not mental health support, not peer support. You know, if you want to form a relationship with a police officer, that's great. But the fact of the matter is that we have plenty of students who can benefit greatly from targeted support systems that meet their needs at that time, not have to go through somebody who's carrying a badge and a gun. We've made reference to the fact that the officers are there and they can, very quickly place someone under a 5150 hold. Guess what? Law enforcement officers aren't the only ones who can place someone on a 5150 hold. A licensed medical practitioner, somebody authorized by the county, can do that. Yes, the PMRT, may take some time to get there, but guess what? The county's trying to address those problems right now through Measure J, a voter-approved initiative that'll redirect up to 10% of the net county cost, which is locally generated money, into alternatives to incarceration. My office, my day job, has sent a copy of that report to every school district in the San Gabriel Valley. And I'll make sure that each of you gets it in your Friday memo so that you can read what the recommendations are for that funding, because the times are changing. We're not going to continue having the same model that is shown to be ineffective and outdated. We can't continue to incarcerate people and stick them in jails. In LA County, the largest mental health treatment facility is Men's Central Jail. What does that say about us as a society, that the only way to get mental health treatment in the county of Los Angeles is by getting sent to jail? And we want to make sure that our students are getting the support that they need before they ever make contact with law enforcement. And same thing goes for our families. It shouldn't take somebody showing up with a badge and a gun to help mediate a situation at home. Unfortunately, that's the message that we send to everyone. That simply the only way of addressing somebody or something, some problem, is through brute force. If you want to have a mediator, someone who's trained to do that, if you want to have someone who acts as a counselor, acts as a therapist, acts as, a confidant, then let's hire those individuals. Because law enforcement has enough responsibility placed on their shoulders, and they're not trained for this. It's not their responsibility to solve all of society's ills. Their primary directive is to enforce the law. And to Mr. Padilla's point about me making a comment about we don't have a gun problem in high schools or schools in general, we don't. And I take exception to him calling my comments stupid. If you look at the statistics, we do not have a gun problem. School shootings obviously garner a lot of attention, and I do feel for everybody who is injured or killed in any shooting in this country. But statistically, you are less likely to be shot on a campus or injured by somebody on a campus than anywhere else in this country. But it gets a lot of attention. It gets a lot of media coverage. The SRO program started in 1999. We haven't collected any data. We don't know how effective it is. We have anecdotal stories, that they've mentored somebody, that they've talked to someone, that they've prevented something. Great, but where's the data that supports any of that? We expect our educators to collect mounds of data every year to show that there are programs that we're paying for, the instructional programs, the contracts, the consultants that we pay for are being effective. But we never did this with SROs. It was just a blanket check year after year after year after year. We're talking about making recommendations on how the SROs and SRDs interact and the responsibilities and their roles. I got news for everyone. With El Monte Police, it may be able to work. But with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, you're talking about a different beast there. It is a huge bureaucracy there. We can't even get SRDs to show up in street clothes. They have to be in uniform, and that's a directive that comes directly from the sheriff, an elected representative, mind you. If we can't get them to show up in street clothes, what chance are we going to have to tell them, well, you can only do this, but you can't do that? It is made clear in the contract that we sign when we pay for those deputies that their chain of command does not include any school personnel, that they report directly to the captain of their station or the ops lieutenant, not a school principal. They will consult with the principal, they will share information and data and talk to them and interact, but they are under no responsibility to that school administrator. And that's, again, coming directly from the sheriff. Mr. Padilla made references to, my areas of expertise and other individuals' areas of expertise on this body. I'd like to remind you that I have not worked in technology in over 3 years, probably close to 4 years now. My area of expertise right now and my day job is in public policy and administration. I am a deputy supervisor with the County of Los Angeles. My job is to look at public policy and how it's going to impact our communities. I want to be clear about that. That is my area of expertise. That is my profession. I'm glad that we're having this discussion. I still feel very strongly that it's not something that we should be entering into any contracts with. I think we definitely need to be redirecting these funds into other areas, and think critically about how we're investing our dollars. We talk about school safety. School safety does not mean turning our campuses into prisons with security systems and locking doors and barbed wire and armed guards. I shared this story the last time we had this discussion. Prior to me working in the position that I'm in now, I worked at a private school not 25 miles from here. Ask me how many security guards we had on campus that were armed. How many police officers that we had on campus at any time? 0. We had no SROs on campus. LAPD was nowhere near our campus. LAPD showed up when there was a problem, when we called them. Did we have established relationships with the station? Yes. But did we have them stationed on our campus with a police car sitting outside on Palms Boulevard? No, because that wasn't our priority. Our priority was educating those students. But I can tell you how many college counselors we had on that campus for a high school population of 320. We had 3 college counselors for a population of 320 high school students. 3 college counselors. You figure out the ratio there when we're talking about 1 college and career counselor per campus right now. Our smallest school has 1,200 students. You can figure out that ratio. I can tell you how many counselors that we had on campus, how many therapists we had on campus to ensure that those students were receiving the support that they needed. But we didn't ever have an SRO on campus. Because again, that was not our priority. Our priority was providing a quality, a dynamic education to those students. And the families that were dropping $36,000 a year on tuition expected that from us. They did not expect a police officer to be on that campus. They expected us to educate their kids and get them ready for college. And that's what I expect of our students here. And I think that's the service that we should be providing to our families. A quality education, preparing our kids to go off to college and to be career ready. Those should be our priorities. And $415,000 is really a drop in the bucket compared to our budget, but it really speaks to what our priorities are when we're still having this discussion when the times are changing. The state legislature has already taken into account that they want to reevaluate SROs on campus. The County of Los Angeles and its voters through Measure J, the voter approved initiative, have said that they want to reevaluate investing money in incarceration. I think we need to be looking at the bigger picture here. I have existing relationships with many of the police officers here in El Monte, and many of the deputies that serve our community either through Temple Station or through Industry Station. It's not about the individual officers. It's about what those officers and that institution represents when we have them sitting on our campuses. Now, I appreciate everyone's comments tonight. I'm still of the opinion that we should be reevaluating where we're investing our dollars. And I really think, I want to thank all of you for having a very frank discussion tonight. But I feel that at the bare minimum, data collection, which is what the county is now going to do with the school resource deputies, should have been done ages ago. Many of you have served on this board for many years prior to me ever joining. Should have been done ages ago. And it's something that should be done at a bare minimum to show if the program is effective. Because right now we're walking blind. I can make a claim that sticking a magic rock on the campus prevents school shootings. I have no data to back it up. Having a police officer on these campuses can prevent school shootings, but we have no data to back it up. We're just making claims blindly because someone with a badge and a gun is sitting in an office on a campus. So I look forward to continuing this meaningful discussion into the future and ultimately making a decision that I think will benefit our students. With that, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll let me know which items we need to take action on tonight, so we can do that and then table the rest until the 23rd.
Yeah, we would like to discuss item number A, and also, Mr. Alatar, did you get a response?
Yes, the item in the closed session can wait till next week. I just need the action on item 12, 13, and 14.
So we briefly have just item A for the student one. That's it.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to table item number 11. We're going to table item number 15, 16, 17, and 18. And we'll take up item 19 after we come back from closed session. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll read in closed session when we get to right now. At this time, we'll take up items 12, 13, and 14 individually. I just want to make sure I'm correct on that. We're doing 12, 13, and 14, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So at this time, item number 12 is up for consideration. Consider approval of resolution number 37-20/21, authorizing the issuance of El Monte Union High School District in the Los Angeles County, California, election of 2008 general obligation bonds, Series E, and actions related thereto. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Diaz, seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, thank you very much. We have Mrs. Torres de Seagrass.
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye. Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
The count is 5-0. Item number 12.
Item number 12 is approved unanimously. Item number 13, consider approval of resolution number 38-20/21, authorizing the issuance of El Monte Union High School District, Los Angeles County, California, election of 2018 general obligation bonds, Series B, and actions related thereto. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Salcedo. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay. Mrs. Torres de Seagrass?
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Count is 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 13 is approved unanimously. Item number 14, consider approval of resolution 39-20/21, authorizing the issuance of El Monte Union High School District in Los Angeles County, California, 2021 general obligation refunding bonds. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Salcedo. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. Any discussion? Seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Torres de Seagrass?
Aye.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo?
Yes.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
And the count is 5-0 for item 14.
Item number 14 is approved unanimously. Item number 19, I'm going to read it in right now and then table it so we can get into closed session. So item 19, consider approval of stipulated expulsion for a student from community day school. So I'm going to table this item until after closed session. And at this time, legal counsel, if you'll read us into closed session for the item that we'll be taking up.
Thank you. So we'll be taking up item A, which is pursuant to Education Code Section 35146, stipulated expulsion or other disciplinary action as relates to one student from community day school. And items B through H will be tabled to the June 23rd special board meeting. I don't know if we had any public comments
No public
on any
comment.
of the closed session items.
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Sue. So at this time, we will recess into closed session. We'll see you back out here in a few minutes. Thank you.
3, 2.
All right, welcome back. We are reconvening out of closed session. Legal counsel, if you'll report out.
Thank you. So for item A, no action was taken.
Thank you. And so we're going to return to our regular agenda, item number 19. Consider approval of stipulated expulsion for a student from community day school. Is there a motion to approve the recommendation?
Move to approve the recommendation.
Moved by Mr. Padilla, seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mrs. Torres-Tigres,
Aye.
Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Yes.
Mr. Salcedo,
Aye.
and Mr. Briones,
Aye.
and count 5-0.
Thank you. At this time, if there's no objection, it's 11:09 p.m. And we are adjourned until the 23rd next week. Thank you, everyone. Be safe. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll see you again shortly.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.